The darkness continues.
You get that work.
Open your mind.
Dark exodus.
Way off coast.
The protester. Dark exodus. Open your mind.
JSHine. You know.
You get that work.
Yeah, X.
You can't fake that.
You know.
Dark exodus. You understand? Yeah, X.
JSHine.
You get that work.
You know.
You understand? Open your mind.
Way off coast.
Dark exodus. Yeah, X.
You know.
You understand? Yeah, X. Open your mind.
Dark Exodus. Dark Exodus. Dark Exodus. Dark Exodus.
Way off code. You get that work.
Peace, folks. Welcome back to another edition of the Proper Thought Series right here on the old T.P.O.T YouTube page. I'm your host, X, of course, but you knew that already. That's why your black asses are here. And let me start right off with saying, hit that goddamn like button, because if you don't, I will haunt your old black ass mama in her dreams. And I mean it. Yeah, Saturday night, T.P.O.T. What's good, folks? My brother is here tonight. The one and only JSHine is in the house. So buckle your chin straps, Negroes. Buckle your chin straps, Negroes. And he will be talking a little race lies and the black male vote. But y'all know I always start the show with thanking you good folks, man, for your likes, your shares, your views, your subs, and of course, your hard-earned pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, and 50-cent pieces. Because I realize you don't have to do it, man. You don't have to watch these goddamn videos. You don't have to show up to these streams. You don't have to like them, share them, or sub to this channel. Or join over here. I see a few people done joined. I appreciate that, man. But I know you don't have to do it. But you good folks choose to do it, man. You choose to watch these damn streams. You choose to sub, like, join the channel even. And you also drop your hard-earned coins on this platform. And I want you to know, man, that I don't take you lightly. I never have, and I never will. I knew y'all thought I was going to stop saying this like 2 years ago, but somehow I'm still starting to stream like this because I appreciate y'all, man. I do. I appreciate everything you do, man. I'm humbled. I'm honored. You know, I'm thankful for all you good folks, man. You know, and I'm going to keep trying to pump them out as long as y'all still hanging around, because like I always say, man, you could have been anywhere on a Saturday night, but you chose to be here, and I thank you. Like I said, my brother JSHine is in the house, and y'all know how I am. When brother JSHine come here, God damn it, you know how I am. You will not disrespect my brother. You will not disrespect my brother up in here. Because if you do, all right. All right. So, without further delay, let me bring in my folk, the one and only, my brother, brother JSHine. What's good with it, brother JSHine?
What's good, brother? Can you hear me?
Yeah, man.
Okay. Check 1 2 1 2.
What's going on, man? What's going on?
Okay. There you go. I can hear you now. What's up, X? What's going on, brother?
You know, just another night on the old T.P.O.T YouTube page, man. You know what it is. See how I put your little thing down there in the corner, man? It took me a while how to figure out how to do that shit, but it's down there. See that in the corner?
Hold on.
Yeah,
Oh,
let me
okay.
blow.
I got you.
Let
I
me
got you.
blow
I
it
got
up.
you. I see it. I see it.
See?
Yeah, I see it. Yeah, I got you.
Took me a while,
Okay.
man. Took me a while. God damn it. But go ahead, you got it.
Oh, nah, man. But how you doing today, man?
Just another day, man. You know, I actually just got back, you know, taking my wife shopping, boy. She had me spending a lot of money today, boy. Wow.
All right, boy.
Like, gave me a heartburn. Heartburn, y'all. I got heartburn. Got heartburn.
Yeah, man.
But
Well, look, man, I appreciate you having me up here. Let me come up and talk about this issue or these issues. This has been something I think we need to do in this space. You know, actually, you know me, I'm a proud, black man, and I take
mhm.
a lot of pride in being a man in general. But manhood has to be predicated on, some things, like truth. You know what I'm saying? And what I don't like is, you turn the space into a propaganda sphere. You know what I mean? And there's been a lot of things that's been going on since last year during election year, and since the election happened, and then after January 6th, and then after inauguration. It's just, I see what's going on with some of the brothers. I've been paying attention. I've been falling back, and I've been giving a courtesy to a lot of brothers that don't give us, or people who think the way I think, or just other men who don't think the way they think, the same courtesy. What I mean is, I would sit back and watch their live streams. You know what I mean? Or I would check out their live streams from time to time, which means I'm listening to them uninterrupted. And they don't afford that to other people. You know what I'm saying? So when I have a back and forth with a brother in the chat room and I tell him he's operating out of bad faith, that's the kind of shit I'm talking about. That shows a lack of respect. Now, if we disagree on politics or women, whatever the issue is, there still should be respect. There's no excuse for disrespect. And I don't take disrespect lightly. So I'm going to be on a campaign of supplying truth and a pushback, because you're not going to just come into space that you did not build. So y'all know where I'm going now. Some of you cats that they claim conservatism or whatever the fuck y'all doing over there, y'all did not create the space. Y'all did not build this. And the reason why you think you can come in and take over and disrespect other people is because you really don't think much about black men. You don't think much about black men, because you wouldn't go into somebody else's space and think you could just take over. So what we're going to do is going to be a pushback now from a plethora of different brothers. And there actually already has been. I want to give a shout out to DC, the Code Breakers and Mike V and Renaissance Man, and and a bunch of other brothers. Charles Faulkner, his channel. Art has provided a channel where brothers can actually have respect and talk some real shit. So there's been a lot of brothers out here talking real. Even MOT's been pushing back on falsities and nonsense going on with the conservatives. So shout out to all those brothers for pushing back. And the thing is, that's crazy about that, what I just named is a list of black men who don't necessarily agree with each other. We disagree with it. Like, for instance, I give MOT as an example. Me and MOT disagree vehemently on the solutions for black society. What we don't disagree on, and we have complete agreement in, is two things. We have agreement in other things too, but mostly two prominent things. And those two things are fake niggas, a lot of posers, a lot of niggas running around here, the boss to this and all this nonsense, and they fuck ups in life. They have nothing to show for life, never done anything, never been anywhere, but they're sitting out here as content creators, quote unquote, giving advice. That's one thing we agree on. And two, we agree on these conservatives. Dudes out here pushing a fucked up narrative. Guys that go watch OAN, Newsmax, Right Wing Radio, and they regurgitate that nonsense in the space of black men, because they know most black men don't watch those channels. All right. I'll give you a great example before I move forward with my presentation. There's a guy here calling himself the street conservative. You can do this right now while I'm talking. Go to D Live right now. I'm giving you a good example of what I'm talking about. Go to D Live right now. That brother has a few thousand subscribers and followers on D Live, but he's following one person. He's following somebody called the Salty Cracker. He's following somebody called the Salty Cracker. And then when you look up the Salty Cracker's YouTube page, you can look through his page and look at the titles, and then you can look at some of the videos like I did and see the talking points. And then he'll come over to his channel and regurgitate those talking points. This is the type of fuckery that's going on in this space. Cats out here who never ran for anything. They're not involved in Republican politics per se, but they're calling themselves conservatives. And I'm gonna show you some things today to debunk some of the lies that they've regurgitated in this space, so we can put them to bed and we get back to doing some things that matter. I am not a liberal, nor am I conservative. I'm not a Democrat or Republican. I don't claim none of that shit. I'm black. And I go where my interests lie. And one thing I can respect about women is that they vote especially white women, they vote their interests. They will go vote conservative if it's in their interest, and then go to a fucking women's march the next day. Because that's what they did in 2016. A lot of them white women voted Trump because it benefited them, and then went to a goddamn feminist march. Because feminism is not a left or a completely a left thing. Feminism spans from the left, center right with women. So you have center right women who are feminists. But dudes don't understand the nuance of our politics. Just like how you have conservative Democrats in the Democratic Party that vote Democrat. The last time I was here, I used an example, using the Catholic Church, not the Catholic Church, excuse me, the Roman Catholics, and I used the Irish Catholics, and I also used the Hasidic Jews, 3 conservative populations in the Northeast, and they all vote Democrat. Because it's not about the ideologies with them. It's about the business of politics. And that's what black men are lacking. It's about business, family. It's about who's doing business for you. Nobody gets into politics or moves for politics unless there's some emotional shit going on, which I'm gonna touch on in a minute, or there's business related. For instance, in West Virginia, Ohio, the Rust Belt, they believed that bullshit that Trump was saying about bringing jobs back. They believed that he was going to bring jobs back. So they voted for him. They were voting their financial interests. When Hillary's talking about in the debate, talking about we getting rid of coal jobs and all that other shit, you know what I mean, and oil. And look, man, she paid for that. She paid for that. But the same white people who voted for Trump and was mad at Trump for not doing anything turned around and voted for Biden. See, there was white people in Michigan, Ohio, Texas that voted for a Republican senator or House member, but then voted against Trump because Joe Biden is one of their guys. Joe Biden falls into that group of conservative Democrats. He is not a flaming liberal. He comes from the Rust Belt. He's one of their guys. So people, white men in Pennsylvania, voted for him. That's how Trump lost the election. It wasn't stolen. So can you share my screen for a second, X? I want to show y'all something. I want to show you exactly what I'm talking about. All right, let me I'm sorry, I didn't even hit the share button. There we go.
And y'all hit the goddamn like button, Negroes.
And so here's the thing. Let me show you something. All right, so let's go to last year's election. There's election totals right here. And I'm going to pick states that Trump won to show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to pick states that he won. I'm not even going to go to the battleground states or go to states that, that's been of controversy, right? Let's go to a state that he won. Let's pick one. Let's pick the biggest Republican state. Let's pick Texas. So you see Texas on the screen, right? Biden got 5,260,000 votes, or 59,000 votes. Trump got 5,890,000 votes. I want to show you something. Same election. Let me show you the Senate race in the same state. Here you go. See, there's a drop off. Cornyn got more. He got almost 100,000 more votes than Trump got. That means there was 100,000 people who vote Republican but didn't vote for Trump. They voted for Biden. That's what that means. And you can't split that vote. That vote was on the same ballot. These are paper ballots that they do in Texas. All mail-in ballots that I appreciate, I like the ones that the military uses, the ones I use now that I'm overseas, and the same ones Trump used, because a lot of rich, famous people don't walk the fucking polls and vote in person. The same bastard that he's the same fucking asshole that votes paper ballot, mail-in ballot all the time. You got Trump. So when this is audited, all the ballots are recounted, it all shaked out. There is no discrepancies. That's why out of 60 court cases, he lost 59 of them. And what was the one that he won? The one in Pennsylvania. Why did he win the one in Pennsylvania? Because the Secretary of State in Pennsylvania did something that she was not supposed to do, but she did it for a good reason. She did the wrong thing for a good reason. What she did was extend the deadline for receiving mail-in ballots by 3 days. Why did she do that? Because of what Trump and his fucking United States Post Office postmaster did. By slowing down the mail, slowing down the post office. He pulled dirty tricks to undermine the democracy. And this is guys out here making moral arguments for Republicans. Guys that are cheating, lying to their own people about reality, creating friction and hatred for other Americans just to win elections. So they created a lie. And then he did everything in his power to affect the election. That was some dirty shit to do. In a fucking pandemic. In a goddamn pandemic. I'm going to slow down the post office so your vote won't get there in time. So I'm going to undermine your vote. And because I told my people that mail-in ballots are, questionable, even though Donald Trump, used mail-in ballots and have been all my adult life. And we have never had a problem with mail-in ballots until 2016. This is something we've been doing for decades. All of a sudden, there's an issue. Now, why am I rehashing this? I'm going somewhere with this, because we're going to unpack the lies. I'm going to show you how lies and these lies are tied to race, and how you have coon conservatives in here who do not care about other black people at all. They care more about pushing an agenda than they care about telling the truth or finding out the truth. They don't know shit, and they don't care about nothing. Now I'm going to show you another state. Let's go to another state. Let's just pick one in the dark. Let's go to, hold on, let me go back to the Senate race. Where was another Senate race? There was another Senate race, and I'm going to just, let's pick another red state. Let's pick Alabama. No, not Alabama. Let's pick a good one. Maine. All right, so Maine, Susan Collins gets 417,000 votes in that state as a Republican. Let's see what Trump got. I'm doing this on the fly. Trump got 360,000 votes. See, one thing I appreciate about white voters in America is that they actually see themselves as citizens, and black people, for the most part, do not. So you have different parts of black society who don't believe in the system at all, so they don't participate. And then you have your diehards on each side, Team Democrat, Team Republican. All right, now Team Democrat is obviously bigger than Team Republican. And then you have people who don't participate at all. I already said that, excuse me. And then you have your other people in the middle, like myself, who actually read the newspapers, read what's going on with the economy, who participate in the economies, participate in the markets, and we're looking at what benefits not just the country, but what benefits our families as well. So white people will split their ticket. The same election that everybody's calling fraudulent gave Republicans 4 state houses across the country, which means they flip 4 state houses. They flip 4 state Congresses in the same election. Also gained seats in the Congress in the same election. Susan Collins was supposed to go down in that election. She didn't go down. What was the lady from Iowa? There was the senator from Iowa, Ernst. She was supposed to go down. Cunningham was supposed to beat Burr in North Carolina. Graham was supposed to go down in South Carolina. It didn't happen. So what's North Carolina and South Carolina going to do? They can't throw those elections out. They can't undermine their own elections. How can they do that? Because other Republicans won. So now I'm going to show you the proof of what I'm talking about. Now, is there a way that you can play my audio and not show the screen? Matter of fact, you know what? This is what I'll do. I'll put up my own splash screen. All right, because I don't want your thing to get flagged. Okay. So I'm gonna play the audio. All right, I'm gonna play the audio for this. Now, this is where's the one from 2016? Hold on. Shoot, I think I closed it. All right, I'll play this one from 2019. Here's voters in 2019. This is in Grand Rapids, Michigan, a very white place, very conservative place, center right, traditionally conservative, sometimes vote Democrat, depending on who the candidate is. But this is not a flaming liberal electorate. I want you to listen to this.
A moderate, traditional Republicanism that a lot of voters here subscribe to.
Can you hear that, X?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Okay.
I can
And
hear it.
Republicans that we've talked to, and I'm talking lifelong Republicans, have told us that they don't really recognize this Republican Party as the party that they grew up in, and they're feeling deeply conflicted. And that's largely because of Donald Trump. That's largely since 2016. Now, some are following in the footsteps of Representative Justin Amash. This county is also home to that congressman who left the Republican Party earlier this year and is now running for re-election here as an independent. Others tell us they do still identify as Republicans, but could actually consider voting for a Democrat in 2020. But that will very much depend on who that Democratic nominee is. We had a couple very interesting conversations.
Exactly. So I'm going to stop right there for a second before she gets to the Republican voters. This is 2019, November 2019. This report came out. This is the shit they don't show on Fox News or OAN or Newsmax. So you don't have a full picture of what's going on in America. All you have is what people are telling you. This is 2019, and this is what white Republicans are saying about Trump. Now, they didn't know who the Democratic nominee was going to be at the time, but once that's why the Democratic Party picked Biden, because if they gave them Bernie Sanders, probably would have lost. People would have held their nose and voted for Trump again. So they gave them a center right Democrat. Jim Crow Joe. Here you go. Listen.
Conversations. Take a listen. How long have you identified as a Republican?
I don't anymore. As Trump was getting more and more popular, I kind of looked around and said, this is not the Republican Party that I recognize or that I want to be part of.
This shift in the party, where does it all leave you?
Politically homeless.
How do you think the Republican Party has changed since the 2016 election?
Immensely. I think people really wanted a change in 2016. And so they felt that Trump found himself in a great position. But then he's not really representing Republicans as they have traditionally been, more conservative with issues and such. And I don't recognize the party hardly at all.
When did you start to drift away from the Republican Party?
I suppose around when Trump was nominated.
And why is that?
Trump now has the party captive, and I don't think he's good for the party. And I don't think what the party stands for now is good for America.
And these folks we talked to, they all said they're going to be watching Wednesday night's debate pretty closely to see who stands out, who interests them, and whether they might actually consider voting for one of these Democrats. And experts are saying that it's likely that if Kent County goes blue, Michigan might too.
I laugh when I hear that. You see how she chuckled? Because they don't vote Democrat in this place. This is on the streets of white Wakanda. Now I'm going to play something else for you. And this came out, and I can't believe no one picked up on it, especially with all the truckers in this space. Because I was on your channel, X, on election night.
Yep.
And there was another brother there who calls himself Little Big Nate. But Little Big Nate's a very disrespectful person, who did a live stream about me. He thought I didn't hear it, but I heard it. But that shows his character. because I timed him out in the chat room. He goes to disrespecting niggas, calling me out my name, just proposing my political positions, which is, bearing false witness about, lying on me. That's why I call him a little big liar. He's a lying person. He's a lying guy. And if he's in here, or if he shows up, I have no problem with him coming up. Here's the rules for tonight, X. I have no problem with anybody that I name coming up. If I name somebody tonight and they want to come up, they can come up. All I ask is that they come up after this presentation. That's all. But if you want to come up here and talk about it, we can talk about it. But we're going to talk this shit tonight.
Well, let me just say this. Like Brother JSHine just said, he's going to put on his presentation, and anybody that he's talking about, you're welcome to come up in here. You already know what you got to do. Hit me with an email. It's prophetthought@yahoo.com. That's prophetthought, one word, no caps, @yahoo.com. Negroes. But continue, Brother JSHine.
Yeah, this is not a debate night. I'm not here to debate none of you conservative coons, really, because I don't want to give you guys any fucking merit. I don't respect you niggas. You niggas ain't shit to me. I want to make sure we clear on that. Y'all a bunch of lying bastards, a bunch of cowards. But if I do call your name out, you have the right to come up here and respond. Unlike the right I've been given. See, niggas talk about me on live streams behind my fucking back like a bunch of cowards. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to talk to your face like a man. And we're going to talk reality over here. So I don't want to hear nothing tonight about JSHine, you being disrespectful. Fuck that. We're not women. We don't throw rocks out our hands. We don't get niggas' faces and cuss niggas out and smack niggas and throw drinks in niggas' faces and then talk about, don't hit me, I'm a girl. We don't do that. We men. So you're going to have to hold your nuts tonight. Because I'm not pulling no more punches with y'all. Y'all been running around this space for long enough. I have nothing against anybody who has a conservative position. But you got to back your position with facts. And if you have, say, a theory or something you think might work better for black men, then you present that shit. And then we work, and then we can debate that. But there should be no disrespect. But these cats, all they do is disrespect. You go in other chat rooms, you on the panels, they in the chat room disrespecting. Like a bunch of girls, like a bunch of trolls. And these are fuckers who have the audacity to talk about morals. Now I'm gonna play something else for y'all. Because we had a debate that night in 2020 on election night. And Little Big Liar brought up taxes. I love Trump's tax policy. Trump's tax policy in 2017, that tax law that was passed by the Republicans did nothing for the middle class. And in fact, it raised taxes on a lot of us. And I'm going to prove it right now.
By the way, he went after Bette Midler, then Chuck Schumer, and then several hours later, this, writing, if the totally corrupt media was less corrupt, I would be up by 15 points in the polls based on our tremendous success with the economy, maybe best ever. Truck drivers who say Trump's tax bill is not only putting them out of business, but putting the American economy at risk. Our own Morgan Radford sat down with a handful of long-haul truck drivers. What did they have to say?
They had a lot to say, Chris. You might actually be surprised to find out that trucking is a $725 billion industry, and 1 in 16 jobs in the U.S. goes to a trucker. But this particular group who I spoke to in Jackson, Georgia, they say the promises made by the president to put them first weren't exactly the promises kept. So they started a protest and are now sounding the alarm that the rosy economic picture the president is now painting is not exactly what they're seeing through the windshield.
After working as a truck driver for 20 years, Billy Bogar is thinking of calling it quits.
How hard are things for truckers right now?
Almost impossible, really.
Now he's one of thousands of truck drivers throughout the country, hoping to get the White House's attention with a new protest group called Black Smoke Matters. Named after...
Hold on. They always stealing shit, ain't they? They could never be original. I'm talking about white folk. They could never be original. It's Black Lives Matter. Then they take it, make it White Lives Matter. Then they make it All Lives Matter, Blue Lives Matter. Now it's Black Smoke Matters. This is Never mind. I'm sorry.
After the exhaust smoke that used to come from big rigs.
Do you feel like this administration is listening to you as truckers?
No, ma'am. No, they're not listening, not at all.
A mix of Republicans, Democrats, and independents.
How many of you voted for the president in the last election? 1, 2, 3.
Many of their complaints are unique to trucking, like parking costs and a lack of training for new drivers.
You'll receive.
But they say some of their issues affect all Americans, like the Republican-led tax bill.
How many of you, by a show of hands, saw your taxes increase this year?
Oh, they all went up, yeah.
1, 2.
Yeah, this year they went
1,
up.
2. All of you? So most of you saw your taxes increase.
The reason? Something called a per diem. In the past, truckers could deduct things like food and daily expenses from their taxable income. Now, with Trump's new tax bill, they no longer can.
I have a young family at home, and with our per diem, they took the per diem out. That made an $8,000 difference.
$8,000.
What I personally paid.
So what were you paying in taxes last year?
Nothing.
And I want to say this real quick. As some of y'all already know, I'm a federal worker. Before I play the rest of this, in that law, all throughout that law, Trump attacked and the GOP attacked working people across the country. We, as overseas employees, working on orders, we're on orders over here, just like the military. This is something they put in the law. Even if we came over here understanding that we didn't pay taxes or pay for the transportation of our home household goods. Household goods is our furniture and vehicles, everything that we had over here. It was all paid for by the government. So when I got over here, I was under understanding the government was paying for that. But not only did they change that in the law that we now had to pay for that shit, they made it retroactive. So people who came over before the bill, was put in action that late on that year, whoever came over here in 2018 had to pay for that shit. And you didn't even know you had to pay for it. It was a tax hit. Meanwhile, they said the soldiers and the military didn't have to pay for it. They were excluded. Now, I'm trying to understand something. Most of us over here are on military orders. We are DOD civilians. But this is what he did. And that's something he did to me. He did it to a lot of other workers in the country. This impacted truckers. This impacted, other workers who travel and do certain things as part of their job that usually was covered by their jobs. But this guy's sitting here in 2020, a conservative, on your channel X, talking about how he loves the tax policy, which only helped people making over $450,000 a year. It only helped the super rich and helped them pay no taxes. Now you have a situation now where corporations and rich people are paying literally no taxes. But he loves the tax. Look, this is the dumb shit that goes on in this space. Cats don't do no homework. They don't care about no reality, no facts, how things affect working black men. And what bugged me out is that I got a fucking video right here that I just played showing eight white male truckers telling you how things happen to them, or complaining about the fucking law. But I didn't hear that a lot of black truckers complaining about it. Nor did I hear any of the black men in the space who are content creators inquire about that. See, if we're going to have a space for black men, we should care about what affects black men. A lot of black men are blue collar workers. There's black men out here who are in sales, black men who are in IT that's affected. So you might not see it as a tax hike because it's wrapped up in something like per diem. But to me, anytime you add any fees, any costs to a person, that's a tax hike. And it was done through the tax law. And I had to pay $2,000 and change. No, I had to pay more than that, actually. I had to pay thousands of dollars in taxes, for 2018, in 2019. That was fucked up. But these are the things that we don't have conversations about in this space. I'm talking about real shit. See, cats want to do entertainment. We don't want to do real life. Everybody wants to do entertainment. Now, everybody knows I like to have fun every now and then. I go on a panel, I go to For the Record or Arts Channel, even come here and we could talk shit X. It's all good and have a good time. But I'm also a serious man. I care about money. I care about money and making money. I care about progressing my bloodline and moving my family forward. Also, I like having the money to be able to do things that I care about, whether it's helping out young black children or investing in other charities. One of my favorite charities out there to invest in is, well, not a charity, it's a foundation, Equal Justice Initiative. Um, uh, the Equal Justice Initiative is kind of like the Justice, not the Justice, excuse me, the Innocence Project, and they work on getting innocent black people out of jail. This man ran by a brother named Brian Stevenson. He also has a museum down in Alabama. Actually has two. He has the memorial, the lynching memorial, and he has a museum down in Alabama. So I donate to him every year. Why? Because if this black men still going to jail for shit they did not do, that's in my interest, family. That's in my interest. It might happen to me. That's the funny thing about this race thing, that when cats go into this race denial and acting like things are so safe out here, you're really just crossing your fingers and hoping shit don't happen to you. You hoping you don't run into the wrong cop or the wrong white woman at work. You hoping this shit don't happen to you. You hoping you're not, identified as a person that committed a crime. You just hoping it didn't happen to you, and then you get railroaded by an injustice system. Yeah, I saw what happened this last week with the Kyle Rittenhouse situation. You saw how that judge stacked it against the prosecution. You can't use the word victims. You got 3 people shot, and they can't be afforded the word victim, but you can call them looters and everything else, even though there's no evidence of them looting. You can call them rioters, even though there's no evidence of them rioting. And there's a lot of video with this case too. But that's how white supremacy works. That's how they look out for their own. We just saw what happened in the RB case this week. The judge says this looks like discrimination, when picking a jury from the defense, but we're gonna move forward anyway. This is the world you live in. So to act like that shit don't exist is crazy to me. Now, if you acknowledge racism, you're making excuses. That's crazy. That's like me telling any brother in this chat room, for you acknowledging feminism, you weak. You making excuses if you acknowledge feminism. It doesn't make any sense. So anyway, let me stop sharing the screen and move on to my next point. I just wanted to talk, real quick about the election and some of the lies that came from the election. We still only had an 80-something% turnout, which means technically we could have had more voters, because that's another lie that's been out there. How do we get so many voters? Well, you had everybody at home, and you had the option to do mail-in ballots, and everything has been audited. In states that are ran by Republicans, everything's been audited. So there was no stolen election. There was no election fraud. It didn't. Matter of fact, the cases of election fraud that are real are the ones in Florida, Nevada. There was a man in Michigan that came in and voted for his son, and all these people voted for Trump. There's a man in Michigan that went to the same goddamn place he voted and came in with a different hat on and sunglasses and tried to vote in his son's name and try to vote for Trump. So you got people right now going to court for election fraud but they voted for Trump. There was no election fraud. Chris Krebs, the leader of a cybersecurity for Homeland Security, a Republican, lifelong Republican, appointed by Trump, said this was the safest election we've ever had. There was no issues. There was no cyber attacks. Nothing happened with the machines. Even the fraudulent audit in Arizona by the cyber ninjas. It turns out that Biden got more votes than was cast at, which means the audit in Arizona was wrong. And that state's ran by Republicans. That should be the fucking news. How did the audit come up wrong? How did the audit give Trump more votes and make it tighter, but still give the win to Biden? And then they bring in a fraudulent company and they find out Biden had more votes. The reason why this is happening is because for 40 years on Fox News, not 40 years, 30 years on Fox News, they've been trumpeting and banging that white people are going to be a minority in the country. White people are going to be a minority in the country. By 2020, we'll be a minority. By 2030, we'll be a minority. In 2050, we'll be a minority. And you got to ask yourself, if they're not racist, why is that being reported on a news station constantly? Why are they showing those numbers constantly to their primarily white audience? Because they knew what they were doing. They were playing to xenophobia. So it doesn't matter what the issue is. It's all a placement for xenophobia. It has nothing to do with the reality of a stolen election or whether election stolen, whether CRT is real or not. It has nothing to do with it. It's all about race. You think I'm bullshitting? Share my screen. I need to hear this shit. Hold on. My bad. Oh, my bad. I forgot to hit the audio. Are you ready, X? Xavier.
Yeah, I'm here. You got it. It's up.
Okay. My bad. A little commercial.
They are putting down the child for the color of their skin. Where do you see evidence of that? One particular 6th grade at a middle school here, it was a rap song pushing the slaughter of the Native Americans. The lyrics of the song was putting down Andrew Jackson at the time.
Well, I mean, I think a lot of people would credit Andrew Jackson with the genocide of the Native population.
Yes, but how do you discuss it without
denigrating whiteness?
Yeah, like at what point do you forgive and stop segregating?
Okay. All right, so this is the lady right here that was talking. I don't want to put that video up here because I don't want you to get copyrighted. But you heard that. This is a woman from Loudoun County, Virginia, the state that I reside. Okay? And I live there, X. I live in Virginia. I know how Virginia is. I know how whites in Virginia are. I work with them. I've been in there 20 fucking years. I know what this is about. My daughter went to school there. Now, I want to ask anybody out here who has children of high school age or middle school age, where was CRT taught in your school? It wasn't taught to my daughter. CRT is a theory of legal theory that's taught at the high levels of collegiate levels, and mostly taught around law schools. It is not taught in high school. It's not taught in middle school. It's not taught in, in elementary school. It was all about race. You just heard what the lady said. How can we teach Andrew Jackson the right? No, you teach it the way it happened. They want to whitewash history. They're using CRT to now erase any black history. They pulling books in states all over the country. They pulling books on Rosa Parks, family. And this is the party, and these niggas are telling you to roll with these people. They pulling books on Rosa Parks. So Youngkin, he used it as a dog whistle, and it energized the turnout. And guess where the biggest, increase in vote came from? The white female. He got 57% of the white female vote in Virginia, and he didn't win by a huge margin. That was a 15-point swing amongst whites in Virginia, and it was all over this issue. And Terry McAuliffe did fuck up when he said, I mean, if you listen to the whole context of what he said in debate, it's not that bad. But when you have the opportunity to pull out that one piece and run it as an ad, it sounds bad. And he shouldn't have never said it, especially given the context of how people were reacting to quote unquote CRT. They made this boogeyman out of CRT, which has to do with us, families, black people. They literally do not want to teach black American history. For those who don't know, America is not that old, a few hundred years old. And up to right now, 2021, America has been a slave country longer than it's been a free country. And even after slavery, it still wasn't a free country because we had Jim Crow. And it's still not totally free because your movements are restricted. But that's a whole nother topic. That's the country. I want to know, Xavier, you could tell me. When did this happen? When was this fucking, where was this expo or, this big change and, where was this big re-education camp for white folk in America? When did that happen? When did they take all of white America and put them in a re-education camp?
Yeah, I don't think that ever happened.
So I'm trying to figure out, how can you sit here in 2021 and just say, yeah, the country's changed? When were they re-educated? You can't even teach to this day really what happened in America. Even Black History Month is watered down. It's pluff shit. They'll teach you the surface. Yeah, it was slavery, it was messed up. But then now in the books, they try to call us involuntary immigrants. They changed the textbooks to Oklahoma, Texas. This is what the conservatives are not talking about. Because if you don't have a history, family, you don't exist. You don't have a history, you don't exist. So what history should we teach in America? It has nothing to do with CRT. CRT is not being taught in Virginia. So what the fuck were they really mad about? And of course, there's hundreds of videos online that you can look up yourself, and they got people, microphones in white people's faces asking what CRT is. And they can't tell you. They can't tell you. They can't tell you at all what it is. So
well, let me
acknowledge
these super chats before I get forget what they were. Shout out to brother Deacon Dave, who is also a member of the T.P.O.T YouTube page. I appreciate that. 99 cent Deacon Dave, you get this.
I appreciate you hard-earned on this platform.
Kind of like that echo. I might have to add that. And also shout out to, what the hell just fell in here, god damn it. Also shout out to Clue, brother Clue. He dropped a $5 super chat that I saw earlier, but it's too far to go back to it, but you still get this.
I appreciate dropping your hard on this platform.
Also, shout out to Mr. Research, who also dropped a $5 super chat. I appreciate that, brother Research. You get this.
I appreciate you dropping your hard on this platform.
Yeah, and also before you continue, brother JSHine, I saw there was a little of a scuffle between Lady Shonda H and Lady Angel Martin. So if that scuffle needs to be rectified, we can go ahead and do that tonight.
Talking about in the chat room right now.
Ladies.
Talking
Yeah,
about the chat room right now.
I noticed a little bit of a scuffle in there between the two ladies. But just hit me up if we can go ahead and have this cat fight tonight if y'all want to. But continue, brother JSHine. Continue.
But hey, look, man. Look, here's the point, man. I just want to drive home before I move to the next issue. And this whole thing, these lies about election and integrity, it's right here in front of your face. This was the poll taken at CPAC, and this is what happens when you push a lie. It becomes the most important issue, and these are the most important issues at CPAC last year. Okay, and these are the lies that they push. And you believe it or not, all the traditional, the Republican, issues, taxes, national security, pro-life, they were at the bottom. They were at the bottom. It was all about, election, integrity and, my rights, my rights, this, I'm being infringed upon. And this is what's going on in the echo chambers in right-wing, circles. And, and a lot of dudes are trying to bring that bullshit here to us. And that's fucked up because we're not these people. We're black men. We have a different Pacific history and we have Pacific issues that, pertain to us. They don't pertain to them. Now, the overall economy, yeah, that affects us, no question, because we all, we operate in the economy. But there's a lot of lies that were, spoon-fed around this space, So, I just want to, debunk a lot of them right now. So there was a lie on that. Hold on, let me show this real quick. This right here is ICE removals. They were saying that, the Democrats don't remove, immigrants. They're gonna just let people come in the country. Here's the numbers. These are the numbers. This is sources from ICE and Axios. No one removed more no illegals than Obama in history. They used to call him the porter in chief. So the whole notion about the border and and being overran. These are all of this fear mongering going on in the Republican Party. And unfortunately, we have black men coming in this space regurgitating that bullshit. They also said that we was going to let a bunch of refugees in the country. No one let more refugees in the country than Reagan. Here are the refugee limits under the last 4 presidents. You see what I'm saying? I'm trying to debunk all the lies. All the lies. No one let more people in the country than Reagan, as far as refugees were concerned. Obama raised it by 15,000. That was it. Now, Trump dropped the shit down to 15,000, but then they blaming Biden for not getting all the goddamn Afghans out. You couldn't. It was Steve Miller who wrote a policy that made it harder for those guys to get asylum in America. So people who fought with Americans, who helped Americans over there, it was hard as hell for them to get out of the country. Now, I will say Biden being in office in January, he should have did a better job of fixing it. But it's not a problem he created. It was Trump that made the deal with the Taliban. It was Trump that, again, lowered the ceiling down to 15,000. It was Steve Miller and his administration that made it harder for those guys to get visas and to get into the country. He did that. When Biden raised his hand, there was less than 5,000 people, less than 3,000, soldiers in the country.
Well, brother Nick Taylor says false. He says, does he know that the Democrat Senate reneged on their deal with Reagan?
Tell Nick that he needs to send you a document proving that, for one. And two, we already know that Reagan is the one that gave amnesty to millions of Hispanics. I'm glad you brought that up, Nick. Let's wash that out real quick. Nick, not only did Reagan give amnesty to millions of Hispanics when he was in office, those Hispanics are who you dealing with today politically. Those millions of Hispanics had children, and their children had children. They're in the country right now competing against you because of Reagan. Now, what do you got to say about that, Nick? That's reality. You can't debate. See, that's facts.
Well, Brother Nick is in the audience. You've been named, and that's what we're doing tonight. If you've been named, you can come on up. That's kind of how it goes. That's what we're doing tonight.
Better know what you're talking about, Nick, because you're going to come up here and get tore the fuck up.
That's what we're doing tonight.
That's what we're doing,
Your name
Nick.
get called, you can come on through. Shout out to Brother D-Rock, a longtime supporter and a member of the T.P.O.T YouTube page with the $4.99 super chat. He says, question, JSHine, other than black, would you label yourself a progressive politically?
I am what I call a pro-con. I'm conservative on some social issues, but I'm very progressive economically. Progressivism has been very good for politics. For economics. The country has been more economically sound and has grown under Democrats. That is unrefutable. All right. It grew under FDR. It grew under Clinton, pulled us out of a recession. Then you had the deep recession that Obama pulled us out of, and then Trump enjoyed that ride and kept it going. You know what I mean? But he also did some things with the tax law and some other things to now bring about inflation. I said this last year, actually, on the panel. Not last year, early this year. I said when Biden gets in office, there's going to be three things he gets blamed for, and it's not going to be his fault. One is going to be Afghanistan, because I work in DOD and I know what's going on with that, and it wouldn't have been his fault. It's not, it's going to go to shit. We knew it was going to go to shit, but it's not going to be his fault because it was a deal that Pompeo made and Trump made with the Taliban, and they didn't even include the Afghan government. Now, no one knew the Afghan government was going to fold up and leave. No one knew that, but we knew it was going to go to shit. The other thing was going to be the housing market. It's not going to happen now. It's going to happen probably later in his administration, but because of the inflation and everything, the policies that Trump has, I know that market's going to crash, and he's going to get blamed for it. And I laugh at it. Now, I'm not a Joe Biden fan. I didn't vote for Joe Biden. Okay? I didn't vote for Joe Biden. But I know that's going to happen. Because these are things that when you've been in the economy for a while and you've been in the markets for a while, whether it's housing markets and stock markets, you know the trends and you know certain policies when they pass, how they affect the markets long term. And, this inflation shit didn't just start. All right. And the third thing I thought was going to bite Biden in the ass was going to be COVID. Because the funny thing about this vaccine shit is that it's Trump's vaccine. Pence headed Warp Speed, Operation Warp Speed, which gave us the vaccines that we have. All right. But the problem was there was no distribution plan. Trump had no distribution plan. He was leaving it to the states. He was undermining certain things and playing politics with the whole COVID situation. You know what I mean? And, with the mask and all that kind of stuff. To recently, Trump was at a rally in Florida a couple months ago, and he was talking about how he's vaccinated and even alluding to people being vaccinated. He got booed. People, he created his own monster. He created his own Frankenstein. Same thing happened to Lindsey Graham when he was out talking to people. He got booed. But I thought because of what they did politically and having no distribution plan, that shit was going to bite Biden in the ass. But actually, Biden did a good job on COVID. Not so well on the pullout of Afghanistan. And again, that housing market shit, that's out of his hands. There's nothing he can do about it. There's nothing he can do about it. All he can do is help get jobs. That's all he can do, is help get people back to work. That's all he can do. That's all he can do. The supply chain issue started before he came in office. So Those are the three things that I pointed out that was going to bite Biden in the ass. He's going to get blamed for it. And because we have a country that's so left and right and so partisan, they don't care about the truths. They don't care about what causes what. You know what I mean? They don't care. You were in office, it's your fault. And it's getting so ridiculous that people are getting blamed for shit they didn't do before they even got in office. I remember being at a bus stop, and I told the story before, back in 2009. I was picking my daughter up from school. And I was at the bus stop with a white lady, you know, in Virginia. This is what I'm talking about. I know these people. And of course, she was Team Republican. This is before MAGA. So this is not new, what you're seeing right now with these people. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna go deeper into the Virginia shit for a minute, because that brings up another point that I want to make. But before I get there, let me just finish telling the story. So we're waiting for our children that are in elementary school at the time. And we start getting talking about politics. Long story short, she starts blaming the 2008 crash on Obama. And I was like, man, he's only been in office for like 8 months. This is the beginning of the school year. He's only been in office like 8 months. That wasn't his fault. Yes, it was. If he wasn't in office, we would have had a better economy, yada, 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 yada. See, there was no substance to what she was saying. It was just about what team he's on. I said, man, you don't remember him and then McCain suspending his campaign and showing up to the White House when they were running for office, when they were both the nominees of their party? No. I said, well, you don't remember Bush coming out like a cuckoo clock and announcing that he's going to do XYZ for the economy. He's going to, do the TARP and all that stuff. And then he went back into the White House. You remember that? She was like, yeah, but look, the market crashed because they knew Obama was going to win. I said, ma'am, that's not how the markets work. They didn't know Obama was going to win. He was still running against McCain. So you telling me that all these rich people and they destroyed the market on purpose because they knew Obama was coming? This is how fucking idiotic it is talking to these people. They don't care about the truth. They live in a different reality, family. They live in a fucking different reality. That's what I'm saying. When niggas come into space and they talk about, conservatism and all that, I live in a conservative place. I was in fucking Woodbridge and then I moved down to Stafford County, which was MAGA country. I work in DOD. Let me tell you something about DOD. DOD is not ran by no goddamn liberals. Even when Democrats are in power, they put conservatives in there. When Obama came in office, he kept Gates, a Republican, as Secretary of Defense. Then he brought in a conservative Democrat from the CIA, Panetta. Then he brought in another conservative Republican. He brought in Chuck Hagel, a senator from Nebraska. And then he brought in another conservative Democrat. There are no flaming liberals running the military. Most of those white men, those generals and those officers you see in the military are center-right or far-right. All right? I've been doing this my whole adult life. Even the brother right now running the goddamn Pentagon, Austin, he is not no liberal. The culture of the military is authoritative. That's the culture of the military. But because your team that you don't like is in power, you claim that person is this and that. That's what's happening right now. What happened to Austin and General Milley, excuse me. They're calling General Milley a fucking combat veteran at that. Man has been in combat more years than these guys have been in office. Because he disagreed with them, because this is how far the right has gone. The Republican Party has been pulled to the far right. So any black man coming around here telling you to get down with that shit is asking you to get with the far right. They're asking you to roll with white supremacists, to roll with, fascists, and people who don't care about the truth. Let me give you an example. January 6th, they went from the very next day, after January 6th, the shit at the Capitol. They said it was Antifa and Black Lives Matter who did it. It wasn't Trump people. Then they went from that to it was the FBI. The FBI was involved. They staged it. Then it went from that to the liberals dressed as Trump supporters did it. At the same time, when that shit came out, because I pay attention to right-wing media, at the same time that was happening, I guess they didn't have a meeting. They were also starting to do the heroes of January 6th. Then they had a rally for the heroes of January 6th. Insurrectionists. This is where niggas is telling you to vote now. They want you to be in alignment with this bullshit. And the whole time they were doing all of this jumping around from point to point, of what really happened on January 6th, all the bullshit, all the lies over there in the right wing, diaspora. The whole time they kept bringing up the Black Lives Matter riots of 2020. So basically, it wasn't us, it was Black Lives Matter. What about them niggas last year, though? Oh, they heroes of January 6th. They were patriots. But what about them niggas last year? It always comes back to some race shit. One has nothing to do with the other. We're talking about January 6th. Why you keep bringing up some shit that happened in the summer that didn't happen at the Capitol? That happened in the cities where people lived. And we all know black people tear up their shit more than they tear up anybody else's. So what are they talking about? The whole thing is don't criminate us. Don't blame us for anything. Just like that white woman who just got 60 days in jail for Texas. She said, back, months ago that nothing's going to happen to her because she's blonde, white, and got a good job. This is how they think. And these brothers are telling you to get down with that. Get down with that. Don't turn to your people. Don't organize your people. Get down with that shit. That's what you need to get down with. Giuliani out here testifying that it was all a hoax and a lie because now he's under oath. He can't, he gotta tell the truth. The same fucker that was running around with the other female lawyer lying, and her too, when she's under oath, she had to admit there was a lie. The whole fucking election thing was a hoax. But y'all don't teach that. They don't show that in OAN. They don't show that in Newsmax. They don't show that in right-wing internet. Everything I'm saying to y'all can Google. These are verifiable facts. But if you got your shirt tied in your front with your belly button out and some fucking pom-poms, and you're a white ass kisser, the truth don't matter. See, what I'm starting to realize, is a lot of these niggas are familiars. All y'all seen Blade. They're not the real vampires, but they the familiars, the ones who kiss up the ones who want to be vampires. These are familiars. These guys Obsidian and Trey and fucking and little big liar, bitch boy Nate. These niggas want you to be up under some white man's rule. Don't create your own shit. Don't rule your own shit. You got Joe Manchin and Sinema holding power as conservative Democrats. That should give you an idea of how we could be running shit. See, the real truth is we need to address black society and black women. But running from black society and running from black women is not going to fix the problem. I say challenge them politically. At the same time, you commandeer their vote. Because where they going to go? See, we're not on the stage as black men. We're just not. You have no power in the Republican Party. You're going to be a fucking mascot, somebody they bring out. Every time they bring Tim Scott out, it's about some black shit. Police reform, prison reform. Yeah, we give it to Tim Scott heading that. And he let him sit over there and say, no, I'm not helping black folk. They use black people that way. Matter of fact, Alan West out in Texas, his wife got pulled over by the cops and she got arrested. And then they fucking kidnapped his goddamn grandbabies. Now, at first, he was pissed off about it, as he should be. She was racially profiled and done dirty by the police. He said he want answers and he want accountability. They told him to go to hell. And now he's quiet about it. See, to be out there with those Republicans right now where they are, where they pulled the party to, you have to be a fucking coon. You can't even defend your own family. Allen West right now, a fucking veteran, an Army veteran officer, cannot defend his own family publicly. Because he has to speak bad about the police. If that's the kind of shit y'all talking about doing, I don't want no parts in it. I don't want no parts in it, man. I don't want no parts in it. Matter of fact, there's something I want to show you guys. Since I got this shit on the screen. Actually, still sharing my screen?
Yeah, you good. Go ahead. You got it.
All right, so let me show you something, man. Since we talk about moving, because one of his ideas, Little Big Liar, he talked about moving to you know, places where conservatives are, which is fine. You can move where you want. It's a free country. But I want to show y'all something. Let me. All right, so Stafford County. For those who want to look this up, Stafford County is a red county, right? So the shit that Little Big Nate is telling you to do, I already did. I got property in Arizona. I already did these things already. And I want to read something to you. Matter of fact, let me see if I can blow this up because y'all might not be able to see it. All right, so let me blow this up. All right, so I'm going to read something to you. All right, let me just read this real quick. It's a small paragraph, not much to it. Median income in this county for a household in the county is about $75,500. And a family was about $78,500. And the figures have risen to $85,793. We're going to come back to that point in a minute. And a family is $95,433 respectively, as of the 2007 estimate, which is an estimate. All right. Males made an median income of $47,000 versus $31,000 and $31,500 for females. All right. Now here's the most important sentences. Per capita income for the county was $24,762, about 2.4% of families and 3.5% of the population were below the poverty line, which is good, including 3.3% of those age 18 and 5.3% of those who are 65. So basically, you know, most of the people who are on, below the poverty line are people who are old and on a fixed income. Stafford County this is very important. Stafford County is one of 7 counties in America where black households make more than white households. Between 2010 and 2014, the typical black household made $105,628 in the county, the highest out of all 7 counties in the country. While white households made an average of $99,533. We're kicking their ass. Now, we're not the majority of that county, but on average, we make more money than white people in that county. That's progression to me. That's progressive. Being a conservative and being for all these fucking, culture war shit, that's not progressive. I'm about the business of it. You being for whatever they for and pushing whatever lie they push, because Little Big Liar went on fucking Bernard Riley's panel and lied on his own son. He said his son voted for the first time and his vote was stolen. No, it was not. He lied on his own son to regurgitate this white bullshit, this right-wing bullshit. Niggas is out here lying on their own fucking kids to push a lie. Meanwhile, you go to his channel, he's telling you, I'm Black Lives Matter. You go to my channel in 2015, I did 2 videos going against Black Lives Matter. We watched this shit out 6 years ago. He's late. So that's the line that goes on. No. He said stay away from people like JSHine. There's conservatives that say stay away from brothers who think like I do. But I want you to explain to me why I'm part of this wave that's on the screen and they are not. Since we're talking real, let's talk real. Can I flex a little bit, X? Can I flex?
Right ahead. Do your thing. You got it. You got
In
it.
2016, I bought my first house in Stafford County. The beginning of this year, stay with me. I had 3 properties in Stafford County at the beginning of 2021. I bought a townhouse at the beginning of this year, around like March. So as of March, April, I had 3 properties. I had a townhouse, a full house, family house, and then I had a condo. Condo I bought back in 2019, and my house I bought back in 2016. Excuse me, I bought the condo in the beginning of 2020, and I bought my house back in July 2016. Okay. Now I sold my house and that condo over this fall. I closed in September on the condo, made $20,000 off that house, off that property, and then I sold my family house and closed in back in the beginning of October and got made $83,000 off that house. But he will tell you, don't listen to a brother like me. There was a stupid conservative said, well, if you're so pro-black, why are you not over there with, the people in Maryland? Because I'm not needed in Maryland. Black people got that already. I'm at the tip of the spear. I'm fanning out into these counties where I'm part of that wave, or we're part of 7 counties in America where we make more than white people. And I'm doing what I call reverse gentrification. I'm using their spaces to increase my wealth. I'm using their property values to increase my wealth. Oh, that don't make sense to niggas. See, they can't show you no receipts over there. They can't show receipts over there, X. They can't talk about how you can make money and go out here and increase the wealth of your family. They just telling you to vote for this person. That's supposed to change everything. How did that change everything? So let me go back to Stafford County. I raised my daughter in Virginia. She went to elementary school in Alexandria. She went to middle school in Woodbridge, and then she went to high school in Stafford County. All the drugs that's being done out there are white folk. You have a militant white woman right now that's attacking our children at schools. So we had a sister who was a principal of Woodbridge Elementary School. Name is Jessie. I had to think of her name for a second. Miss Jessie quit her job because she didn't like how they were treating the students and how they were pushing the curriculum to the students. And this is when we had this big push in Virginia for it was like this big thing going on with the Republicans. They were pushing for, holidays for General Lee. They were getting holidays put on the books at the same time of Martin Luther King. And these niggas will tell you it's not about race. They were naming streets after Confederate people. This is what was happening at that time. So because of the politics, rank and file white people start acting different when this shit happens, just like they're acting different when Trump was in office. So she quit that job and she ran for the school board, for the county school board. So in 2008, on that election, on my ballot, there was Barack Obama. I think it was Warner that was running for Senate, and Miss Jessie. That was all that was on the Woodbridge ballot. And we got that sister on the council. And not only did we get her on the council, because her husband ran her campaign, I worked with her husband, she then became the president of the council. A small group of black people got that done in a very hostile environment. So I don't get caught up in progressive and conservative, left wing, right wing. All I do is what's in the best interest of my people, my family, my children, and I try to protect them the best I can. And the best way to protect yourself is not just to only have a weapon for your home, but to have political cover. And going over to the Republican Party right now gives you no political cover. Because like I just said, Allen West can't even defend his own fucking family. He can't. That shit just happened a couple months ago. He ain't saying shit. He's running for office right now and can't say shit about it. Y'all can keep that shit. Well, I can't defend my own fucking family because I'm afraid that I'm gonna offend some racist ass crackers. You can keep that shit. You can keep that shit. That's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. A bunch of do nothing niggas gonna tell you what to do. Now I just gave you 2 goddamn examples of my activity in my past. I can give you more. What we did in Woodbridge, and then what I'm doing economically in Stafford. But also can give you another story in Stafford, how they try to suspend my daughter one time. This white lady just started as a vice principal and was targeting black children. I had to go to school and talk to the fucking sheriff, the deputy that was there, and the principal, and had all 3 of them in office. I got my witness. I could bring my daughter in here. I held court in that office. You would have been proud of me. Well, some of y'all in the chat room would have been proud of me. Some of these coon servers would have been mad at me. Like, you don't talk to no white folk like that. You don't talk to no white folk like that. You're going to get yourself killed. You're going to mess it up for all of us, JSHine. That's how some of you niggas think. That fucking white boy, that principal had to call me on my phone and apologize to me. And you know what I did? Because after we had that conversation, or before I had that conversation, I already emailed the council foreman. I called the local officials, emailed them, started throwing names around, name dropping and shit. You don't just let somebody do what they want to do to your child. And they called the principal, and that shit got squashed ASAP. I had to tell that goddamn deputy, I was like, look, man, if y'all think I will go sign up for the military and go to war if I have to and die for this country, because that's what I signed up for, because that's my job. If that's what I did as a military person. If I'm willing to do that, what the fuck y'all think I'm willing to do for my daughter? Now, I didn't say fuck, but I just said, what do y'all think I'm willing to do for my child? Because at this point, the Raven's already been sent out. My moniker is business is life and life is business, because that's what it is. It's always business, family. There's going to be strife. There's going to be trouble. You're going to have to address that shit. Kissing somebody's ass and just attaching yourself to somebody's ideology is not going to protect you. Last year, there was a brother who was on some Blue Live shit. Y'all all know about this. And he went to shake the cop's hand after breaking up a fight, and they shot and killed him on the spot. They don't care if you a black conservative or you red pill or whatever the fuck you want to call yourself. They don't care. They don't give a shit if you have, a carry concealed license. They don't care. We found out with Philando Castile. They don't care. And they have a system that's going to back them up. Those are issues that matter to me. I can't ignore that. These people are insurrectionists right now. They're talking about secession. I'm not getting nowhere near that shit, man. Don't talk. It's not even about policy no more. It's about these culture wars. What policy are they pushing right now? Go. That abortion shit, that's evangelical shit. They don't help nobody with no jobs. They don't help nobody with no education. They don't help nobody with no industries. That it's not fixing poverty. It's not dealing with the opioid crisis. It's not doing none of that. That's some spiritual, self-indulgent bullshit. They ain't got nothing to do with the pricing in China. And I'm for some type of abortion restriction. But the way they're doing it is stupid. That's another thing about bitch boy Nate. He don't know nothing. I saw what he said in the chat room when the last time I was up here. X. He don't know shit. That law is in play right now, but it's going through the judicial system, and it's not going to stand. And what they're going to do, what's going to end up happening, just like they did with fucking marriage, with their dogma, is they're going to hand abortion to the feminists for the next 50 fucking years. And it's going to happen under a conservative court because they went too far with the law. It's a stupid law. It's unconstitutional on so many levels. and letting it go into action actually is going to help take it down, because now they're going to be able to show injury. And now you got fucking gun lobbyists from other parts of the country saying they're against the law because of the bounty provision in it. It's a stupid law. It's a cultural law. It has nothing to do with actually solving the problem. But this is what cats want you to roll with. Now, on issues like that, I fall into the conservative column. I'm for restriction, but I want something that's going to work, an effective law and a strategy that's going to help restrict that law. But they just fucked up and handed this shit to feminists forever. That's why nobody else is doing the law. You would think about it. You have all these Republican state houses in the country, and nobody but Kentucky is touching it. That should tell you something right there. When it came to reforming election laws in every state, even in states they won, DeSantis said they had a safe, great election. They don't have those problems in Florida. Then why the fuck did they pass all those election laws? Because that was the wave of conservatism politics at the time. So even in places like Idaho, Iowa, Wyoming, places that they had no threat of losing to no Democrat, they passed laws. Why are they not passing this abortion law all over the country? They're waiting to see what's going to happen. They know it's going to fail. It's going to fail, and it's going to open up, and it's going to actually take ground. See, some of these states already had it where they had like 1 or 2 abortion clinics in the whole state. They made it hard to get an abortion. So that was a gain for them. They see what the Texas law is going to fuck up all their gains. That's why they're not touching it. That's just reality. You can't even argue with that logic. Why are they not bringing up they're not, following behind Texas? They got the power to do it. They got the governors, they got the state houses. Why are they not doing it? And that proves my point. So yeah, it can be law right now, but it's coming down. The federal judge already, in Texas, gave it what's it called again? Not a stay. Was it called a stay? Yeah, he gave it a stay, but that stay ran out. There's nothing the Supreme Court could do about it. It's unconstitutional. It breaches what we call federal supremacy. If the Supreme Court allows that law to go forward, then the Supreme Court doesn't exist anymore. It's coming down. But instead of thinking for yourself and really be thinking like a strategist, all these niggas do is kiss daddy's ass and go whatever they go with, no matter how dumb it is. So anyway, that's my jargon on that. I just want to talk about one last part on tonight, and I want to get to politics, since we're on politics, the way forward. So I said all this shit tonight to say what's the solution? We just saw in the last election, and I proved it in the last election, how white men and white people split their vote. They didn't like Trump going into the election. They had issues with him. And then after his behavior in office, they didn't want him no more. Not all, because a lot of people got radicalized on the right, and they for him no matter what. But those who are center right, traditional Republicans, they didn't vote for him. So they split the ticket. They voted for Biden because the Democrats gave them a center right, or conservative Democrat, and they can roll with that. And they know Joe. They know he's not going to defund the police. They know he cares about the Rust Belt. They know he cares about unions, white unions specifically. They know he's friendly with police. You see what I'm saying? They know Joe. So they were able to make that vote, and that's why Trump lost the election. So that we could dispel all the lies in the space from this on. If you're not going to do the numbers, then just stop it, man. Stop pushing white propaganda. Stop going to white ring channels and then bringing that shit to the black manosphere and regurgitating that shit as fact. If you're going to be a black conservative, be a black conservative. Have conservative positions, wash them out, talk about them as black men from a black position, as your experience in life as a black man. Don't come up with some bullshit from the right now, which is fucking, that's Korea TV over there. It's pure propaganda. All they do over there is get white people worked up on culture war issues. That's all it is over there now. That's all it is over there right now. I showed you the CPAC vote. That's what they care about. Whatever's being pushed at the time. And at the time that vote was taken at CPAC, it was about the election being stolen. So all they cared about was election integrity. And if you take the poll right now, it's going to be about CRT. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? That's how it goes. That's how it goes. And I look, I give the Republicans credit, not props. So I give them credit. They know how to stay in power. Democrats are weak. Republicans know how to stay in power. No matter how cynical they are, they stay in power. The reason why they're riding with Trump, because Trump bring them out. They had record turnouts in other places in the country. Matter of fact, let me do this. Let me do this. Let me show y'all what I'm talking about. Let's go to Alabama. I should have went to there last time. 2000 results. Let me show y'all something real quick.
Let me run down a few of these super chats, man, so my constituency don't get mad at me because I don't read this shit. A shout out to brother D Rock Den for the $4.99 super chat. I appreciate that, brother. You know, when you drop coins on this platform, you get this.
I appreciate you dropping your hard coin on this platform.
Also, shout out to Lady Angel Martin for the $2 super chat. She said, why should we be okay with becoming a minority? I appreciate that super chat. Lady Angel, you get this.
I appreciate you dropping your hard coin on this platform.
And also, let me see. I know I missed a couple, y'all. Hold up. I'm trying to see if I can go back and get them. No. I do see one from Mr. Research, another one. I appreciate that, brother Research, with the $5 super chat. He says, JSHine is an intellectual warrior, not a black male OMAC complainer. I appreciate that, brother. You get this.
I appreciate you dropping your hard on this platform.
Or that I saw, I think I missed it. I think it was from D-Mac the Trucker. I think I missed it. My bad, brother D-Mac. Go ahead and write your comment in there again, and I will read it. But I will give you this just the same.
I appreciate you dropping your hard on this platform.
It, brother.
Yeah,
dropping your
D-Mac, if you are owner operator, man, I got a question. Is that story that I played on taxes, is that real? Just give me a yay and nay, you know, if you're owner operator. All right, so anyway, on the channel, I just want to show you real quick. Look at Alabama real quick. And I'm about to move on. Alabama real quick. You see right here, Trump in 2016, when he went against Hillary. He got a 1,318,000 votes, right? Now let's look at 2020. He increased. He got more votes in 2020 in a safe state than he got in 2016. See, a lot of cats make an argument saying there's a fraudulent election, where all these votes come from. Traditionally, most half the country never votes. 50 to 60% of eligible voters vote. There's always this 30 to 40. I said 50 to 60. Excuse me, 60 to 70. 30 to 40% of the country never vote. And that includes white voters, especially in states like Mississippi, Alabama. So Trump turned out white voters who never voted before in 2016. And so I'm not agreeing with what the Republicans are doing, but I understand it. He brings his milkshake brings the boys to the yard. You understand? He's energized a base. Unfortunately, to keep that base going, they have to push lies. They have to push falsities. They have to exaggerate. They have to do certain things to push, excuse me, to keep that base energized. And that's what's happening. And it's happening all over the country. There's a guy out there, I forgot his name. He admitted that CRT is some made up bullshit that he dropped into, the right wing, diaspora. But that shit is not about CRT anymore. Okay? It's not about CRT anymore. It's about teaching Black history. And y'all thought having Confederate moderates monuments was okay. No, it's not okay. That doesn't teach history. They want to whitewash history. They want to fucking glorify. In Texas, they pushed I don't know if it passed, but I know it was produced. Somebody produced a bill to, now you got to tell both sides of the story. So basically the KKK needs to be put into context. They want you to give, what's the other side of that story? You just can't say the KKK was bad. What was the context for the KKK? You know what I'm saying? They want to now whitewash all of the racists, the white brotherhood, the KKK, and there's actually a video out there where or audio from a student meeting, a school board meeting with teachers. And they were just teaching about, there was a one teacher who did a story about the Nazis. They went up in Sweden, and in Sweden they were hiding Jews. The Christians in Norway and Sweden, they were hiding Jews. It was kind of like an underground railroad for Jews that were trying to escape Germany during Nazi Germany. And the school board says now, because of the new law, you have to tell both sides of the story. So you got to tell not only the story of the people who hid the Jews that were hidden, you got to tell the Nazi story. You got to give context for why the Nazis were doing what they were doing. I bullshit you not. That's why Ted Cruz is out here defending people, giving Nazi salutes at school board meetings, talking about that's free speech. This is what niggas want you to vote with. This is not a game, man. I understand a lot of you niggas come to this space for entertainment. I get it, man. But this is not a fucking game anymore. This is not a game anymore. This is serious. This is serious. We all know that the Democrats got racism with them too. But we're not talking about the Democrats tonight. We're talking about niggas that came in this space and saying you need to vote Republican. And can't tell you why. But to tell you why, they want to push lies. And that shit got to be fucking dealt with. The only time I'm voting for a Republican was when it's in my best interest. Let me give you the history of Virginia real quick. This is how I know CRT is about race. Back in, oh shit, what year was that when Bob McDonnell, we voted for Bob McDonnell. We voted a Republican named Bob McDonnell. And the reason why he was voted in was because at the time, schools were trying to push that LGBT stuff. Right? So you know how you have sex ed at the school? They were pushing, homosexuality in sex ed. So us as parents, including myself, we flipped out. Fairfax County, Loudoun County, all the same place where this lady was from when I showed you earlier. The whole state flipped out. Parents did. And we did something about it. And that resulted in bringing in Bob McDonnell. Bob McDonnell was voted in a similar fashion. That was one of the main issues, right? It wasn't as public as CRT, because CRT has kind of been made a national trope. This is something that just happened in Virginia. But what happened under Bob McDonnell was that he started doing, corrupt shit and he ended up going to jail. This is a Republican, y'all. And then the Congress, the Republican Congress that got voted in with him, they started doing, again, culture war shit. So they started attacking abortion laws. But see, what they did with the abortion situation is that they couldn't outlaw abortion. So what they did on the state level was they required all women to watch videos of abortions. So for you to get an abortion as a woman, you had to watch a video of an abortion. You had to see, like you had to take a class, you know what I'm saying? You had to, which is like, it's whatever. But this is the kind of shit they were doing, and they got them voted out. Right now, the Democrats, because of that, the stuff that the Republicans were doing, they weren't taking care of business. They were dealing with culture shit, culture war issues. Now, Virginia is a very serious state when it comes to economics. There's a lot of different industries in Virginia. A lot of them around government, around the military, but it's also, I think, you could consider Virginia, especially Tyson's Corner and in that area, you can consider that the fourth Silicon Valley. There's a lot of technical giants out there. So you got the IT industries out there. There's a lot of things going on in Virginia. It's a very good state to move to as far as jobs are concerned. So Virginia's becoming an economic juggernaut. But all of that shit was happening under Democrats. So people being practical, they put the Democrats back in power, and that's why the Democrats have been running the state for so long, to the point where we're calling it a blue state. But I know it's not a blue state. I know it takes one fucking thing to swing these people right back to the Republicans. That's why I call it a purple state. And CRT happened to be what happened this year. So I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I know these people. This is the home of the Confederacy. This is a state that's passed more Confederate holidays probably than in any other state. All right. So there's a lot going on in Virginia when it's dealing with that kind of crowd. So I can just imagine what's going on right now in Virginia as far as the discourse between black and white people, and what's going on in the offices. I'm hearing about it through email from people who talk to me, people back in DC. They're saying, you know, morale is low, people on some MAGA shit, white people are talking crazy to niggas. You know what I mean? Now, I saw a lot of that before I left, but I know it's probably gotten worse. And these are the things that's going on out here. And I think it's irresponsible for niggas just be pushing other black people who are not up on game, who don't really know what's going on, in that direction. And if you're going to do it, you can't do it with lies. And that's what these cats are doing. They're doing it with lies. And I'm telling you right now, there's brothers like me in this space who are tired of it. We're sick of it. It's enough. We're supposed to be grown men. We're not. Look, these niggas are the real pro-wax. These are the professional white ass kissers. These conservatives, these niggas, you know, they're the real professional white ass kissers. They're the real pro-wax. They're the ones that want to come out here and just, Trump, he's our man. You know what I mean? What the fuck is wrong with y'all? When did we get like this as black people? We got a history way too long in America to understand that we don't have any friends. We don't have any friends. So I close. My strategy going forward, man, y'all need to start thinking about becoming the swing vote. The swing vote. And pushing conservative values when they apply. I'm a pro-con. I'm progressive when it comes to economic stimulus. The country needs heavy investment right now. If you haven't traveled around the world, you don't know what I'm talking about. There's a channel I want y'all to check out. It's called, actually it's two channels that I get addicted to. There's one called the B1M. The B1M. All right, that's one channel. The next channel I want you to check out is called Spark. These channels deal with infrastructure projects all over the world. Innovative projects all over the world. It shows you what's being built all over the world. All right. And then there's another thing I want y'all to check out. I want y'all to get into high-speed rail. And I want you to see how far behind we are. This is what we should be caring about. We have millions and millions of miles of lead pipes that got to be pulled out. Most of them in black communities. That right there alone is going to take about 20-something years to do. That's a generation of jobs right there alone. These are the things we should be concerned about. The future. Rebuilding our country and making sure that people have, you know, good paying jobs and the ability to take care of their families. These are the things that the country was built on. That's what we should care about. Socially, everybody here is against feminism. Everybody here understands that abortion is out of control. Everybody here is against, you know, certain things socially that we all agree on. So why is there so much disrespect? The only reason why there's disrespect coming from conservatives, because these are assholes that will tell you, don't fuck with a cat like JSHine. Even though JSHine is doing well economically, I could teach you how to doing your investments. I can teach you about this property game. All right. So I'm doing pretty well. I made $103,000 this year. That's a flex. When you talk about child support and dealing with the court system, I won in that area as well. I got custody of my daughter, dealt with her mother, went to court 6 times, beat her 6 times. But this is a dude, these are people who can't tell you that. And I know what somebody's gonna say, well, why didn't you marry her? Man, shut the fuck up. You sound like a bitch. That's the shit that women say to us. You should have chose better. You should have picked different. Man, shut up, man. Because you can get married tomorrow to a good woman, you think she's a good woman, and she can break bad on your ass, nigga. And then you getting divorced and getting took to the cleaners. And then you in child support court, and now you dealing with, custody issues and having a custody battle. So you right back with me. Enough of the bullshit, man. If we're gonna have a men's space, we gotta deal with men issues. Full stop. 360. We have different issues. We can't be on some bullshit talking about, well, he should have chose better. He should have did this better. Of course, if a nigga's doing dumb shit, I'll be the first one to tell a nigga he's doing something dumb. In fact, I'll be the first one to listen to you when you say you got some baby mama drama. I'll listen to your story. But after listening to your story, my question to you is, what do you want to do about it? And if you don't want to do nothing about it, I don't want to hear about it no more. That's my mentality. I don't want to hear nothing about it. I'm about action. Just the last couple of weeks, I've been on my soapbox running around here telling brothers, look, if these fucking divestment whores and these fucking swollen bitches are coming around your channels, that's disrespecting you to your face. Why are you allowing them around your channels? That's me. I don't complain about a situation and then do nothing about it. If I got a problem with something, okay, what are we going to do about it? How are we going to fix the problem? How are we going to get past the issue? And that's what a lot of dudes don't want to do. Everything with some of y'all, not all y'all, but some of y'all, it's emotional. Yeah, I'll just vote for this person. Now I'll fix my problems. Yeah, I'll vote for this and now I'll fix my... No, nigga. It's not how it works. It's not how it works. A lot of people voted for Trump and now they pissed off in 2020. And that's why they voted for Biden. I got another video I didn't play yet. Some people out in Ohio talking to white folk, conservatives, talking about how they voted for Trump in 2016 and they can't vote for him this year. And that video was from last year. That's what happened. Anybody talking in this election fraud shit is a liar. Anybody telling you what happened on January 6th is Black Lives Matter, some goddamn, they gaslighting you. Look, man, it's fake. They're lying to you. They're lying to you. This is not a fucking game. These people that Confederate shit has never went away. And there was the same energy. It was called defense. It was aggressive defensiveness. I'll be aggressive and then act like I'm a victim. That's the same thing they did before leading up to the Civil War. That was their thing. It was called aggressive defensiveness. Look it up. And they're doing the same thing right now. They're going to do something like January 6th and then act like they're the victims. In fact, days after January 6th, there was some secessionists that surrounded the capital of Texas. These people are serious. A bunch of armed men surrounded the Capitol, the Texas Capitol, and they had all those police out there, and they were out there protesting armed, talking about seceding from the Union. All because they didn't get their way on January 6th. So they willing to do it by force. And I want to know how many black people out here are going to survive in a country that's balkanized. Y'all not going to survive. Man, y'all depend on the government just like these bitches do. Stop it. Y'all not ready for the gangs and guns land. Y'all not ready for that. Y'all couldn't handle that world. You're not organized. A lot of y'all ain't even armed. This is a serious world, man. Get out of the notion that shit won't happen. Bosnia was like that. And I'll close on this point, X, and I'll give you back the mic and you can bring it who you want. But I got deployed to Bosnia in 1997, right after the war. And there was one thing that stuck in my mind that just bugged me the fuck out. I want y'all to close your eyes right now. Imagine a regular neighborhood of rows of houses that are kind of close together. Think of a neighborhood in the Northeast, or better yet, a neighborhood in South San Francisco. You know how they got them houses right next to each other? Now, imagine those houses with holes in them, big holes the size of baseballs. Now I'm seeing this shit. I'm like, what the fuck were they shooting at these people with? Anti-aircraft weapons? Like these wasn't regular bullets. They had a real civil war. And the funny thing about it, just a few years before that civil war broke out, they hosted the Olympics. I believe it was the Winter Olympics. They were together country. But when you proliferate the weapon, you flood the country full of weapons, you don't know what's going to happen, family. I don't think y'all understand the precursors that you're watching. An attack on your capital to interrupt a constitutional mandated process. That's a coup. Let me tell you something about white people in America, man. They're not real patriots. Never have been. I'm about to say to you some real shit. They're not capitalists, and they've never been patriots. White America has been a fucking affirmative action program for whites since its inception. That's how come every time the market crashes, they bail them out. So all they do is bail out their rich over and over again. If it's real free capitalism, why don't you just let them fail? White flight, we got you. You need help with the loans? We give you interest-free loans. We'll design your suburbs. The fucking government did that. Ain't no white man did that. They didn't create the suburbs. The government did. Bill O'Reilly's family was afforded the benefits of the government in a FHA loan that they fucking family that got interest-free. And his bastard came on fucking Fox News for years telling niggas to pull their fucking selves up by their bootstraps. They're liars. Paul Ryan was the Speaker of the House. His family came here from Germany. Came into Ellis Island. And then they shipped his family directly to Wisconsin. And now his family is one of the most powerful families in Wisconsin. Opened up the Western Territory. Plant a flag. Whatever you see is yours. The government will provide protection. These people are liars. Everything given to them is by the government. That's why they get mad at the president. If that wasn't the case, they wouldn't care who's in office then, right? They wouldn't care about the economy. Because they need help. It's been an affirmative action program for white people since its inception. They're team who they are. They don't care about the country. They'll let this shit balkanize. That's why they try to do it before. They try to do it in the Civil War. These are real things, man. Todd Palin, which is Sarah Palin's husband, was part of a secessionist group that was out of Alaska. Alaska's always been talking about breaking away. Texas too. This is real. They don't care about the country. They care about themselves and what benefits them. And they want white Wakanda. That's what they were. That's what they were promised. They were promised white Wakanda, and goddamn it, they want it. And if you're going to be here, you're going to assimilate to my bullshit. You're going to toe the line. You're going to speak what we speak. You're going to believe what we believe. And if you don't believe what we believe, you the fuck up out of it. That's why they're purging the goddamn party right now. Adam Kissinger is not a liberal. Nowhere near it. Neither is fucking Liz Cheney. But they're being purged. Because you gotta uphold this lie, which is dangerous, fam. If you give people the religion of white supremacy, and you temper that with either Christianity for the evangelicals, or you temper that with patriotism, it's dangerous to say that that's under attack, that someone is taking that from you. Take up arms. This is what they're saying on the right. And none of it's true. They have more governors and more state houses than anybody in the country. And for those who need a civic lesson, they don't have a they don't even have a real democracy in the Senate because they have more states that are sparse, and they still get to have two senators from North Dakota, two senators from South Dakota, all white. Wyoming, Montana, Idaho, and all the other people of color and you know, mixed race and diversity, that's in the cities. Texas is probably the only state that falls into the same category as say as California or New York. But the rest of them motherfuckers, man, are spread out. Two senators from Mississippi, two senators from Kansas, you know what I mean? They have so much power already built into the system. And they still are not happy. That is very alarming to me. That is very alarming to me. It's very undemocratic to keep putting federal judges on the bench, not just in the Supreme Court, but the appellate courts and district judges that sit over democratic places. It's undemocratic. So, for instance, if California wants a gun law and they vote to have their gun laws the way they want, they now have a federal judge that's appointed by, you know, Trump. And he's already talking crazy from the bench. So all you have to be is in a minority in California, go up there, file a case for gun rights, and you have a federal judge now that's going to impose his will on California. Now, you can say that's good because you agree with the gun law, but that's not democratic, family. That's not democratic. So there's a lot of chinks in the system, the American system. And I'm telling you right now, I'll give them props. The Republicans are using all of it. The electoral college to their favor, the way the judicial system is set up is in their favor, the way the Senate is set up is in their favor. So what you're seeing happening in Texas right now, just because there's an infusion of a lot of different people come from different places. Another thing, Little Big Liar lied about. Bitch boy Nate don't know nothing about politics. He said that's why people are moving to red states. Yeah, but it's not fucking Republicans moving there. That's why Arizona flipped, because people moved to Maricopa County, but it wasn't Republicans that moved there. There were more Democrats that moved to Maricopa County, Arizona. That's why it's flipping. That's why the races are getting tighter in Texas, because more people are coming from out of state and they're voting Democrat. Some are voting Republican, yes, but majority of them are voting Democrat. So it's making the state tighter. It's what happened to Virginia. I just showed you proof of that. So these guys, these coon servers don't know what they're talking about. They're lying to you. They're pushing another man's narrative. They're trying to sell a party to you when they should be trying to sell policy to you. Let's talk policy, not parties. We have no interest in no party. The Democratic Party has taken advantage of black people and used black women mostly, but black men too, because hundreds of thousands of black men voted in Georgia. And if just 20,000 voted differently, that state would have went differently. But see, y'all not organizing your men. You should be meeting in Atlanta to organize the vote or something like that. That would impress me. Obsidian lives in Philadelphia. He should be organizing the vote in Philadelphia, but he's not doing that. See, these niggas are just making money off you dumb niggas. Real talk. They're just making money off you assholes. Y'all idiots for this. Politics is business. And if you're going to be serious about politics and take care of the business, just don't put a fucking shirt on and cheerlead. It's business. You're not bringing votes to them, and you're not bringing no money to them. So why the fuck do you matter to the Republican Party? You damn sure don't matter to the Democratic Party. So I'll close on that point, X. If you want to bring somebody up, if that cat, was it Nick? If he wants to come up and say what he got to say, he can come up now.
All right. Look at the banner. Y'all heard what I said earlier this week, that Brother JSHine would be here Saturday night and he would be dropping some names. And as promised, if he dropped your name, you get to come up and speak your piece.
Bitch boy Nate can be here in the chat room. He can come up too.
If because the people that have been named were Brother Nick, Brother Trey, and Brother Nate. If you want to come through, you know what to do. The email is prophetofthought@yahoo.com. That's prophetofthought, one word, no caps, @yahoo.com. calm. Now, full disclosure. Oh, yeah, my man, Big Mac the Fisher, man. My bad, man. I called you Big Mac the Trucker. It's Big Mac the Fisher. My
Oh, so
bad.
he's not a truck. He's not a trucker. Okay.
Yeah, Big Mac the Fisher. My bad, brother Big Mac. Yeah, he supports the channel too, and I got his fucking name wrong. My bad, brother.
Well, let me ask this
Big
question
Mac.
real quick. Hey, T.O.P, let me ask this question real quick to the chat room. Are there any truckers in the chat room that can either substantiate what I said earlier or discount it? I want to hear it. If there's any truckers in the chat room, y'all want to speak on that, how that tax law affected you, and if those 8 white men are lying, let me know.
Yeah, and once again, brother Nick, brother Trey, brother Nate, you were named. So
I'm gonna tell you something right now, man. Nate, man, that's a very
through.
disrespectful nigga, man. God damn, that nigga disrespectful, fam. I really don't appreciate him at all. He's a liar, and I don't know what the fuck his deal is. I don't have no respect for that nigga. But if you want to come here and debate some of this shit, he can come. Cause I'm gonna be here all winter. I'm gonna be here all fucking winter. All winter. I'm gonna be here.
Well, Nate's my dude, man. You know, I don't always agree with him now, but you know, me and him, we all right. So same with brother Nick. Same with brother Nick.
I ain't got no problem with Nick. I ain't got no problem. I don't know Nick. I don't got no problem with him. All I want to know is if you want to come up here and challenge me on that Reagan shit, he can come up here. All right.
Oh, absolutely.
If you want to chat, I want to know what he knows. Yeah.
If you've been named,
because we got right Google. Come up here. We got Google. We can go look this up right now in real time. I want to know. He said I wasn't telling the truth. So, because I even went deeper. I doubled down on that shit. All these fucking Hispanics that we dealing with right now is really because of Trump, from Reagan. They Reagan Hispanics. He gave them citizenship.
And no one wants to come up, huh? That's strange, being that there's so much shit being talked in the chat room. That's quite strange.
It's all good. It's all good, man. I didn't call none of them out. I told you before, I really don't want to debate these conservatives. But if I did name your name, because I'm really disappointed in Trey. Trey took an oath, and he's a fellow veteran like myself. I'm very disappointed in that brother. I don't know what his fucking deal is, riding with this shit, but we took an oath. He should know better. He's been in the world. He's been in real situations. He should know better to play with this shit like this. And I'm just trying to figure out where these brothers are, because I don't understand how you can get past. I would have thought January 6th would have been a wake up call. I would have thought that. And then you got all of these images online of, and they just look, man, it is crazy town over there on the right. They're calling us niggas. They talk. It's outright racism. It's not even hitting. So if you cared about being, a Republican at all, I would think you would investigate who you linking up with, who you going to hang out with, and if you just did a minimum search, just go into their chat rooms and their websites and see how they're talking. You know what I mean? But that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm trying to figure out these niggas. I call y'all conservatives, man, but y'all really coons like that? Y'all really that? I mean, y'all really that gone? Y'all really that anti-black? You really that anti yourself? Where you want some Allen West shit where you can't defend your own fucking family? That's what you want to be? Look, I will vote for Republican if they're going to do something for us. They ain't going to do shit for black people. They don't need you. This guy Trump gave you Diamond and Silk. He gave you Kanye dancing around his office. They don't respect us. Not one black advisor for 4 years. He didn't pass not one law. And then had the audacity to disrespect y'all and dangle the diamond package in front of us. Because we like bling bling. Every State of the Union, he has a black person in a goddamn gallows. Some black person he let out of jail. One nigga. Because that's what they think of us. Not one black businessman, a black ex-felon. They did it in your face. And y'all still making excuses for them. You don't have any friends. All we have is us. Y'all no different than black women who are fucking in lockstep with the Democratic Party. Y'all the same. Y'all just like them hoes over there with the Democratic Party. They don't give a shit about the fucking community. They don't care about the future of black people. They don't care about black family. All they care about is themselves. And that's who you niggas are. Preaching rugged individualism. That shit ain't gonna get you nowhere. You can't show me one man on the planet or any group of men on the planet who've been successful with the bullshit these niggas talking. But I can show you other groups in our own country have been successful with what I'm talking. I showed how white women have been successful and how they move. We could bring up the Jews. We could bring up Asians. Everybody moves as a group, and they move for self-interest and group interest because that's where you get your strength. You don't have strength as an individual. That's why Alan West can't say shit. He's a lonely nigga. He's a mascot. Somebody they bring out to show, yeah, we got black people over here too. Ain't got no power, can't do nothing. Just like Kamala Harris can't do nothing for the Democrats. You see what I'm saying? X, it's the same shit. She's a mascot. Someone to help her with the diversity vote, to help her with the Asian and black vote. A symbol. And that's what black conservatives are. Y'all have no power over there. You can't show me not one black conservative that's been taken seriously and brought up the power. Ben Carson ran a strong campaign. And look where they tucked his ass over at HUD. One of the most brilliant surgeons that ever came out of America, let alone black America. These are facts. They can't show you nothing that works for you. All they want to talk is culture war shit because it tugs on an emotion. They actually vindictive too, X, by the way. They want to get back at black women. I wish I would wake up tomorrow thinking about black women, thinking about getting back at black women. I don't see black women as my equal. I'm a patriarch. Now, how's that for conservatism? I believe in patriarchy. And as a black patriarch, we don't run to other communities. We don't run to other men. We handle our shit. Hands down, this is a flex. I want somebody, I'm putting a challenge out there. Hands down, top 20 most successful men in the black manosphere right now is JSHine. If not top 10.
Well, shout out.
And hold up, X, and I'm including content creators.
Uh-oh. Shout out to my brother Great Britain for the $5 super chat, a staunch supporter of the T.P.O.T YouTube page and also a channel member. He says Trump gave HBCUs indefinite funding. Howard University benefited off of it. Biden took away that funding, and right now Howard is suffering. I appreciate that $5 super chat, brother Great Britain. You get this.
I appreciate dropping your hard on this platform.
These niggas
Kind
don't
of liking that echo.
These niggas don't
Go
understand
ahead.
West. Hey, Great Britain, all due respect, Great Britain, because you make a good point. This is the kind of conversations I want to have. So I'm gonna chill out on this one. What you just said is factual to a point. Here's the problem with what you're saying. Both sides are encouraging blacks from outside the country right now. If you look at the Republicans right now, they're using black immigrants. So are the Democrats. HBCUs have been trending. Matter of fact, you know what? I got something to show you. I can show you better than I can tell you. I can show you better than I can tell you because that chick that's down in Virginia who ran for lieutenant governor. She's from Jamaica. She's not even a first generation American. I'm gonna show y'all something. Let me show y'all something. Yeah, I got a photo. You still sharing my screen, X? Xavier. Yo, X?
Go ahead, you got it. I was having some technical difficulties with my damn.
Okay.
phone.
Is my screen still up?
Yep.
Okay. Can you see this photo?
Yep.
This is what HBCU's funding is going for. Great Britain. Since we don't want to claim blackness and we don't want to claim Negro and African Americanness as the people who built the country, since we won't claim that and we allow African American to ride, anybody can come here and be an African American and or a person of color. This is Morehouse. And I bet you out of all those females there, I bet you one of them is a descendant of American slavery. So what you said is true. But who's the funding for? This is real, family. That's what I'm saying. We can't just get on surface shit. Talking points are not enough no more. You got to do your homework. You got to do your homework, family. I can go to every school, every medicine school we have from HBCUs right now, and I'll show you the same goddamn demographic. And it gets worse when you go out west. Ain't not one black man there, Great Britain. So you can sit there and ride, brother, for what Trump did, but it wasn't for you, brother. You're being replaced. That's not Republican or Democratic policy. That's American policy. And because y'all don't want to be a political force and y'all don't want to stick together, this shit's going to keep happening. And it may be too late. And it might be too late.
All right. I do believe we have been joined by Brother Trey.
What it do? What it do?
It's Trey and the
B, man. Yep. Why he's sporting the Anthony Johnson moniker, I don't know. But you up, man? What you got on it? You're muted.
I can't hear him.
He's muted. You're muted, Trey.
My man, Indigenous TV said it's too late. Roscoe, it's not just Democratic policy. No, it's not. It's American policy. Okay? It's American policy, Roscoe. And y'all can keep making excuses for the Republicans. They have no love for you. I'm trying to figure out where's the history of love from the Republicans. You know what's crazy? Niggas always want to use history when it proves their point of view. There's a lot of, coon servers that be like, the Democratic Party used to be the KKK. True. That's absolutely true. But we were Republicans for 100 years. And in that 100 years, we got racial covenants in the North. We got the summer of 1919, the Red Summer. We got discrimination on the docks. We had to fight for all kinds of shit. And you know who gave us those rights through executive orders? It was Truman and Franklin Delano Roosevelt. We got nothing from the Republicans. That's why we went to the Democrats. There was nothing to get from the Republicans at that time. So we have a horrible history with the Republicans.
Hold up 1 second before y'all continue, because I got to get on the audience right here. Hit the goddamn like button, you Negroes. We got 74 people in the building. Well, I only got 60 likes. Come on, hit the goddamn like button. It only takes 2 seconds of your life to do that. Just grab that mouse, slide it over, and hit the damn like button. I mean, you're here. You might as well go ahead and hit the damn like, because y'all know if you don't hit that goddamn like button, I will haunt your old black ass mama in her dreams.
Statement real quick.
Don't make me do it, Negroes.
Hit
the goddamn like button.
Let me address the statement real quick.
Go ahead.
I want Free Zone to tell me how much of that money is going to descendants of American slavery, because last time I checked, our brother Robert Smith, he paid the student loans for a lot of people, right? But the people that we're giving funding for is for who? When you say black, who are we talking about? Jamaicans are black. Bahamians are black.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
I can hear you, Trey. Let me
Yeah.
just say this real
Yeah, we
quick.
can hear you. Go ahead.
I just
What
want
you
to make this
got
point
on?
real quick. Hold on, Trey. 1 second. Africans are black. So when you say 72% of the school is black, this is what I'm talking about. Yeah, these are people being brought into the country and going to your HBCUs. Yeah, they black, but they're not us. All right, go ahead, Trey. That's all I want to say on that, man. I don't get this fucking fight, man. I don't get it.
Hold on before you go, Brother Trey. Shout out to Brother Great Britain for another super chat. Appreciate that, Brother Great Britain. He says the history of Republicans love to us. Well, let's start with opportunity zones for black business owners to develop business in their areas. Nipsey Hussle took advantage of that very program. I appreciate that, Brother Great Britain. And being that you have dropped so many coins on this platform tonight, you get this, brother. A big coin drop on the platform. Appreciate that, Brother Great Britain. Brother Trey, you got it. Go ahead.
Man, and besides Nipsey Hussle, R.I.P., T.I. took advantage of those opportunity zones in Atlanta as well.
Oh, so y'all recognizing rappers now. Okay.
The brothers seem to be, getting put on out here by those Trump policies. They just make Trump songs and take advantage of his policies.
But they were having properties before Trump was in office. Stop it. Stop it. Big Mike and T.I. was getting properties way before Trump got in office. Stop it, Trey. Stop it. That's a bullshit right there, man. And so was fucking Nipsey. Him and Black Rob, his brother, had those properties. They had them stores before Trump came in office. Y'all niggas is lying.
Hey, but it is it's been fun, man. Thanks to SKC, I'm a little drunk here. SKC 5 out of 5 met, bro. So I'm a little drunk, but my name was mentioned, so I decided to swing through. As far as the whole conservative and the military thing go. Now I'm gonna tell you why. I lean the way I do for three reasons. Besides living in the state of Texas, 3 reasons. I'm anti-abortion. I'm pro-nuclear family to the T, and screw all these vaccine mandates whatsoever. And I ride, with my homies over here on the MAGA side, on the conservative side, true conservatives, not no rhinos or anything like that. And skin color doesn't mean anything. And shout out to Winsome Sears, fellow, Jamaican that did it big. I'm second generation. My mother's, born in Jamaica, full 100% Jamaican. So, and none of this stuff.
I know. No wonder you don't care about the history. I got you. I know.
None of this. My dad's from Mississippi.
Yeah.
My dad's from Mississippi. But none of this stuff makes any sense to me. I don't care about it. At the end of the day, if you want to get on, get put on. Like I said, I'm individualist. I don't care about no black struggle. It is what it is. If you tied to black, yeah, you go down with the ship. Because last time I checked, this whole black thing ain't doing too good in the U.S.
So I'm asking you a question then, Trey.
Yeah, man, go for it.
So I'm actually a 2-part question. And why organize black men over here at all for conservatism? And then 2, why you hang out in black spaces?
I don't organize black men for conservatism. I just get on YouTube and say a bunch of stuff, and if cats want to listen to me, they can. And I like hanging out in black spaces, because my homies be over there. My homie the Hood Conservative, my homie Kamasi, my homie Kid Styles. They be over there. My brethren, Blexit.
So let me ask you a question. So something happened to conservative, all right? Like something that happened to Alan West. Alan West is from Texas. I'm glad you're from Texas. So I'm pretty sure you know what happened to his wife.
I live in Texas. I'm from VA.
No, I said you live in Texas.
I live in Texas.
Okay. So I'm pretty sure you know what happened to Alan West.
Yeah.
Okay. So why can't he defend his family full throat? Even that shit was wrong as fuck. What happened to his people?
He did. He defended his wife.
No, he came out
He
at
called it out.
first. He called it out, and then that fucking sheriff said what to him, and he has been quiet as a church mouse since.
I don't know what's going on, man. He called it out. I'm not
Oh,
following
no.
that. That's Alan West's business. Shout out to Lieutenant Colonel Alan West. I mean,
Okay,
shoot,
so-
I mean, that's
So
his
hold on,
business,
time
man. That's between
out. You
him,
shout
his
out to
wife,
Lieutenant Colonel
and
Alan
whatever
West, but I
legal
don't
matter
care
he
what
has
happened
going
to him.
on with Dallas County.
I don't know what's happening to him. I don't care what's going to happen to him. But shout out to Lieutenant Colonel Alan West. I got you. That makes a lot of sense to me. Because I know one thing about your MAGA friends. They care. They care what happens to other white people. Those white boys in Texas are concerned of what's going on with Kyle Rittenhouse. That's not in their state.
So am I. Hey, that's Second
Oh,
Amendment
so you
rights
can.
right there. Damn right, man. Look, man. I mean,
Second Amendment
I'm
rights.
anti.
He got a gun illegally.
Anti-pedo.
I thought y'all was pro. I thought y'all was
Anti-pedo.
pro law. I
I'm
thought y'all was pro law
anti-pedo.
and order.
It wasn't nothing about him illegal carrying that gun. He didn't carry it across state lines.
Yes, he did. He did carry it. He got it illegally.
He got it in Wisconsin.
That's
by
already
the store
settled.
owner that gave it to him to protect it.
And he got it. He was too young to have a fire weapon. He wasn't supposed to have a weapon.
It is what it is, man. He shot a pedophile, but I get it, man. Black men, y'all, you said you were pro.
Hold on, time out. A pedophile.
You pro convict. You
so
pro convict.
He's a pedophile, right? No, he shot 3 white people. So
he shot a pedophile, bro. A wife beater and an armed robber.
He knew that when he shot him.
It don't matter, bro. But I get it, man. You said you pro convict.
No.
So
he did that when he knew that when he did it. He did
pro convict, bro. He shot the same dude that was like, nigga, shoot me, nigga, shoot me. And guess what?
Full of shit, man.
Hey, dude fucked around and found out.
You full of shit.
Hey, white boy said, shoot me, nigga, and he fucked around and found out. Damn right, free Kyle.
What happened? Did we lose?
Am I still here?
Yeah, you're still here.
Okay.
Did we lose brother JSHine?
Oh, my bad. I hit the mute button. My bad on my headset. So now I'm pro convict.
Bro, you said it before. You said I'm pro con.
Progressive conservative.
Oh, that's what that stands for.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was pro convict.
I'm conservative on some issues and progressive when it comes to other issues. That's what I said.
Oh, okay.
But I know, but you're drunk. But you're drunk right now. So
I could have sworn. So you don't defend like you're not 1 minute and 46 seconds, are you?
What?
I said you're not one of them 8-minute 46 seconds dudes, then, huh?
I don't know what the fuck that is.
I get it.
I don't know what the fuck that is. I don't hang in your circles with that stupid dumb shit y'all talk about over there.
Progressive conservatism. Wow.
Yeah,
So that's like, so that sounds like Hitler to me, man. Consider,
how does it sound like Hitler, nigga? Was you listening earlier?
Considering that, the father of progressivism, Madison Grant, a couple of his disciples. Let me see, Margaret Sanger, Black abortions, Woodrow Wilson, Birth of a Nation, Adolf Hitler, the Holocaust. Man, you progressives, man, y'all got some good people to look up to. But yeah, keep going with them progressives.
Oh my God, that shit sound crazy as fuck. But anyway, I was earlier. I told you, I know you drunk, so I'll try to work with you. I said I'm conservative on some social issues and progressive on economic issues. That's what I said. That's what pro-crime means. All right. All right. There's people like that who split the ticket all the time. All right. There are white men in this country who vote Democrat when it comes to economic issues, and they vote conservative when it comes to social issues. It's not.
Hey, do you, bro? It's a free country, man. That's
free.
Hey, do you?
Right.
I'm fully in support of brothers getting out there, just like Pharrell said. Shout out to the 757. Get out there and vote for whoever you want to vote to. As a black man, you're not bound to any one particular party. The most important part for brothers is to get out there and exercise their right.
But you are.
I am, but I don't proselytize that to anybody else.
Trey, you lying like shit right now.
How?
Trey, you been out here for fucking last year or so, man, proselytizing.
No.
What party?
No.
And what stuff? You're lying, Trey.
My choice.
Anybody? Trey, stop lying, man. That's one thing about y'all niggas. I can't stand y'all lie when y'all.
I'm not a rugged individual. So how can I proselytize and be a rugged individual at the same time, bro? That makes no sense.
It doesn't make sense. That's what I said earlier. You niggas practice your preach rugged individualism. This shit is stupid. Y'all have a fucking conservative movement when y'all trying to get black men to go conservative, to vote for Republican Party, that's on some fucking fascist shit right now.
Bro, fascists are lefties, bro.
No, they're not.
Fascists are
No,
as
it's not.
liberal as
No,
they
let me
get, bro.
explain. No, they're not. No, they're not. Let me
Oh,
explain the
they're
spectrum
not,
to you.
bro.
Let me explain this.
Nazis, bro.
Let me explain the
Nazis were
spectrum.
fascists, bro.
No, yeah, they were fascists at the end. They
Those
started
are
off as socialists.
lefties, man. Yeah, those
No,
are
they're not.
lefties, bro.
No, they're not.
They're
Listen, let me tell you.
not.
Let me explain
Okay.
the spectrum to you. Left and right.
Okay. Okay.
On the left, you have communism, the slides of socialism. On the right, you have fascism.
Bro,
That's the extreme of right. That's the
So
extreme right is fascism.
what were Nazis?
Dude, I'm in Europe right now. That's what they call the fucking people on the right over here, fascists. They invented the term. Now you want to tell me what it is?
What were the Nazis? I'm just curious. What were the Nazis?
The Nazis
were they not
were fascists. When they got in power, they became fascists. They started out as brown shirt socialists, right? Just like fucking they do in the Republican Party. The Republican Party has socialists too. The KKK was a socialist movement.
But they still maintained identity politics, bro. That's
exactly.
leftist.
But it was socialism
That's leftist.
It was socialism for whites.
But it's still leftist, bro.
Okay.
I'm
but they
confused.
over there. I'm confused too. They voting Republican now.
I don't see. Last time I checked, man. Last time I checked, these fascists were running around with the name Antifa here. Last time I checked.
That's not fascist.
Oh, it's not.
Antifa means anti-fascist.
Okay, bro. I mean, I know their little acronym they use, but everything they do is similar to what the brown shirts were doing in Nazi Germany. I don't know, man.
I agree.
I don't know, bro.
I agree, but this is the confusion of the Negro male. The anti-fascists are they're leftists, but they're anti-fascists, which means they're anti-right. Fascism is on the right. Mussolini was a fascist. He was right.
That's still lefty, bro. That conservatives are live how you live. They've always been that way, and conservatives call out the BS.
Trey, you don't understand the fucking political spectrum of white.
Bro?
You don't understand the political
spectrum. What does white got to do with it? I don't play that color
they invented
stuff,
it, nigga.
That doesn't make any sense to me, bro.
It does make sense.
White was a concept invented, like,
by
in a millisecond of Homo sapien history. You know, Homo sapiens for the longest didn't up until 400 years ago, we were tribal, bro. Everything was by tribe. It wasn't no color or anything.
Okay, yeah. Explain this shit.
Yeah,
hey, can you share my screen real quick? Can you share my screen real quick?
It doesn't make any sense to me. Educate me.
I'm going to. X, can you share my screen, please? Yeah. They millisecond, okay, but it's what they pushing now. It's what they're pushing now and have been pushing for the last 1,000 years. So
let me pull this up so I can see it. Let me make it bigger so I can see this. Yeah, I can't see it. All right, what am I looking at here?
Oh, you don't know what that is?
Oh, what am I looking at?
You don't know what they're doing?
Oh, what are they doing?
Oh, so we gonna play dumb now? Okay.
All right. What are they doing?
Trey, you're trolling, man.
I'm not trolling. What am I supposed to be looking at here? What am I looking at here?
These conservatives is real, boy. Y'all coolest niggas on the planet, boy. God damn.
Are we talking about that same little sign that I've seen Joe Biden do a couple weeks ago? AOC, Ilhan Omar, the famous communists. That same sign? Come on, man. You gotta come something better than that, man.
My God,
Show me some real fascism, man. Show me some Mussolini type fascism, bro. I want some true authoritarian Idi Amin type stuff going on up in here.
I got you covered. I got something for you.
Hold on a second. Shout out to Friedman's Journal with the $10 super chat. Appreciate that, brother Friedman. He says, political simpletons always self-identify. They go around yelling conservative, this and conservative. That if they hear a black person criticize anything Democrat, as if only they are enlightened. Appreciate that, brother Friedman. You get this?
I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coin on this platform.
So how about that? Because I'm assuming he's addressing that to you, brother Trey. He says political simpletons always self-identify. They go around yelling conservative this and conservative that if they hear a black person criticize anything Democrat, as if only
I
they
think he's
are
saying that
enlightened. Oh, he's addressing that to you,
to me.
brother
I think he's
JSHine.
saying, yeah, because he's a conservative and he's in the bed with the conservatives and he don't want to hear nothing else but that. I never sat here and criticized them for criticizing Democrats. I just point out the lies that are being pushed on the right. I never even questioned anybody questioning the Democrats. See, he's trying to create an argument that doesn't exist. I didn't say not one time, hey, Trey and Nate, y'all niggas criticizing the Democrats. Y'all niggas is wrong. I never said that. I never said that. I sit here and point out the lies that's being pushed on the right. And you see how them niggas ain't dealing with that shit neither, by the way. They're not dealing with none of that shit, the lies on the election. They're not dealing with none of that shit that happened on January 6th. They're not dealing with none of that. They cool to ride with insurrectionists and people who are willing to break the country apart.
Insurrectionists. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that was an insurrection on the January 6th?
So John Sullivan, dude I met. I'm friends with his brother. So
Yeah.
So that Antifa cat that dressed up as a Trump supporter, he doesn't exist, right? Even though I met him.
There we go.
Even though I met him. I met him on January 5th. And my peoples chopped it up with him on January 6th before he went in that building. Hey, he took the selfies, bro. He took the selfies with that white chick.
So all these people who got arrested, all these people got arrested.
Did that not happen? Did it not
I don't
happen,
know.
bro?
I don't know. You let me finish? Don't ask me the question 3 times. No, Trey.
It happened.
Trey, don't ask the question and let me answer.
John
Sullivan. Answer, Trey. Come on, man. Talk like a man, dog.
I am. I'm just saying John Sullivan, bro.
Stop
I met the cat.
I mean, you acting like a fucking idiot right now, man. Stop.
Come on, bro. I was there, man. I was,
Okay, so I'm going to respond to it now.
Recording, bro.
I know you. You know what though? You know what, Trey? And you was in fucking heaven, nigga. You was about to bust a nut. I saw your video when you was with MAGA, man. You was in heaven.
Hell yeah, I was, bro.
Oh my God, man.
You know what the funniest thing was?
Yeah.
The funniest thing was seeing all those AB dubs out there. That was the weirdest thing in the world, man. I was like, God damn, there's a whole lot of black female Trump supporters. The fellas didn't even represent out there.
You talking about the ghetto gaggers? You fucking asshole. You talking about the ghetto gaggers? Fuck you, Trey. See, you took this shit somewhere else. God damn it. I can't even have a straight face with this one. That shit crazy. Cause I saw that shit too. I saw that. There was some chick that showed me some video with all them white boys out there with them fucking hair hat bitches and shit. I saw it.
Oh well, hey, bro. Most of the women out there, they had their own hair. I will say that about MAGA AB dubs. They do be having their own hair though.
Oh, so they natural Zaddy?
Hey, whatever fits. Roast that boat, man. I don't care if they with Zaddy, man. That's their business. Shit, man. I'm Team Maria. What do I care what they doing?
You team what?
I'm Team Maria, bro. Bro, you in Germany, man. I know you smack beating down Anya. I know you beating down Natasha. Bro, I lived there for 4 years in Darmstadt. I know
that's Russia.
Over there.
You mean Gretchen? That's Russia, nigga.
Yeah, I was there in Darmstadt for 4 years. All you got to do is a dark-skinned brother is walk in the club and it just falls in your lap, bro.
Yeah, that's true. These cats out here dropping these bitches, but I don't like white girls like that, Trey. But I will tell you this though. I will admit this. There's a lot of Zaza Beats type chicks over here.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I mean? There's mixed chicks over here, so and there's black women over here too, from all over the world. So
I was engaged to one in Ethiopia.
Yeah, there's some African girls, and there's a lot of American girls over here as well. But I think most cats see Trey. This is why I get frustrated with you. All right, this is why I get frustrated with you. That's why I said I was disappointed in you earlier, because you've been over here. You've been in the world. You know what I mean? You've been in the world, fam. You did time, in the field. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to figure out, why would you align yourself with people who broke their oath? What happened on January 6th was not an oath keep. It was an oath break. All right.
Here's the thing, bro, is that if you ask me that, I say those who broke their oath were those for those feds that were up there encouraging people to break windows. Those cops.
All right, so you going? Okay.
Stood by. Hey, I watched it with my own eyes.
Yeah, look, you know what? I put a video up on my channel showing that. Look, we all know
versus my own eyes, bro.
Yeah,
video versus my own eyes.
You know, we all know there's cops that are sympathetic, right? And they, you know, they've been cleaning the house with the Capitol Police over this shit.
Hey, it is what it is, man. I watched what happens. If that was the case, you know what? They deserve, due punishment. But I watched it with my own eyes.
Yeah, I saw that too. But there's also some Capitol Police that didn't. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, I saw with my own eyes. Antifa cats. You know what? No, X got my stream. I saved two Antifa cats from getting stomped the fuck out when they were trying to break out windows.
Yeah, man. You know.
And all these patriots are gonna whoop their ass. And I was like, no. And I stepped in. So, hey, man, nobody didn't forget their oath, man. As American, you have free choice, bro. I don't care what anybody does. If you decide to be a pro-con and I'm, conservative MAGA, it is what it is. That's you. That's me. And anybody decides to follow it. I mean, cats can be a pagan freaking devil worshiper for all they care. That's their business. I ain't gonna get into their house.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I'm gonna tell you why I don't believe you. Because a lot of you conservatives, y'all spend a lot of time talking about other people's choices. Yeah, I do. If that's how you feel, I'm talking about what you just said, Trey. If you really believe what you just said, then that deletes half the fucking commentary you guys have had. All the fucking panels y'all been on, all the discussion y'all had. If that's how you feel about other people's choices.
Hey, show me, bro. I put money
No, I'm
on
saying,
that. Show
seriously,
me,
man.
show
Hey,
me
Trey.
any stream where you seen me try to dick police another brother over their choice. Show me.
But hold up, that's what the whole argument is about. When you come on here and you start talking about black people not voting this, black people not doing that, black people, backwards, black people, you know what I mean? That's their choice, right? For instance, if Lil Juice and Lil Pump Pump, right, want to get tattoos on their face, right? Then what you saying, we shouldn't be concerned about that.
Hey, that's their business. Hey,
Really?
guess what? They won't be able to get no job in corporate America. They might not be able to work for waste management. But
I
hey,
agree.
guess what?
And so when Lil Keisha goes out here and has 3 baby daddies, we shouldn't care then either.
That's her business. Hey, the person who should have instilled that in her from day one is her father. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, you did what, you doing what I'm doing, trying to take care of teenage out here for a pimp. You know what I'm saying? It's
You said
hard
what?
out here for a brother.
You went out. What'd you say?
I said it's hard out here trying to take care of teenage girls, ain't it? It's hard out here. But I can't say nothing to you about how you raise your daughter, and I wouldn't expect you to do the same for me. But all I would hope is that you instill the same values, that the Army put into me. My father before me and your father before yours did with you.
Yeah. How many kids you got, Trey? I'm just curious.
4.
Wow. Okay. So you a pop. And what's the range? The oldest to the youngest?
27 to 16.
Okay. All them girls?
Nope. 3 girls, 1 boy.
God bless you. That's probably why you're drinking right now.
Hey, man, I ain't tell you, man. These girls, they stress me out, man. But, I got a little grandbaby on the way in April. I'm happy, man. So, life is good for me, man.
And is they mother black or Maria?
Oh, nah, man. Baby mom and the ex-wife is black, bro.
A word.
That's why I'm Team Maria. Shit, what you think?
I can't with this nigga.
Bro, my child support, man.
Hey,
I'm
Trey,
a flex now.
Trey,
You
got it, nigga. You got it,
I'm
nigga.
A flex, man.
I'm good. This nigga crazy.
I'm a flex, man. My child support will make niggas cry up in the chat. I'm a flex now. That's why I'm out here on the road working so hard.
Shit.
I make all this fucking money and watch it go away every paycheck.
This nigga said that's why I'm Team Maria. All right, man.
Bro, I'm paying big money to homeschool my daughter, man, to get her away from all the craziness. Bro, it's for fathers out here, man. I'm not, like I said, man, I don't dick police no man. But I go out here and I put out content that I hope brothers will follow. If they choose not to, that's on them, man.
Yeah. All right, look, man. Look, if y'all want to be Team MAGA, look, it is what it is, man. I'm just telling y'all right now, ain't nothing over there for y'all. Y'all need to come on home to the black side, organize with your people, man. All right? That's the only way you're going to have any real power. But you just said to me a minute ago that you're fucking rugged individual. So, this ain't for you. This ain't for you.
Nah, I'll be, I can't, man. I ain't coming back to Keisha. I tried that. It didn't work out.
You said you got
I
to come
even
back to
tried.
Keisha. That's why I used Robert Smith as an example earlier, because Robert Smith
I,
is married to a white woman, right?
yeah, I even
Okay.
tried it with a diaspora, but
When he
that
came,
Polish.
hold up. He came back to his, his alma mater and did something for his group.
That's what's up.
Okay. I'm not saying, look, I'm not here to tell you who to date. I'm talking about activity. So
Yeah,
for
and,
instance, somebody in your group, matter of fact, since you brought him up earlier, Blexit, him and another dude was in the chat room when I was in fuck child support. I was over in his chat room, and them niggas got at me, and they were telling me because I'm in a Big Brother program, I'm in a mentorship program, helping out inner city youth, in, DC, PG County area, that I'm thinking backwards for doing that. That
I believe so.
I shouldn't be helping young men.
I believe the same thing. If they follows in their lives, man. Hey, I applaud the effort, but hey, I don't see it panning out. I'll give
All
you an
right, so
example.
when I also
Let me
told
let
him
me
in the
give you an
chat room,
example. Let me give you an example.
before I give you
Okay.
before you get an example, let me explain my situation real quick so you can have a real full response. So when I told them in the chat room that we had 3 black men, and this since I've been in this program for 10 years, we got 3 young black men who graduated college. We've even helped 2 of them start businesses. And then we got 4 in college right now, and I got an 11-year-old right now that's under me that I'm sponsoring. All right. So I told them that, and their response was, that's a waste of time. You should be dealing with, their response was, I should be, why I'm not dealing with the Pookie and Ray Ray that are creating these babies. And I'm
Hey,
like, how the fuck hold up. How can I change a nigga that's doing what he's doing with his penis? You know what I
hey,
mean?
you can't, bro. But I say this. Before I give my example, I say, Keisha, close your legs. Pook,
Mm-hmm.
Ray, hey man, try to find the most masculine influence dude you can, uncle, somebody in your family or somebody in YouTube to get behind. That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, if cats want to do a mentorship program, cool. I mean, hey, do you? I'm not for it,
Well,
but I'm not
explain to me how
against it.
it's
I'm
backwards though.
indifferent.
But explain
I'm
to me
in.
how it's backwards.
No, I mean, for them to think that it's backwards, that's on them.
Okay.
I'm indifferent to it. I really don't care. Do it one way or
Okay.
another. It's not. I look at it like this, like the dads in Louisiana.
Mm-hmm.
I'm this. Why should it take black men who are out there doing the right thing, raising their families, being productive American citizens, to go in there and daggone babysit Keisha's kids? I am completely against that. These men got to risk their lives and lose money to daggone go in there to take care of Keisha's kids. No, no. I'm like this. Suspend those little fuckers.
You know what's funny about that? There was a Geico commercial, right? And I don't know if you remember this Geico commercial. Remember the guy was like, he was on a horse. He was leaving his woman. He was like, it was a white guy and white woman, right? Back in the prairie days. And he got on his horse and he was like, I'm a loner, honey. And he was leaving her and he got on his horse and then he like hit his head on a Geico sign and he fell off. You remember that commercial?
I don't watch TV, bro. I stopped watching
Okay.
TV about 7 years ago.
The reason I was bringing that up is because they were making a mockery of something that was real back in the day. Back in the day, before we had Social Security numbers and all that kind of shit, men would leave their families. These are mostly white men. And on the East Coast, we used to have a lot of white children who were orphans. They used to roam the streets, started creating the gangs in New York, gangs of the East Coast. This is the late 1800s, early 1900s. This is verifiable. But what they've been doing with their people, when the quote unquote poor whites came over in waves, immigration waves in the late 1800s and 1900s, they had a lot of broken families, a lot of bullshit that was going on. Now, they weren't nice about this shit, but they corrected their people through programs. You know what I'm saying? So, and it wasn't easy. And what they did is they turned their people around from street people and started giving them jobs. Started creating programs, apprenticeships, job training programs, all kind of stuff. And then, so basically, to get the things that you want, they would incentivize it. So you have to do certain things to get to the next thing. And they cleaned up their group. So you don't see Italian kids roaming the streets now. You don't see Irish kids roaming the streets nowadays, unless they
Hey,
come from a
Samantha
broken
P
ham.
might differ from you, man, from what she's seeing up there where she at.
Yeah.
She said,
Well,
I
I was
done
about to
seen
say,
some different things in Appalachia.
Yeah, well, that's Appalachian. Like I said, now it's going through economic downturn, and then they got a drug epidemic going on. So now you're seeing a breakdown in their society again.
Well,
But you know
I'll
what I
put it
mean?
like this, bro. You know, for the most part, every other group in the United States, if
Hmm.
we want to play this, identity politics game, they call out they fuckheads, like the
Yeah.
Chinese did, like, almost a century ago. The Chinese said, "Okay, Chinese Pookie, Chinese Ray Ray, you fuck around, you gonna find out." Chinese Pookie and Ray Ray didn't listen. They got dumped into San Francisco Bay with daggone cinder blocks tied to their feet. They did that to a
Oh,
couple Chinese Pookie and Ray Rays. Guess
oh,
what? You don't have them problems anymore
exactly.
now.
Yeah.
So,
Now I've
but
always said this straight. I
hold
said,
on, hold up. But in
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
2021,
Uh-huh.
2021, we got black folks worshiping criminals. That's why I thought you really truly meant pro-convict.
Oh,
Because
okay.
there's a whole lot of black folks out here that worship Fent Floyd. They worship
Mm-hmm.
Jacob Blake, the Breonna Taylors. They up here crying in tears over Ahmaud Arbery and all this stuff.
But Ahmaud
You
Arbery
know,
wasn't a criminal.
yeah, he was a fucking criminal. God damn, he had a criminal record. He was a criminal. You see what I'm saying? You go to automatic defense mode. He was a fuckhead, fuck up.
So
Regardless
he
of
did. Hold
whatever
on.
happened
So he
that day.
deserved to get hunted down and shot.
Whatever happened that day, he was still a criminal. And black people automatic defense is, oh, but he didn't do nothing. I don't give a fuck what he did. He did some dumbass shit that ended up getting himself clapped. Oh well,
No,
not my
hold on.
concern.
Time out, Trey. Time out. Because even the fucking white boys that are being charged with the crime have already admitted that they committed the crime. They trying to
So
say it
what?
was self-defense at this point.
So what? He got himself
Okay.
clapped. Oh well, not my concern.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
All
Fair
right,
enough.
well,
So
hold on. Let me read out this super chat. Shout out to brother Great Britain for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that, brother. He says, yeah, it's Low Keisha's choice, but I shouldn't have to deal with Low Keisha's son 17 years down the line trying to carjack me at the Exxon Mobil. You
well, guess
get
what?
this? Hold on. A big porn drop, platform. Yeah, and also we've been joined by King Sigma as well.
Yeah.
What's good,
What's
brother
up, King
King
Sigma?
Sigma?
Hey, good evening, gentlemen.
What's up, King Sigma? I just want to say something to Great Brick real quick. Not only that, though, I would say this, Great Brick. Based on what I'm hearing from these guys, attacking young men and addressing the young male issue and not ensuring, but changing the probability they will be down there carjacking you. They saying don't do that. You know what I mean? They saying let those fucking kids stay where they are because it's Keisha's problem. See, what I don't like about that statement, not from Great Britain, but the statement that the conservatives are making, is that don't do nothing about your situation as men. Even though Trey just gave me an example of how Asian people clean up their problem, right after I gave an example of how poor whites clean up their problem. And they're going to have to deal with this new white problem. You know what I'm saying? And they're going to deal with it. And what they don't do is come out and act like, it's everybody's business for one. They real hush about it. They touch on the opioid. I remember when Trump was running for office and he was in New Hampshire. He had to speak to that because it was a problem in New Hampshire and in Maine. He had to speak to it, even though he didn't want to, but he had to address it. And while he was in office, they did give some money to deal with, rural America and deal with some of the drug problems. Even Pence had to fold. He was against needle sharing programs. He felt like the liberal cities were encouraging drug addicts. But when Indiana, when he was governor, they had an outbreak of HIV because of it. And he had to fold on that. And he had to change policy. The thing is, they do it quietly. It's not a splash on right-wing media. It's not a splash on Republican media, but they do what they have to do to deal with a problem. They don't just let it fester. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm saying. As men, you don't let a problem fester. You don't step away from it. And at the same time, hold on, let me finish this last point. And then at the same time, use other groups as a measure for functionality versus our dysfunctionality. You know what I mean? Because I'm pointing out problems that were way bigger than ours.
All right, so here's the problem. If we look at it as an R thing, that's the first problem. If black folks, completely got rid of this ideological thought that, there's this giant conglomerate of a black community, these problems will get solved.
No, they
Because
won't.
straight up, well, here's the deal. Where I'm from in Virginia, yeah, my community was just that. My community, my neighborhood, my city. After
Right.
that, problems were handled inside the city. I didn't give a fuck what niggas was doing down in Texas. I didn't give a fuck what niggas was doing in Seattle. You know what I'm saying? I didn't even give a fuck what niggas was doing in Norfolk. In Portsmouth, we handled shit right there. In my neighborhood, the men that rolled with my dad, they were based. They handled shit in our neighborhood. But somehow or another, the same political people that you were, freaking seal clapping for earlier, bruh, is they have tried to convince black people that they are the same all around this country. We ain't, bruh. We're built
First of all,
different.
Trey, I didn't clap for nobody. I was
You
clapping
did?
against. No, I
You
didn't.
said Biden. You said Biden did this. Biden's done that. I give Biden props on this. I give Biden props on that. I'm just going off of what you said. I was walking across the street from Wawa with some more beer in my hand. You know what I'm saying?
And
When
you've
you
been
said
drinking too
that.
much. I just pointed out. I said no. I was saying this. This is what I'm saying. This is the problem with working out of a right-left temporal, because when you're on the right and you 14 right, everything that's against what you're saying is automatically on the left. What I said is that there were 3 things that were going to be Biden's fault, and that wasn't his fault. Okay, so I was laying out
Okay,
certain
I heard
things,
it. But here's
wasn't.
the thing.
But
I
hold
want
up,
to go back to
there was
that.
a larger
I want to
discussion.
let's keep it right here though.
Hold up, but that was a larger
boys?
discussion. There was a larger discussion that also flipped to how Bush did certain things. Did that? Then Obama. You see what I'm saying? Obama got blamed for it. You see what I'm saying? I was using.
That's old news, bro. We talking about the now. And the now is that, black folks, you try to convince a brother in Indiana that he got something in common with a dude in Mississippi. They don't.
I'm not.
If
I
for
didn't say
brothers
that.
in Indiana, the best thing for them would be to vote for either the conservatives or liberals or progressives in the area with them and get together with like-minded men near them.
I agree.
And that's what, if they get together with like-minded men near them, form a community, they could stomp out the feminism and all this fuck shit that's going on
So then
in their
now, Trey, you
area.
sound like me. You sound like me. I didn't say nothing about voting with caring about what's going on in other states. I've said that Chicago is not a black problem. That's a fucking Chicago problem. I've said that. Okay.
Hey, but
I never said that. Hold on, here's the
in
thing,
the government right
but here's
now
the thing,
are trying to
MAGA,
convince black people otherwise.
but MAGA and this CRT shit is a national issue. They see this is what's going on in the echo chamber on the right.
Make America great again. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with making America great again?
So see Trey, you're not being sound. You saying it's
I'm being
okay for
real.
the right. You saying no. You saying it's okay to be on the right and care about what's going on in the rest of the country, but the thinking of black people caring about what's going on in other black communities. You see what I'm saying? That doesn't make sense, bro.
Oh, okay. What makes sense is that there's issues that affect us nationally, bro. If we're talking taxes, like you brought up the truckers before, truckers affects me. The USMCA, which Trump signed in office, getting rid of NAFTA, bro, made me damn near a millionaire and helped me pay all this goddamn child support and shit. Yes, damn right, I'm a rock with Trump on that shit. Damn, them truckers on MSNBC are full of shit because they know they got paid from the USMCA. And then if we look at gas, man, it cost me. I made $1,200 on the load I took coming down here to Florida. Man, 400 of that damn near was gas. Last year, 199 of that would have been gas, bro. That right there, that's $200, man. That could be going to my daughter education.
All right, when did this happen? When did it start?
Extrapolate that, bro.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking. When did that start?
Start what?
When did that extra money start rolling in?
What extra money? You talking about for trucking?
Yeah.
Yeah, when Trump signed the USMCA into power. Trump got rid of NAFTA.
When was that?
Bro, I don't freaking know which year. I ain't, man,
No,
like
you started making the money. You should start knowing. Hold up, time out, Trey. You started making money. When you start making money?
Who signed the USMCA in an agreement? All right, it's the easiest way. Trump signed it.
No,
I ain't gotta look. I ain't gotta
Hell
look
no,
at the
Trey.
time frame because that was Trump's policy, bro.
Yeah, you can. Hold up, time out.
That was Trump's
'Cause
policy.
I sat here and talked about
That was Trump's
taxes,
policy,
and I
bro.
talked about. I just took here in taxes. And I gave you time when the taxes when the tax law went in effect and how it affected people. Right? I gave you a time. When did you start making money, Trey?
USMCA, bro. It has nothing to do with taxes right now. They're talking
Okay,
tariffs.
that's what
bro.
I was talking
An
about. I
agreement
wasn't talking
between
about you
Canada, US.
I
and
wasn't
Mexico.
talking about that. See, Trey,
And
this is
here's
what
the thing with
I'm
taxes,
talking about, man.
bro. I could pay zero taxes if I wanted to, because I could write everything off. But I'm like real estate moves, so I gotta show some losses. I mean, some gains, bro. I can't freaking write off everything and making these real estate moves. You know
Trey,
that.
I'm asking you a simple question. The shit I was talking about earlier had to deal with the tax bill that
I'm
was
talking
signed.
about the USMCA.
That's what I was talking about. You said I brung up the trucking shit. That's what I was
But
talking
here's
about.
the thing, and I said with taxes, all that could be written off. I could write everything off and pay 0 taxes.
So how come they having problems writing it off?
Because they stupid. That's
so all those white boys are stupid. I got you. All right, but you still can't tell me when you started making money.
Bro, I got in the truck. I got in the truck in what? Let me see, 2019. And
2019.
Bro,
okay.
And I've blown. And it took me 2 years, bro. When niggas still sitting around here and white boys on freaking MSNBC crying, it took me 2 years, bro, to hit damn near a 7-figure operation. So, hey,
Trey,
I tell niggas quit they bitching.
Trey, you still cannot give me a time frame.
Bro, what the fuck does it matter?
It does matter because if I'm making millions of dollars, I know when I start making. If I start making millions of dollars tomorrow, I better come here next year.
Was already signed into effect, bro. So please, come on, man. Get the fuck out of here with that.
No, you know what it is, man. I'm gonna tell you what happened. I'm not even a trucker, and I know this. I should bring Max and other truckers up here, and you know, and Al and all those guys up here because they would tell you they started making money because of COVID.
Bro, no
truckers
shit.
were making money because of
money during COVID.
That had nothing to do with Trump's policy, man. I'll tell you something. Trey, y'all
money during COVID?
Because y'all was since you needed, y'all was able to jack up your rates, man. Look, stop playing games, Trey.
Okay, so all right, so now tell me something. If you, I don't know if y'all still hear me?
Y'all can see.
Ah, shit.
No, you good, bro.
All right, now gas prices have gone up and rates have gone down. That's manufactured, bro. That's manufactured by the industries, by all these conglomerates out here controlling the industry. So it is what it is, man. I mean, I don't.
Hey, Trey, I know a lot of truckers in the space, and you know they were telling me the money.
They'll tell you the same thing
because
the rates have gone down.
But they were making a lot of extra money because of COVID.
Bro, I made shit more money. I made a ton of money before COVID.
Niggas was going on long hauls, making crazy. So, look, all right, man. I'll let it go.
It is what it is.
I think I proved my point.
But you brought taxes up, bro, and I said straight up.
You still ain't addressed taxes. You addressed some other shit.
I think COVID was a godsend for a lot of people. I know it was for my shit. But I want to get brother Sigma in here, and also brother Free Zone Lou. So brother Sigma, what's good with it, man?
Hey, thanks for sending me the link, man. Yeah, I started tuning in right around the time where you guys were talking about the gang signs from the white dudes, and then I heard.
Oh, that's late. God damn, you got here late, Sigma.
Yeah. So what was the deal with the white dudes throwing up the signs that they were throwing up? What was the deal with that?
What were we talking about at the time? He said give you proof of, you know, basically, you know, some white racism. You know what I mean? So I was putting it up there as white racism. You know, show that these motherfuckers on the right be on that bullshit. You know what I mean?
Okay. So I put a link in the private chat. So if the Prophet can bring it up, that'd be great. But if he can't, then I could just explain it. But
let me see.
I get what you're saying about like the whole, you know, the white nationalists, secret codes and all that. But
yeah,
I just don't believe, based on the evidence of the last, I'll just take the last decade. We won't even got to go back 20 or 30 years. It seems to me that black men throwing up gang signs have done more damage to their own neighborhoods than the white guys throwing up their white nationalist signs. When you look at the track record, when you look at the facts, murders, assaults, rapes, the guys in the black neighborhoods throwing up gang signs have done more damage and destructive outcomes than actually the white dudes with the white nationalist signs, from my opinion. So here's a picture right here, and this represents the thug and thought culture that black Americans themselves have embraced since the late 80s.
Have you?
No, I haven't.
Have I?
But we're not the majority, though.
I disagree.
Oh, I don't disagree, though. Even if
where you live at, Sigma?
I'm in the Midwest.
Yeah, you're in the Midwest, so you know about the middle class black families.
Yeah, I do know, but that has nothing to do. The middle class aren't the ones that are killing other people that look like them.
Exactly, I agree.
But you're talking about the middle class. I'm talking about the gang sign, so I want to keep it narrow. So you showed the picture of the white nationalists who I have no love, can't stand them. They can all go jump in the fucking lake for all I care. But I'm just saying that it seems to me that more closer to me, within arm's reach, I see more men and women that are throwing up this gang sign that are causing more damage within their own neighborhood amongst their own tribe. Yeah, not do with the white nationalists, who I actually expect not to have any love or admiration for me. See, I expect the white nationalists to do what they've been doing the last 500 years. They have no reason to give up their position. But I don't expect someone that looks like me to help them in their mission to keep those numbers from growing. So I do ask you the question.
I do.
Who did more damage? The white
I do expect them. I do expect them.
Or those throwing up this gang sign?
I do expect them. You know what I mean? And first of all, let's frame this argument correctly. I'm not for Pookie and Ray Ray. That's obvious. So when I sit here and say and I promote having mentorship programs and then having success in those mentorship programs, we're trying to do something about it, Sigma. That's what I'm saying. We can't complain about the problem and do nothing about it.
Well, I'm not complaining. I'm asking you something. See, I want to keep it narrow. You're starting to broaden it. I asked you a question. You still didn't answer it. All I asked you is who caused more destruction in the last generation? We're not going past 2000 here. The ones in this picture that I put, because you put up a picture that I came in and saw of these white nationalists throwing up their little bullshit gang sign or whatever.
Right.
But then I sent you a picture that's saying that.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I can answer your question. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to broaden it, but I'm trying to, give a better, a deeper response because obviously I agree with you. I agree with you. They've done the most damage. They're right next door. People kill where they live. If you look at any stats for white murders, most white people are murdered by white people.
Yeah.
Most Asians are murdered by most Asian people. Most Hondurans kill Hondurans. You know what I mean? So I agree with you that they've done the most damage. The argument I was making earlier and was being argued against me, Sigma, and been told to me is backwards thinking is that you do nothing about it. In fact, I'm thinking backwards. And I guess my brothers, the 20 brothers that I roll with, we're thinking backwards by helping brothers get to college, get through college, start businesses, change their minds, show them a better world, show them, not talk to them, not yell at them and not chastise them, but here's my home. This is something that's obtainable. The way I look at it is that, the 7 or 8 brothers that we've worked with that we have success with so far. And of course, some dudes fall out the program, right? Some dudes fall away. You can't help everybody. But the 7 to 8 brothers that we have gotten through, that's 7, 8 different bloodlines coming down the line that's thinking differently.
And respect. I'm glad that you're doing the work on that.
Yeah, like I said before, let me finish my answer though. Let me keep my. I'm going back to your question. So my thing is this. So if we're calling out a problem, what is walking away from that problem is not going to fix the signal. All right. So that problem, I'm sorry, you took it down off the screen. That problem that you put on the screen, we have to change that. That's why I challenge you back and say, we Black America? We Black America too. We choose what represents us. And that needs to be the fight.
Right. Okay.
You know what I mean? Because you can't say on one hand that.
But you mentioned Nipsey Hussle though.
I didn't mention Nipsey Hussle.
No, I heard you. You did mention Nipsey Hussle.
No, I didn't. What's name broke Nipsey Hussle up? The cats in the chat room.
It was a super chat we were responding to.
Okay, super chat. So so I guess I'll ask you. So when the brother in the super chat mentioned Nipsey Hussle, because we were talking about business at that point, what was your take on that?
No, they was trying to say that came this, and the trade backed it up. Somebody that came from Trump. And I was like, hold up. Black Sam and them niggas had them properties before Trump got in office. So did T.I. and Killer Mike and all them niggas. So that's what that was about.
Okay, yeah. So
what we were saying, King Sigma, is this.
But hold on, Trey.
I was going to say about what the super chat was about real quick.
Yeah.
Is that T.I. and Nipsey Hussle expanded their businesses inside of opportunity zones. They were able to make their businesses grow and employ people because of Trump tax breaks.
So that was the political conversation. But ultimately, we were talking about gang signs. I thought that Nipsey Hussle was killed by a gang member.
He was.
So again, but was he killed by a white nationalist or a Blood or Crip? Which one?
He was killed by a Blood. I mean a Crip.
So we were talking about gang signs. We were talking about Nipsey Hussle, but ultimately, opportunity zone or not, Nipsey Hussle is dead, and he was killed by a man. You said he was killed by a Blood or a Crip.
But Sigma, Sigma, you're changing the whole conversation.
I'm not changing.
We weren't talking about gang signs. We wasn't talking about gang. Hold up. That wasn't the conversation. The conversation was about white nationalists.
But hold on. White nationalists is just another gang.
I got you.
Why is white nationalists not a gang? What is a gang? A group of people on the same page throwing up gang signs with a certain code that they believe in, and it's a certain kind of group. White nationalists is a gang, Crips is a gang. What I'm saying is that regardless of what you guys are talking about with the opportunity zone with Trump, if the surrounding community does not support the economic mission, the social mission, then you end up in a situation with Nipsey Hussle. All we talk about Nipsey Hussle, he's dead, man. And he was killed by a cat, I guess a Crip, throwing up a gang sign. Again, it goes back to what I was talking about. We've already been dealing with the white national thing for so long. We know what they're about.
Yep.
So then you would think that because we understand this opponent, shouldn't the moves that you as a Native Black American make be so efficient, so powerful, because you have that history? You know how this thing can go badly for you when you make mistakes. But what happens when you create a culture that's all about making the wrong decision? That's all about being inefficient, non-productive.
Right. What you
Nipsey
do is
Hussle is dead, not because of white nationalists, but because of a Crip thing. And he was doing all that business in LA.
Everything you're saying is obvious. There's no argument with what's going on or what's happened in the past, quote unquote, 10 years. So I don't even know why you bring it up. It's not even an argument I have. I don't care about that. What I care about is fixing the problem. You know what I mean? And that's the issue that I'm having with a lot of you brothers in this space. When it comes down to fixing the problem, we get back off into, well, who killed who? Well, who's doing the most damage? I mean, we know who's doing the most damage.
But hold on. Isn't part of solving a problem that you have to look at the landscape and say, where do we start first in fixing this? Don't you have to fix your own tribal issues first before you start worrying about your
That's why I'm attacking black boys. I'm not even concerned with the women no more.
Okay, and see, your issue with us, JSHine, is that we attack the source from everything perspective. We tell Keisha, close your legs. We tell brothers,
she's not
stay
going
the hell
to.
away from them.
She's not going to.
And guess what? If she don't, we can't deal with you. We don't want to deal with you.
Trey,
Here's my thing though. But if she doesn't, then we don't want to deal with you. You guess what? When you go extinct in society, we don't want to have anything to do with you. Productive brothers and sisters who want to be American first. Guess what? We can rock with you. That's it. And over here, that's how we are on our side. So I don't see how you have a problem with that.
So
y'all do.
I
y'all.
don't see how you have a problem with what I'm doing either, Trey. Because what I'm doing is adding. No, his thing. Okay, then. So fine. So you're not attacking the problem. You're not doing anything.
How is that?
That's your position. Your position is to do nothing. Let's not deal with the source. Hold on. How's telling Keisha, not to her face, but through the internet, that she don't hear you. She don't hear you niggas. But Keisha, I don't want you. And that's fixing something. That don't fix nothing.
Here's what the source. Telling young men to guess what? Stay away from these ratchets. Telling young men, be part of the nuclear family system. Raise your family. Be the head of the household. Be a rugged individual.
Man,
you don't need no.
It sounds like we need you in the program, Trey. We need you. We need you to take what you're saying right now and put it to these boys' head. That's what I need from you niggas.
But this
and y'all don't want to do it.
This is what I tell young men, JSHine. The thing is that
what are we arguing about then, Trey?
There's no argument for me. We just go about it in different means. You want to attack Keisha's kids, and with me, I'm like, hey, it is what it is. They dad should have did it. I'm not wasting my time with Keisha's kids. I've done that before.
Hey, I made this point last week, King Sigma. Let me ask you the same question I asked X.
Yeah.
Are there poor Irish kids out here in America?
Yeah.
Are there poor Catholic, Roman Catholic Italian kids in America?
Sure.
Okay. Now, do the Irish Catholic Church or does the Roman Catholic Church have programs to deal with their poor?
I'm sure they do, yeah.
And who pays for that?
I'm sure they got a mixture of funds. They probably got a mixture of government, mixture of private donations, probably a mixture of funds.
Yeah, and you get the government money through politics. Like I look at poor Hasidic Jews in Brooklyn. I'm from Brooklyn. And that's a conservative community that votes Democrat, and they vote Democrat because they get money.
Okay,
they get their yeshivas, which are public schools, by the way, get $32 million a year. And they work that shit out. The rest of it comes from their business class.
Okay,
just like going back to the Catholic Church and all that stuff comes from their business class. What I'm saying is, the men of other communities take care of their problems. And I went back all to the early 1800s. Hold on, let me finish. No, it's not just their families. Hold on. I went back to the early. Hold on, let me finish. I went back to the early 1800s earlier, King Sigma, and early 1900s, and I was talking about all the orphan, the white orphan kids, the kids of Boardwalk. They talked about. I don't know if you guys ever watched that show, Boardwalk Empire. It touched on it. And you got the little gangs.
Yeah, that's a good show.
Yeah, it's a real good show.
Yeah, I used to rock with it.
Yeah, so when you look at shows like that, and then there's other shows like The Nick, that show you how dirty your Northeast was, particularly New York, the race wars and all that kind of stuff, the broken down society that white people had, and the policies had to change. There was things that had to be put in place to fix the broken issues. You had white young males that were orphans, women working in monasteries because they were quote unquote whores in their culture because they had kids out of wedlock. They were quote unquote baby mamas. You know what I mean? So they corrected their society through money, programs, and guess what? King Sigma, they weren't nice about it. They weren't nice about it. In fact, Giuliani was the last stench of that. When Giuliani was cleaning up the crime families of New York, because the Italian families, they went corporate. They're corporate now. They own all the fucking, sanitation. They own all the unions. You can't do no work in New York City. You can't hang a sign in that bitch without dealing with them.
But
So they
if you
took
talk
that. They
about
took
the
that
church
shit.
part, but hold on. But when we talk about the church, there was a report that came out in Black Enterprise magazine like 2 or 3 years ago that said that the Black church had received like over $10 billion from its parishioners.
Right.
So the actual patrons of the Black church have contributed over $10 billion. So the next question would be, you brought up the Irish Catholic Church and what they're doing. So the question would be, what happened to that $10 billion and what does it produce that's constructive?
But that Black church didn't have the programs that the white
But
folks
it had the
That's my
money.
point.
Okay, but hold on. You said the programs that the white folks has a lot. At what? Okay, if you got $10 billion, what's stopping you from creating the same programs that the white people had? $10 billion is a lot of money, bro. That's a lot of money.
It's a hell of a lot of money. And here's the thing: there's no leadership. This is fuckery. That's all that's there. That's what I'm trying to tell you, King Sigma. We have money in the Black community. We have no leadership. There's no Black male leadership.
But who's responsible for that, though? Who's responsible?
We are. We're the Black
Who's
men.
we? But
We're
no.
men.
But I can't speak for you, though. See, I can't say.
I can't. No. But I can
I
say
don't
you're
know
a Black
what your
man.
mission is, JSHine. I don't know what your relationship is to the Black church.
Then why are we having this conversation at all on the internet? See, look, this is Sigma.
You brought up the Irish church. So I'm giving you.
I did, and I'm using them as an example of men cleaning up their problems that are not their personal problems.
But there are Black men in the church, and they've made the decision that we don't want. We like things the way that they are. You got to hold the people that's in the church accountable. There's men in the church. It's mostly female dominated.
It's mostly females.
But the leaders of the church, the leaders of most churches are Black male pastors and Black male deacons.
Hold on a second. Shout out to Brother Great Britain for the $2 super chat. He says lots of opportunities came from COVID under Trump. You get this, brother?
I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform.
And also, shout out to Big Mag the Fisher. Let me say that again. Brother Big Mag the Fisher. For the $10 super chat. I appreciate that, Brother Big Mag. He said, Lil Pump is 17 years old. Your young boys are not. I feel the same. Lil Pump can't be saved. Why question a man that says to hell with Lil Pump? I appreciate that, Brother Big Mag the Fisher. You get this.
I appreciate you dropping your hard-earned coins on this platform.
I know we're getting a lively conversation going on here, but I want to get Free Zone in, and I also want to get Brother Supreme in here. Brother JSHine, can you take the wheel, man, for like 5 minutes, man? Because I got to jump down.
Okay, let me just finish responding to King Sigma, and
I got to let my folks in the house.
Okay, let me just respond to King Sigma real quick, and I'm going to turn it over to SKC. Look, King Sigma, this is what I'm saying to you, bro. The point I'm trying to make with the Al Smith dinners and all the money that they put together, even with the Boy Scouts and all the other groups that these people put together for their youth, we're not doing that. And all you're doing is making my point by bringing up the Black church. I'm not arguing with the Black church. I'm saying that where there's no male leadership, we're not doing that. So to sit here and complain about a Pookie and Ray Ray who's 17, well, I got a potential Pookie and Ray Ray that's 11. That's not going to turn out that way.
That's good.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't understand how that's not attacking the problem.
I think that is attacking the problem. I think it's excellent.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Cats are telling me I'm not attacking the problem. They want me to argue with Keisha.
Here's what I'm
and
saying.
Keisha is a lost cause.
What we don't even got to. But here's the thing. I'm talking about what is the standard for black men themselves to produce children that they know that they don't have the emotional stability, the financial stability to take care of. When do you say, yo, these guys right here, you are producing children that you're creating a burden for other men that don't even have kids? I'm not with that, because to me, what you're doing is fine, but I don't want to create incentives to continue the bad behavior, because dudes that are doing the wrong thing that
it's not considered incentive, because
it is an
depends on
incentive.
you know why? Because if your program requires discipline, like for instance, I want you to look something up. This comes
No. Hold on. Let me clarify.
Okay,
I'm not talking about your program, because that's the effect. I'm talking about the cause. So let's stick with the cause. If the guys if you are the first mentor of a child is his father and his mother, those are his first mentors. So when they get
know that's not happening.
I just want to say, hold on. But if there's men within the neighborhoods that think that there's a bunch of JSHines out there that no matter how much irresponsibility that I represent, they will take care of my bad decisions, I'm gonna just keep going on. So you're not really solving the problem, because every time you help,
that's not how it works.
It just keeps creating more and more.
That's not how that works. It's like saying, because there's a military out there, no matter what I do in school, no matter what bad grades I get, I'll just join the military. That's not how it works, because the military requires you to do what? You see what I'm saying? You can't just walk up in the military and survive.
Is an organization. Here, hold on. The military is an organization. The military is an organization not just with the money, the code and organizations, but they have a serious punishment mechanism. If you do something now where's the comparison to the black majority? Where's the comparison to
there's no black majority I compare myself to, but I'm going back to my program because I'm going to.
But you brought up the military. Hold on.
I'm from the military. Here's the thing, and so are most of the brothers that we operate with. You know what I mean? We're all ex-military. Now here's the thing.
Yes.
I also said earlier, and this is I think cats lost me on. I said there's some brothers who didn't make it. They fell out the program. That means there's rules to this shit. You know what I mean? You can't save everybody. But you can't just at the same time just say fuck it. There's no one out here can be saved. That's bullshit. If that was the case,
those are two.
That was the case because that was the case.
But that's not what I hear though. See, you just gave us two extremes. You said those that believe that everyone should be lost and those that want to save. See, that's the problem. There's no.
That's what I'm hearing from the brothers. They saying there's no proof. The man just sat in the chat room. Hold on. Okay. The man just sent a super chat and saying that if they're 17, there's no helping them. Exactly. See what I'm saying? That's the mentality of a lot of niggas.
See, but I don't agree with that. I don't agree that it's extremes. I think that each man has to make his own decision. But like I said, the first mentor for a child has to start with their parents.
But they don't have that. We know that. That's the point of the program.
And how do you stop that? How do you stop them from not having that? How do you?
You can't. You can't stop them. You have to start with the children. So I said this before, and I'm gonna say it again. And I'll shut up on this point. I'll let SKC and Free Zone come in. Let me just say this real quick. This is the thing that's not sexy about me. I've said time and time again, you're going to have to raise the generations that you want. You're not going to fix this shit overnight. This instant gratification solution bullshit, that's bullshit. That's a fantasy. So when I sit here and find a 7, 8, 9-year-old, 10-year-old, 11-year-old boy that wants to do better and he sticks with the program that we give him, there's a program called Challenge Corps that I came through. I want y'all to look it up. It's by the New York, not New York. It's by the National Guard. They have them in a lot of states, not every state, but they should have them in every state. It's a boot camp program for troubled youth. It's poorly funded, by the way. I came through that program, King Sigma. You understand? Now, if you don't do what you're told, they send your ass home.
Okay, now what was your relationship with your father?
My father wasn't one.
So you're one of the achievers that overcame that disadvantage.
But I did have. To be fair, I did have my grandmother and grandfather.
So at least you had some. You had a balance.
I had a foundation, and that's what I believe. My belief, even with my daughter, this is my belief, and this is what happened with me. Because a lot of times when my grandfather and my grandmother was trying to correct me and tell me shit, it was going in one ear and out the other. Remember, I'm a Brooklyn boy growing up in the 80s, right? So I'm a little rough. But one thing is, when I grew up, when I decided to become an adult, I had a foundation to fall back on. And every fucking thing they told me was right.
And guess what I am? I'm a carbon copy of them, because now they're my example when dealing with young boys, my children, etc. Well, not my children, my child, etc. You know what I mean? So they gave me my values even when I wasn't listening, but they were there. And I'm gonna tell you right now, it's not easy. I'm pretty sure I frustrated them time and time again, but that was something they couldn't quit on because I was a grandchild. But what I can do with somebody else's child, I don't have to deal with that forever. We only deal with the kids and the boys that are about this life. They really want to change. They want to do the work. Those are the ones who make it. We give them instruction. We give them homework. We give them assignments. You know what I mean? And they have to get the shit done. They have to get the grades. They have to do certain things. And then we reward them. That's the measure of power. See, when you are power, power is simple. You have the ability to reward and punish.
Yes.
We punish those who are out of line and you reward those who are not.
So here's
You can't
here's the separation.
Trey, just one response. I just got one response. So when you talk about that punishment mechanism, what is the punishment mechanism for the black man who refuses to use financial planning and family planning and produces children that become a ward upon the other black men that are productive?
I got a beautiful
What
answer.
punishment mechanism do you talk about that's in place for that?
I got a beautiful answer for that. For me personally, I don't deal with deadbeat niggas, right? If you around me and you don't take care of your kids, I don't fuck with you. And I'm pretty consistent. That's why I can't stand black women who don't fucking take care of their kids. I'm hell on a bitch. That's a horrible mother.
I'm not talking about the women. I'm talking about the men.
No, follow me though. I'm just saying that's my core, who I am as a person, right? So how you punish the men is how you punish men in every society. Another side of the thing that I always preach is group economics. Black men get on a code with each other and start doing business with each other. Business and code. We don't have a code of ethics as black men across the board, or at least on a large scale, right? So we talk the shit we talk on the internet. We agree on a lot of things. That's why I don't understand why there's so much disrespect sometimes in this space. We agree there's a Pookie and Ray issue. We agree there's dysfunction in the society. We disagree on is the solution. All right. So let's get that out the way.
Let me jump in here, y'all.
Let me say this real quick.
I got a dip.
Okay, go ahead, boss.
And here's the deal, man.
Yeah,
you know, group economics, bro, is tribal mentality. And what you're gonna see is that a lot of us cats that came from nuclear family homes with a dad, a masculine, patriarchal father, we're not gonna be down with it. And most of us are gonna be moderate or lean, more conservative. And everything you're talking is just not going to make any sense to us. Going back with programs, midnight basketball, those type of things. No, they're just not for us, because we were taught by our fathers that we are our family's center point of focus. And that's where we focus, and we put that forward going to our lineage. And that's why I was saying that, you're going to have brothers like you and me, we're nothing alike. We can't come together on group economics because we move different. And what I told you, JSHine,
Trey, look at white folk. Look at white folk, Trey. That's what's here real quick. Look at white folk. White folk disagree on a whole bunch of shit.
I got all white people working for me, man. I got white people.
I'm just saying, hold up. But white people disagree on a lot of shit, don't they, Trey? And they still do business with each other.
Here's the thing. All those same white folks, they do business with me. They do business with King Sigma. They do business with other Americans. They do business with Chinese, Pakistanis.
Right.
It's not a color thing, bro. I mean, once you make it a color thing, you've already given up your position of power. You make it a man thing. A man, you start your own empire and you go from there. Now, you just told King Sigma that you punish these men, who don't take care of their kids. Oh, you ain't down with Keisha, but then you give them a way out by going to take care of their boys. You know what? Okay, let me give these boys a said product a chance. And that's where, man, I just don't agree with. Hey, it's cool. I'm glad you're doing it, but it's not my thing, bro.
Hold on. How are you punishing them by not helping with the kids? If you don't, hold up. If you don't clean up your boys' situation, how are you punishing
your boys?
How you
their
punishing
boys?
It's somebody else's boys. That's why.
If there's somebody else's boys, then why are we talking about them at all? There should be no conversations on the internet about it. Y'all should be talking about money, how you getting up for yourself, how you doing for self. That's not how y'all spend time on it. Y'all spend time on the internet.
That's what I talk about.
No. Y'all spend a lot of time on the internet. Y'all spend a lot of time on the internet talking about Pookie, Ray, Keisha, right?
Yeah, because they're terrorizing.
Trolling niggas like me in the chat room. That's what y'all do.
I don't troll you, bro. They terrorize, bro.
Trey, if that's how you feel. If there's niggas that
terrorizing,
I can't. Hold on, time out. There's niggas that agree with you all night, Trey. There's niggas that agree with you all night right now in the chat room. Right now in the chat room. Why
did I say it was bad?
No. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to question your ideology at this point. I'm saying that if that's what y'all care about, then why did they show up to talk against me?
Bro, because what you're saying goes against their ideology, and some people,
but
you
I
know,
thought
they
y'all
are
didn't
nice,
care.
man. Bro, what you're saying goes against, you know, conservative values. 100% of what you're saying goes against conservative values.
No, it don't. Matter of fact, Trey, I'm the only true conservative when it comes to this issue right here on this panel.
Oh, come on, bro.
Other groups of men who you can
No,
whether they're
bro,
Chinese.
conservatives don't take care of Keisha kids, bro. They let them fail. They put them out the pasture, bro. What did my man Sly said? They call
you doing the same thing Pookie and Ray Ray doing. That's what Pookie and Ray Ray did.
How?
Because Pookie and Ray Ray, hold up, you can't have this both ways. You can't sit here and talk about black men.
I'm not terrorizing no community. I'm not out there doing that.
We can't talk about we can't talk about black
men.
That's
what Pookie and Ray Ray are doing. That's what Keisha's
doing
by having these.
We can't talk about black men in general. First of all, most black men.
It seems like we got away from my simple question.
I'm trying to bring it back.
Hold on. We spent 15 minutes going in circles. Hold on. I just want to go back to the question. What I asked is, what is the punishment mechanism that you have in place for the men? Because it's off code to have children that you don't have enough money to pay for and don't have the emotional stability.
All right, my answer is simple.
What is the punishment mechanism? That's all I want to know.
My answer is simple. In the dominant society, they punish their men through economics. When they men are off code, and we've seen this. Now, Trey, you've been in the military. We have something called adultery. When officers do shit that's really out of line, they get punished. I watched a man that did some shit that he wasn't supposed to do as a colonel over MDW. And all of his friends and all the generals and all the people that he was cool with, they turned their back on him.
But that doesn't happen in the community, bro. You know, goodness well, that criminals are put on a pedestal in the community. And now you go in there and reward them by taking care of their kids.
That's not taking care of their kids. Who the fuck I took in my house?
Question, hold on.
How are you going to have a punishment mechanism?
Bro, because again, you said that you disassociate yourself from deadbeats. But the 30% of black men that are responsible for the most reproduction in Black America now.
Thank you for saying that, Sigma.
How have you punished them, and how do you plan to punish them? That's what I'm asking you.
We're not look, they are going to do what they're going to do. We're not punished. We're not rewarding or punishing them at all. I don't understand how y'all niggas.
So then nothing will change.
Nothing's going to change because you got too many do nothing niggas out. You're not letting me answer the question. All right, the question was, what is the punishment mechanism? We're not punishing Pookie and Ray Ray by taking care of their kid. We're not rewarding them neither.
Yes, you are.
You know what I mean? No, we're not.
Hold on. The reward is that you're willing to be like an insurance program for their bad decisions. That's the reward. But you've yet to say any punishment mechanism. So what you're saying is that
you
don't have the ability. That is a reward.
No, it ain't.
That is a reward.
Because that's not a reward. Hold on. Because the part.
How's it a reward?
Hold on. The most basic element
because why would a person
reproduction and resources go together? So if I can get you to pay for my reproduction, that's a win. If I'm a loser,
you talking about stepdaddy shit? Who's saying that? I don't know what the fuck y'all talking about right now.
Hold on. I didn't say no. I said
they moved this to stepdaddy shit. I don't know.
I tried to like.
I didn't say nothing about stepdaddy.
I tried to.
Hold on.
Who said anything about stepdaddy? I ain't tell you to bring a nigga in your house. I didn't say that one time. Bring a little nigga in your house and put him up in your crib. I ain't say none of that.
I was specifically talking about punishments and rewards. You can call it stepdad. You can call it mentors. You gave me the reward part. You said I go and have a child. I get to mate. I get to pass on my DNA. And you said you're willing to take on that responsibility as long as the kid is well behaved. Fine. I asked you second. I said, what is now that's the reward mechanism. What is the punishment mechanism that you're willing to place upon those that won't stick to the code of financial planning and responsible sexual reproduction? What is the punishment mechanism?
I disagree. First of all, that's a reward. All right, helping a young man out with his life. I don't understand how that rewards his father who's not around. I don't get that part at all. He's a fucking child.
Because his responsibility is gone.
Because you become the surrogate.
I'm not. Hold on. Here's the thing. I thought y'all niggas wasn't at war with Pookie and Ray Ray, but now y'all at war with Pookie and Ray Ray.
That's not war.
It's not war.
Wait.
Becoming the father figure. That's all.
How is it war with Pookie and Ray Ray just to say that I'm not going to take care of kids? No, that's saying that I'm not going to take it. That's not a war.
That's
I
funny. You
don't
know what's
want
funny to
people
me?
ready to
I
die.
just watch.
I'm not
I
trying
just
to
watch.
kill his kids. What I'm asking you, you still haven't given me what the punishment mechanism is. You mentioned it yourself. The Italians, the Irish, they all have a punishment mechanism, but yet you haven't told me what the black punishment is.
I just told you what it was, when you ignored it. I said group economics, but y'all niggas turned that shit into some bullshit.
How is it
The
a
point
punishment mechanism?
because when you have the ability to punish people through commerce or through income, that's how you control your men. That's how all men.
You just said,
Sigma, let me finish, baby, please, man. Let me finish, dog. This is not a simple
real
answer.
quick, y'all. Just a TV commercial break. Plant and Alvarez are walking to the ring right now. Just want to let y'all fellas know.
Okay. All right. Oh, really? Oh, you talking
watching
fight?
the MMA fight right now?
Yeah.
No, that's the boxing. That's the boxing.
I thought Usman fight tonight too, right?
You talking about Canelo, right?
Yeah, they all fight.
Canelo Alvarez and Caleb Plant are fighting
all at the same time.
They're about to fight right now.
All right. So look, Sigma, if you're not in your community as men, then you're not in a position of authority at all. You have no ability to punish or reward anybody. That's how that works. You can't say I'm punishing them.
Thank you, bro. That's all I asked. So you basically said that as of today, the majority of black men have no punishment mechanism. That's all I wanted you to say.
I said that earlier. We have no leadership.
I didn't hear that. No, but you said leadership. But I was saying specifically about
same thing.
Punishment mechanism.
There's no leadership. Trey made a point. Trey made a point. No, you made a point about. Matter of fact, I said this earlier to you too as well. When you made a point about the black church. Look, we have no leadership. When you look at the black community, you're looking at a manless group. There's no real leadership. It's a fucking it's a shift make matriarchy. You understand me? That's what it is. And here's the thing.
Send that brother Mr. Research the link.
Matter of fact, you know what? Let me ask you a question. Back in the 80s, you probably you might be too young for this, Sigma, but back in the 80s and 90s, feminism, especially black feminism, was kicking hard on TV. Oprah, all these talk shows, right? You don't need them, girl. You don't need a man. You know what I mean? All that bullshit was going hard in the 80s and 90s, right? And what they were doing with this media, the powers that be, they was molding and socializing the women, through media. And what I'm saying to black men is that there's been no real black male response to that. So when you have access to someone's children, right? So first of all, you got a black woman admitting that her child needs help. And then, because she's letting us have access to him and not a fucking pedophile. So that's a good start. And then you have the child who's trying, who wants to get a better situation for himself. He just needs some leadership. He needs some mentorship. You know what I mean? He needs somebody to guide. He needs some guidance. And if this young man has earned our trust through his works and even them living in the conditions that he's living in, he's pushed through that. I don't see how we're rewarding his father for helping him, because what he's going to do is do better than his father. So we got to be concerned about the next generations. We can't do nothing. My job is to stop them seven niggas, those 7 young men from becoming like their fathers.
So here's the question though. So while you're mentoring one of the children, what happens when that same guy while you're mentoring, he's out producing even more of those children for you to take care of and mentor? Because that's what's actually happening. We saw it in Memphis. I'll give a good example. The best example that came to us in the last few years was a case in Memphis. 3 black men, 20 black women, and 85 black children. Guess what the women said? These dudes ain't never paid nothing for these children. Again, this is recent, last 3 years. 3 black men, 20 black women, and 85 black children. So I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. I went through a mentorship program. I had father figures. It's a needed thing. But at the same time,
everybody provides it for their people.
Punishment, if you don't have a punishment mechanism, what ends up happening is that those same dudes, since they're still out there, they just keep reproducing more and more problems for you to take care of. Me, I'm cool. But I'm not gonna knock you. But hold on. But I'm not gonna knock you for making that decision. I'm not one of these guys gonna say, hey, JSHine, I don't tell another man what to do with his freedom and with his resources. I'm just saying, you go do you, but be okay with me not using my resources. I'm gonna make the right decision. If I make a child, I'm taking care of that kid because I've planned for it. I've saved enough money and I've chosen and vetted the right woman. That's gonna be my contribution.
I understand. Let me ask you this question, Kick Summer, because I keep bringing up this example. And it's like y'all keep sidestepping it. When I show you, and I used broken down, white society when it was broken down, and then how they corrected their society. Why are
What
we
is
then
white
not?
society?
Well, they call themselves white. It was not me. It's what I'm saying. They created. I don't know. I don't know how many
I
how many
get
job
that. I
forms.
get that.
How many job forms have you created? Because when I look at the job forms, it says white, Hispanic, black. You know what I mean? So I didn't create this shit. All right.
But there's different, and I don't, and this is my first time ever like meeting you tonight, so I'm not in that crowd, but I was just
What's your name,
asking,
brother?
like,
I'm sorry. What's your name, brother?
Free Zone Lou, man. First time meeting you tonight, man.
Nice to meet you, brother. Go ahead.
And I do rock with what you're doing for the kids and all of that. But when you say white society, I don't know what that means, because there's all different types of white people, and they're all not in lockstep.
And that's why I use ethnicity. I didn't even go white, did I? I said Italian, Irish. I got Pacific.
You said white society.
Yeah, well, I'm right now. I'm giving a fucking overall. I'm just doing a catch-all because I don't want to go.
Right. I got what you.
Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to point out. I don't want to point out just white Hasidic Jews. I don't want to just point out Irish Catholic. I don't want to just point out Italian.
Okay.
I already made those examples.
You're saying Jews. You're saying Jews with Jews, Italians with Italians. Of their particular community.
And what they did, to correct their dysfunction. You know what I mean? And they broke in situations, and it wasn't easy. It took time. And what I didn't finish saying was that Giuliani,
go ahead.
when Giuliani finished putting the last, slick back on the corner with the fucking sweat pants, Vinny in jail. You know what I mean? That's them cleaning up their society. They was like, you're gonna go corporate or you're not. You're gonna go legit or you're not. We got the power, we got the politics, we got the banks, we got everything we need. You don't gotta cut nobody's head off no more. All right. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They muscles in the police force. You know what I mean? Their smart guys go to college. They got this shit worked out. You know what I mean? And but they clean their people up, and it wasn't easy. Remember, they came over when they came over. They was taxing their own businesses. We're here for protection. You see what I'm saying? This is what groups do.
Right.
No,
I feel, and I'm on the same type of I'm on the same type of time. Like I trade currencies and all that stuff, and I teach people to do the same. So I'm in lockstep with you. Right. But it's just damn, I blanked out. I blanked out. Go ahead.
If you could, those groups that you're talking about, the Irish, the white, all the different groups that you mentioned.
You could bring in Asians in too.
Yeah, all that. You mentioned the early 1800s, 1900s, all the way up to today. What were the single mother-led household rates for those groups? What were they over 50%?
Well, I would say this. It was worse.
It was worse than 50%.
It was worse than single mothers. 50%. It was worse than that, because when you look at Catholic culture and the rules of those families, it was a disgrace to be a single mother back then. That's why you had orphans. You had.
So do you have census numbers to back this up?
Census numbers? No, we got archaeological footage we could bring up. Okay, but hold on, SKC. This SKC. I don't like what you do. You asking questions that I can't spit out the data right here on the spot.
No, I'm just asking.
What I want you to do is, we can craft another live stream where I can bring all that data to support it, because that's a lot of information.
No, I get that, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm saying that from your recollection, you can state that it was over 50% for those groups that you were mentioning.
Yeah, it was really bad.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. The only other thing I wanted to know.
You had white women dying in childbirth. That created street kids. You had women who had kids out of wedlock and they were shamed of it.
Okay. If the census data proves it, the census data proves it.
I don't think
it is what it is.
I don't think there was a census back then, but there was.
They had a census. They had a census.
Not like we have now. Yeah, but they had something else. Because remember, one thing I can respect about other communities, they take care of their bullshit. You know what I mean? So when you see you had all those women working, that's why I like the show, like the Nick. They would show you all those women who were working as nurses at the monasteries and all that. These were women who had kids out of wedlock and they were quote unquote damned. You know what I mean? and and they gave certain situations to certain people. They didn't throw anybody away, but the boys were running wild on the streets. They would create
Right.
gangs.
And we have the census data to prove all of that. Well, we can go in and we can look at that another time, but I'll just ask you from your recollection, you said that it's over 50%. Okay. My last question before I get off, and this is just a personal thing. I'm asking you, do you identify yourself, JSHine, as an honorable man?
I do.
Okay. I'll get with T.P.O.T. I'll chat with you tomorrow. All right.
I mean, you guys brought up the different races, in regards to like the single mother thing, right? So did you notice something? And we noticed for a fact, when you look at the two poorest groups of women in America by race, you have Black women at the bottom, 75% out of wedlock. Then you have Hispanic women at 60%. You notice what they have in common? They're both at the bottom. Whereas white women are at 40% and Asian women are at 20%. Who do you think of that group has the highest income? It's not white women. It's actually Asian women.
Asian women,
They have the lowest single mother out rate. So these comparisons, we got to be careful. Hispanic women are not too far behind Black women in 2021, and they are right there at the bottom. So if you
I'm not making modern comparisons. What I was saying earlier is that all these groups had some shit where they had broken situations. When you look at Asian society historically, they had times where they were fucked up. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true.
And that's all I'm saying. I'm just pointing out the fact that historically, every group that we look at, had a problem. You know what I mean? And some of those problems was way worse than what we have. That's why I even use like war-torn countries like Vietnam.
But they were willing to take extreme measures that Black men have decided that they're not willing to take. Because you're doing the soft.
But niggas is telling me a Big Brother program is extreme.
Nah, Big Brother. We need. I'm talking about the fact that what I'm saying is that when the Irish have they've been known for being some very brutal men. When someone in their ranks went against them, they destroyed them. Do you understand what I'm saying? The Irish dudes. That's why they had the movie The Gangs of New York. If you was an Irish dude when they came over here broke, impoverished, and they were going against the native Italians and all, and the native white Anglo-Saxons, they let it be known, hey, if you go against our development, we're willing to go to the extreme measures with you, no argument, and everyone's in on it. If you're a Black man,
do you know why it is? Do you know why that is? Because when those people came over from Eastern Europe, Southern Europe, Northern Europe, Western Europe, they were poor. They were dirt poor. When they came over, they were despised by the government. Think about it. They would despise each and every group, and they had to take extreme measures. Why do you think La Cosa Nostra existed? Because the Italians were despised.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's really talk about the history. Okay. The gangs of New York were about men doing what? They're trying to take care of their families. They're trying to make a way, and they knew that they were despised because the government told them they were despised. So they did some rough shit. Yeah, they did criminal shit. Yes, they did. If anything, you could say that they were inland insurgents. Why? They had to be. Desperate times call for desperate measures to take care of yourself.
Hey, Eric, you know what? I'm glad you said that because I just want to just point this out real quick. Trump, since we talked about him earlier, his grandfather was a criminal. Their money was established illegally. People did what they had to do. You know what I mean? And what they felt they had to do. But his father ran brothels, scams, all kind of shit. Had to run back to Germany, and Germany kicked him out and came back over here, changed his name, all kind of shit this dude did. And then passed that wealth.
Joe Kennedy was a crook.
Cleaned up.
Joe Kennedy, the father of the president of the United States of America, was a fucking crook. He was a fucking gangster. That's how he got his sons. But that's how he got his sons into politics too. That's why he pushed for his son, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, to be president of the United States. To take care of the Roman Catholics who were despised.
Yeah, to legitimize Irish people. But we also got to remember the history of orphanages. When they put these young boys in these orphanages, it was atrocious fucking conditions, and they were used.
I'm sorry. Before you go any further, brother, what's your name? I want to make sure everybody know who you are.
Big Mag the Fisher.
Oh, what's up, brother? So welcome to the panel. Okay. Finish up.
Peace, brother Big Mag. Peace, brother Simplified. What's good with it, man?
Salute, brother.
What's good with y'all, man? What's good with y'all?
Yeah. But let me say, I wanted to say, JSHine, I was putting in the chat earlier, hoping that you would get the message and intent of what I was saying. What I'm saying is this, is that there's a difference between the young impressionable boy that you get in your programs and the Pookie, Ray Rays, and the Lil Pumps when they get to an older age. See, I want to protect my boys from Lil Pump and Ray Ray, and I don't give a damn about Lil Pump and Ray Ray when they're older. What you do with a young man is admirable. And I'm hearing you talk. You keep, like, I'm not saying, you know, they're not the same.
I know.
They're not the same.
I know that.
Doing
you can't say more, boss.
Yeah, what you're doing is way different than what Lil Pump and Ray Ray can be impressed by. They're already gone. To hell with them. I don't give a damn. Tie him up, chain him up, throw him in the San Francisco Bay. That's what I feel. You know, but we have a society to deal with the criminal element. You know, when I had less resources as a younger man, I was coaching Little League. You know, I was doing all type of things. There were young boys in my family, extended family, who didn't have their father around. I had all the boys with me, with my son. You know, you have built yourself into some resources.
Yeah.
And you've built yourself into some ideas to affect some change in certain areas. But that's not the only way a man can live.
I understand that.
You know, so
everybody can't do everything. Like when I use
you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
When I use the example of you know, rich Italians or rich white people, you know, donating to programs, they're not doing the work. They're just giving the money.
Right, exactly.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So everybody's doing their part. The point I'm trying to make though is I'm trying to establish the concern, right? So when I came through a program called Challenge Corps, it was a National Guard program. They don't have it in New York no more, which bothered me because I looked it up recently and I was like, hold up, what the fuck happened to the one in Peekskill, New York? It was at Camp Smith. And what I learned in that program, brother, was that all that slick shit I was doing on the streets was leadership skills. My math, my ability to count money and count things fast was math skills. You know what I mean? And they were able to show me in the military format how to be a leader. And then I end up joining the military. You know what I mean? So, you know, and then I took everything I learned in the military and I applied it for the best. But I also realized that there was some shit I learned in the street that also was applicable. Learn how to read people. You know what I mean? Learn how to deal with stressful situations. You know, so a lot of things are transferable. But also when I got around other people that came from poor situations, Asians that came from poor situations who are now, you know, programmers and stuff like that, you know, they have the same chip on their shoulder. And all they want to do is create a better place, you know, for their bloodline and their family. So when we give an opportunity to a young man, and it's just an opportunity, because we had brothers who came through the program, young men who didn't make it. They didn't have the discipline. They didn't have the emotional stability to stick with it. You know what I mean? But those who do have the opportunity, and none of them would have that opportunity if there was no program at all.
You're absolutely right. You're
So
absolutely right.
this is a probability game. You know what I mean? A lot of white people, and those of us who work in the workforce, now I'm talking to all you professional brothers right now. Those you brothers who've been in the military, those you work in government like I have, worked as a contractor, whatever. You have worked with mediocre white folk. I mean, motherfuckers who suck. You know what I'm saying? And you know, they lazy, you know, they're not this perfect people. But what they do though is they still make sure that people get paid and take care of the people. And you know why I understand that? Because when I was a kid and I was working for a Jewish Hasidic Jew, I was working at his store. It was one of the last stores in Bushwick. And I was sweeping floors and I saw his Hasidic Jew man get into an argument with another Hasidic Jew he couldn't stand. He didn't like that motherfucker, but he owed him money. He owed him money. And even though he was mad at him, he still gave him his money. Why? Because when he gets to that temple, there's going to be other men who hold him accountable for not paying back that money. They don't care about the emotional issues between y'all two. Right. That's a code of conduct. That's a code of conduct. And I saw that shit as a fucking 6-year-old, 7-year-old, and it never left me. And now when it comes to black people, if I'll just use me and you as an example. If I owe you $20, this is this is street shit, right? I owe you $20, and then you say something I don't like. I'll use that as example as a reason not to give you $20. Fuck you, nigga. I ain't paying you shit. But
what about the fact that you talk about a code? Though you keep using the term code, and and the difference between like those Jews is that they have a code that's been in place for 2,000 years. That no matter where they are on the planet, if they claim that same ethnic group, they can say, "Hey, here is our code, this book that's been around for 2,000 years. Do you have an example of the black code that you can hand out to the 40 million black Americans in this country? Because if it is, I haven't seen it. I'm still waiting. Where is the black code for all the 40 million blacks?
You know what, though?
That's a good question. Hold on, Eric. Let me answer the question real quick. This is a quick answer to that. That's a good question. You said 2,000 years. I'm glad you put a number on it. The code of conduct and the rules for America and how America is ran started just a few hundred years ago.
But right? No, hold on, not American. I said the 40 million black Americans.
I'm getting well. First of all, a lot of us come from different places. That's part of the problem too. But I would say this: let's say we have zero code at all. We starting from scratch. Our 2,000 years could start tonight. That's where I'm coming from. Sigma. When I look at black men, hold on, let me just say this real quick. When I look at black men, I think highly of us, Sigma. I don't think we're inferior. I'm being real right now. I think highly of us. I know what we're capable of doing. I know the talent we have amongst us, and we're not going to have 100%. Because you know why? No other group has 100%. You know what I mean? Most of their chosen carry them. And like I say this all the time, the Biffs do not run white society. The George McFlys do. You understand me? We got to stop being scared. Not saying anybody up here on this panel scared. I'm talking about as a group. Scared to take our destiny in our own hands. Because I don't see what the alternative is. The alternative is just sitting under other people.
I get that part, but I'm just using your example. You use the example of Jews. And what I'm saying to you is that they've had a code that's been in place for at least 2,000, they say a little bit longer, that has unified them across the globe. Now, you're saying that, so you said blacks don't have the punishment mechanism and they currently don't have a code and you want to develop one. Fine. But as of today, they do not have a code and they do not have a punishment mechanism. That was only my point. Where we're at today.
And we agree. Hold on. Also, we're talking about numbers though, right? Remember, black families were the most intact families even after slavery. You know what I mean? So we were able to do something at some point in time. We all know what happened in the 60s and 70s, right? They all fell apart. But I'm just saying, up until that point, we had, and it wasn't across the board. We always create this meritocracy for old black people. No, we had some fuckery going on back in the 20s and 30s too. You know what I mean? But for the most part, we had intact families. For the most part, we had a code of conduct amongst the men. For the most part, we had a code of conduct amongst the women, right? So, my thing is this: being raised by my grandparents, being the last, remnants of that, right? My grandmother will cuss 95% of these bitches out right now. She'll cuss them out. There'd be all kinds of hussies and floozies and all the old words they used to use back in the day. You know what I mean? She trans.
Mine used to do it in the 70s and bitching moan at me about dealing with these girls back in the 70s.
So I'm inflicted. I'm inflicted with the example that I know that existed. My aunts, my grandmothers in them, women who are classy. I never see my grandmother in the pants ever. You know what I mean? So I'm inflicted with that example. So I know what's possible. You know what I mean? So
which is true. Now we all know what's possible. See, this is my thing as a newcomer to this space, right? And hearing all type of avenues and areas. See, me, I'm a veteran myself. I'm a combat veteran. I'm from Far Rockaway. You know what I mean? So
what's up, Far? I'm from Bushwick, bro.
Yeah. I heard you say that. I know, bro.
Brooklyn in the house.
So my thing is this: like, I fancy. Well, I kind of consider myself someone who's emerging from the woods, right? We go into the clearing, and you got other people emerging from the woods into the clearing, and you see all these camps. You got all these leaders, all these organizations, all these little whatever scrimmages, whatever it is, all in the clearing. And we all trying to get there and muster and get our shit together. See, what it kind of bothers me, but it doesn't bother me. I see all these different areas in the space where we know what the fucking problems are. We know what exists. We know what we need to do. But what we sitting here doing is criticizing each motherfucker because they don't believe how they believe. And see, that right there, I think is going to be a hindrance more than it's a help. Because if we know what it is, Jay, like listen, you from Bushwick, listen, I'm from Rockaway.
Yeah.
We came on that A train when we came hang out, man. We had to deal with all of fucking Brooklyn.
Yeah. How old are you, by the way?
Huh?
How old are you, brother?
I'm 55. So
Okay, so you came through the old New York, so
Damn.
you know what
Okay.
time it is.
Exactly.
Then,
And
then,
this is what I'm
so then you right along with me because I'm 58.
There you
Yeah.
go. So this is what I'm trying to tell you. See,
Mhm.
we knew no matter who the fuck you were, if you were on that A train and you lived in Rockaway, you took your ass to the back car because if you was by yourself, you got a problem with all of fucking Brooklyn. Now we got together
Agreed.
and we did our thing. When them doors closed, it was gonna be what it's gonna be if you start some shit. But
Right.
again, to what we're saying here is this: everybody was on code, and you punished the motherfucker who didn't get to the back car. You left them by their goddamn self. They got no support. Who give a fuck what his family thought when he got home?
Yep.
Because you didn't carry your ass to the back car. And I say that to say this. We all have difference of opinions and this, that, and the other. Like, I happen to be conservative. After the Patriot Act, I left both fucking parties. I couldn't stand it.
You know what, though, brother? Let me say this real quick, man. Most black men are conservative. We're conservative by nature.
Yes.
And you know what proved that? Remember
Family
Prop 8? Remember they had Prop 8?
People are conservative. Family
Yeah.
people working.
Remember what happened in
men are
California?
conservative.
California, when they had that.
It's
Remember
not
California?
Republican.
Hold on, let me ask you that question. Let me ask you a question. Remember when California had that vote on Prop 8 on gay marriage? Who voted that shit down?
I don't know.
Black people. You know what I mean? So that's the kind of shit that gives me hope. What I would surmise, this is what I would suggest. That we operate the same way conservative Democrats operate. This is how you gain this. I'm talking about power, family. I'm talking about political power. How you force somebody to where you are. I want to challenge I want to bring social conservatism into the Democratic Party through black men.
You know,
that's what I would love. I would love to see that.
But know what you talk about though? You are talking about culture, JSHine, all day, every day. Because that's where it starts.
But hold on, what's the real problem in our culture? The real problem in our culture is we really don't challenge black women.
Agreed. Agreed.
We
But
do
then
it online.
Check it out though.
Hold up, Eric. Imagine if we did this. Imagine if we challenged them in that party. You know what I mean?
Okay, I get you. Yeah, I get you. I'm with you on
The
that.
same way cinema, the same way Testa, the same John Testa does, the same way fucking Manchin is doing right now. We challenge, you know what I'm saying? You get your way in the party, but they're gonna have to negotiate with us.
No problem.
Agreed. But you know what though? I want to go back.
Hold on a second. Let me get brother research in here. What's good, brother research? What's good with it, brother? Been a while.
What's good? What's good, brother? I see all the families up in here. I'm not going to be long. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Gotcha.
Yeah, you got it. Go ahead.
We hear you.
I ain't going to be long. I'm going to let y'all get back to it because it's beautiful to hear brothers talk without the insults. That is so beautiful.
Agreed.
Look, 80% of what JSHine kicked tonight, I totally agree with. I agree with the other 20% with King Sigma because he has some very good questions that Jay, my beloved brother, couldn't answer. And it's a thing in development. So I've been a conservative since Easy went into the White House and had dinner with Bush. So that's how far I go back. I actually go to political events. I don't just sit on YouTube. So part of what JSHine was talking earlier about a lot of people fronting. I remember the classic thing I got on O'Shea's old school debate show with anti-black Logan, and he had no idea who Burke was. He had no idea that Adams was part of conservatism. All he knew was the Reagan stuff, which goes to JSHine's point. We got too many people. And I know Hood Conservative, you're going to do a after show video. I just saw you post it. Make sure I'm invited, brother. I'm going to go up there and rep for the conservative just to see if you guys can stay in line. Because what's really unfortunate is dudes hiding from conversation. I'm not saying Hood Conservative is. I'm just saying dudes in general, when they talk this conservative shit. I've asked Uber guy to be on my show and talk conservative. I've asked Bernard to be on my show and talk conservative. Dudes who talk conservative want to hide in their circles. They don't want to have the conversation Jay is having. And I land my plane by saying this because I want you guys to get back to it. But I land my plane by saying this. I think the crust of what Jay is trying to say is enough with the talking. Let's put some dollars behind something. Let's make some type of movement, because the problem is, gentlemen, I can start putting some dollars behind something tomorrow, but you know what's going to happen? Just like the brother said a moment ago, there's going to be the great divide. The old dogs is going to be over here. The Pookie's going to be over there. The Omacs and the Goofies are going to be over there. The Stephen Fetchits are going to be over there, and they're going to all complain black men don't stick together, even though somebody has created something to get it started. And it don't matter if you agree with the person who got it started. Help start the train.
Exactly.
And then you'll have other people, King Sigma and Paul, get together because they don't want to roll with JSHine, and then they start a different type of train, but they're not going to shit on JSHine's train. The key word is get the movement started. And this is what the problem is. But go ahead, gentlemen, get back to that. This is a great conversation.
Yes.
Hey, salute, Mr. Research.
I was gonna say
100%, because what it is, it's about getting resources, intellectual and financial resources together, getting a code so that in the fucked up state that black men are right now, and I'm not saying it's a total fucking wash, but young black men coming up, like them 11-year-olds, I was saying, JSHine, like them young dudes you can get, because I'm a believer in getting them when they're young.
Yep,
You got to.
You have to get them when they're young. It's not a question of wanting to. You got to.
Yeah,
you got to get to them when they're young.
Yeah, that's it.
So
and then you got to process.
Right. So what are we all doing to get a unified fucking code? What are we doing? What are the standard operating procedures? What the fuck are we doing? Where is our manual? What the you know what I mean? Like,
right. I agree with you on that.
Exactly. No matter what anyone thinks or feels about who the fuck, what are we doing? So that's the area we need to really start getting into. If you truly a conservative, like let's see, my parents, both from Alabama, my mother from Gadsden, my father from Bessemer, which is like 20 miles away from Birmingham. My father's in video footage with fucking dogs and fire hoses. They left Alabama to get away from that shit. My grandparents were Republican. My parents were Democrats. But my family has always been conservative. Welfare was taboo. My mother and two aunts worked for social services. My father was a sanitation.
Welfare.
Yeah. So we were always conservative household.
Now we'll get some hard ass cheese or some powdered milk.
Yeah, exactly. We didn't do welfare. Right. Yeah, exactly. Free lunch during the summer.
See the thing about that.
The summer.
They gotta eat shit.
Well, check it out.
Go ahead.
I'm with you on that, but you know what? My pops worked 30 years in the post office. My mom worked 30 years as a CEO. So I know what y'all talking about. You hear what I'm saying?
And see, we know the problem is that it's too much fucking free money. It's too many kids being born out of wedlock. You know what I mean? There's too many people just going to the ballot and throwing the fucking lever and not asking for something in return. It's too many people who going off in their little camp, be it church, be it a workplace, what do you call those? Fellowship.
The retreats and stuff.
A workplace fellowship. Like, I work this job, so I think this way. See, it's so many. We need to, and I think that, again, see what you, JSHine, and I see you and a lot of other people, they're about their business. They're about working on their wealth. They're about getting their shit together. That keeps families in line. That's the first order of business, taking care of your house. And I see so many other people in other areas of this space who ain't got a pot to piss in the window, throw it out, who trying to get to where JSHine is. So,
you know what? Can I say something? What y'all saying?
Wait a minute. So the division comes when they hear I ain't over there, motherfucker talking about me. You see what I'm saying? This space, I think what I'm getting out of this space as a divorced person coming out of a marriage, waking up, walking out of the woods all my life saying, what the fuck was going on? And then, oh shit, this is what the problem is with a 6-year-old son. Thank God I can rub some nickels together. Thank God I have enough sense to have gained some resources to continue to grow my income. Thank God I worked a job where I don't have to live on the street. Thank God I'm a year.
You know what? I mean, add something else to what you're just saying real quick. Because I didn't harp on this all night, because this is another aspect of me that brothers who've been around the space might know about. You probably don't. I'm also a single father. You know what I mean? I got custody of my daughter. Well, she's 18 now, but I had, I want custody of my daughter. So we have men in this space who go through things. So let's say you didn't do what I did. You got married and you had your kid the right way, quote the right way, and but then you got divorced by a modern woman.
Well, the first two
You
were
know what I'm
not
saying?
marriage.
Right. But even if I don't judge, I mean, I'm here for men to help better your situation because we all on our own personal journeys. You might have been young and dumb, but now you're 30 years old and you got yourself together, but you're still dealing with a situation. I'm going to be here to say, hey, you know, this is what I would do if I was in your situation. This is what I would file against that bitch. I mean, against that woman. This is what I would do. You know what I mean? I'm here to give that advice because I went through that shit 6 times and won 6 times. You know what I mean? So I can lend information because even if you get married and you get divorced, you still can end up in child support court. You still can end up on child support. You know what I mean? You still can end up, you know, dealing with, you know, the bullshit that goes along in this court system. We have to attack systems as an employee, as a supervisor. You know, it's my opinion that most problems that we have in the workplace are systematic. They're all systematic.
Agreed.
And the issue we have in our community is systematic. And I want to attack the systems. And the issue I had with Sigma, not to pick on Sigma or anybody else, this argument of rewarding somebody's father or Pookie and Ray Ray, that's not my issue. My issue is the systematic situation. I'm trying to change a situation. If I can get 7 to 8 young men, I can interrupt that fucking cycle. I interrupted my cycle. My father was a piece of shit, and my grandfather wasn't. So it didn't go no further than me.
Each one teach one.
He was the one fault. He was the one fuck up. He was the one fuck up. And even though I didn't have a father, I still had enough. I had my grandfather. I had his father, and I had his mother. You know what I mean? Put into me what they couldn't put into him, obviously, or didn't work with him. The streets got him.
I guess where you and I disagree, JSHine, is that you reaching the people you're reaching is good, but what I'm saying is that percentage that you're reaching has been pretty consistent the last 40 years or so, and it's not having an effect. How do I know? Because the biggest threat right now to Black people is the structure of the household. Guess what? When you go from 1970, 1980, 2000, and 2020, that number of female-led households and a smaller and smaller percentage of Black men having children has gone up. It didn't go down. So what I'm saying is that for every one Black kid that you help or a Robert Smith helps, there's still the issue of how do you stop those men who are the deadbeats you say you don't want to associate with that actually represent the highest percentage of kids from reproducing children that have to be saved later on after the age of 18? Because again, even with the work that you're doing, you still have to go through whoever's leading those households. They have to be on the same page as you.
Absolutely.
They have to give up a certain amount of
That's the hardest part of this shit too, by the way.
Yeah, they have to be willing to give up that agency and control of their children to you. And most are not going to. So what I'm saying is how do you stop that percentage from keep going up while you're helping that kid?
How do you do it? You develop a code, a written code. Okay? Those are like-minded with the written code. They live by it. You understand what I'm saying? You have to have something concrete and written that you can fall back on and say, hey, listen, okay, you breaking the code, okay? You in or you are in or you are out.
Are you out?
If you're all in, wait a minute. Let me finish my point, brothers, okay? Now, what I'm saying is this. When you write that code, right, and somebody gets out of line, say, hey, brother, listen, okay? You breaking the code. You breaking ranks here. So what's up? You in or you out? If he says I'm in, okay, well, this is what you need to do to redeem yourself for everybody following this code. Now, if you do this, okay, fine, we'll help you out. But if you don't do this, guess what? We're kicking you out. You're not coming back. It's just that simple. It's called the tax.
You know something? And
wait, because I'm not done. Hey, let me get done. Let me get done, please. Okay. Speaking of code, right? King Sigma, you talked about the Jews had a code that's over 2,000 years old, right? Yeah, it's damn near 3,000 years old. But you know what it's called? It's called the Torah. It's called the Law of Moses. That's their code. It's a written code. It's a very old written code that they live by. Now, have they bastardized it? Yes, they have. But guess what? Fundamentally speaking, the fundamentals of that written code, that's what they live by. Okay, there are a lot of faith-based written codes. It don't make a difference the color of the mask. What makes a difference is the character of the people who are raising families. That's what it's about, gentlemen.
Well, hold
And
on a second, because I want to
that
acknowledge brother Mr. Research with the $20 super chat. I appreciate that, brother Research. He says, great discussion, X. Yeah, I mean, just look around. Look at the brothers who are up here. But when you drop coins on this platform, you get this. A big coin drop on this platform. I appreciate that, brother Research. But let me ask a question, because brother Simplify was just talking about code, written code. Is one written code going to work for everybody? Because, you know, we all come from different places. We all come from different socioeconomic backgrounds. We all come from different rearings. We come from different stratas, if you will. So is one written code going to work for all these people from these different places that you want to get together?
No.
Well, brother X, in
No.
all truth,
Well,
no.
Nate,
In all
listen,
truth, let me answer, please. He asked a question to me, so I'm going to answer it. No, brother X. In all truthfulness, I have to say no, because not everybody is going to follow that code. Not everybody's going to be with that code, and that's the thing, though. That's why I talk about detachment. Those people who are with the code, those are the people that you help. Those people who decide they don't want to be with the code, they don't have the discipline to be with the code, okay? Then fine. Leave them to themselves. I can't force any grown man to follow a code that I live by. I can give him an opportunity. I can let him read the code and let him see what he thinks. Okay. But when it comes to the children, okay, they have a choice. They follow the code that works best for them. And the grown men know what's best for the children. The children don't know what's best for themselves. So you have a code. People who are like-minded, they follow that code. It's the same shit that W.B. Du Bois was talking about, the talented 10th. It was about making the code. Okay? It is about elitism. Okay? Okay? It's no need to try to get away from that, because it is about elitism. And the elites is not one person. Okay? But it's many people together who know what the problem is, okay? And we know how we have to alleviate it, okay? And we work that way. And all those people who are like-minded, they may have different ideas to add to the code, to add up to what comes out to be the written code, the written mission for life, okay? Those people who are with the program, they get with it. Those people who are not with the program, especially grown folks, you can't force them into it.
So
you leave them to themselves.
So you're basically writing the people off who are outside the code or refuse to follow the code. You're writing them off, right? So some people are going to get written off.
Yes.
Yeah.
Indeed, some people are being written off.
Let me say
This
this
is not
real
a
quick,
fair
and I'm
world
gonna
we
use
live in, and we're not infallible people. We're all fallible. Okay, I'm done. Go ahead. You got
No,
it.
you good. I just want to say something real quick, and I know JSHine used the movie reference, so I'm going to use one myself. What comes to mind is Thor Ragnarok, and we have to have as many people on the ship to just leave Ragnarok. Like we can't save that. We can't save that. All we can do is grab people who are like-minded. Yo, hop on the ship. We're leaving. This place is going in smoke and flames. We got to go. And what's interesting is, I mean, realistically, it seems like everybody here kind of, even though they're going about it a different way, it's still that same thing that we all really believe, like finding like-minded people. And that's just not going to be everybody. But you can get enough people to go and form something else, and then that something blows up. And we don't I think the issue where it comes is thinking that, Keisha or Pookie has to be saved. And I guess my question is for y'all, because y'all are a lot older than me. I heard like some of y'all in the 50s, kind of born in the 70s and all that stuff. And I guess I have a question for y'all. The things that we see now, like single motherhood, the Ray Rays, the Keishas, Pookies, all that stuff, was that stuff shamed back in the 60s and 70s?
Hey, that's what I was saying earlier about.
For the most part,
Hold on.
yes.
Let me say this.
Absolutely.
Earlier, I told you my grandma was alive today. She'd be cussing 95% of these bitches out.
Right. And so I think
Well,
that's
she
what
be cussing them
causes.
out. She'll cuss them out the old school way. She be calling them floozies and all those old
Right,
words and
right.
shit for
Yeah,
hoes and stuff.
and
Yeah.
What you gotta do, young brother, you gotta do the research and go look at some of these old videos of classic 50s women arguing with 70s women on how out of pocket they was. You gotta go see that for your own eyes. Don't even listen to us verbally tell you. You need to go
Right.
look and see those women of class and distinction say, no, I'm not going to have us publicly do XYZ for the against the brothers. You can go see it on a Real Black and his video channel. We got a lot of old classic conversations like that. You can also see classic
Yeah.
conversations of brothers trying to stand for brothers, and then having the anti-black type of dudes come up and say little stuff that, you know, we don't even know who the anti-black dude is now or where he's living, but sometimes he comes up out of nowhere just to talk anti-black. Let me also, while I got the microphone, answer the question about what the brother said about creating a union or a culture to get this achievement. The problem is this, gentlemen. How many people don't like Al Sharpton right now? You don't have to say nothing. The problem is, if you don't like Al Sharpton, still be quiet until you make an Al Sharpton 5.0. We got too many people, males, who I call OMACs, older males acting childish, not calculated, childish. We got too many OMACs and we got too many O-dogs. O-dogs want to kill the community just for a darn cheeseburger. We got too many dudes who want to yell about Al Sharpton and haven't even created a new Al Sharpton yet. Black males have to start getting strategic. This is the answer to that question, X. Got to be strategic. Can't be doing stuff off the cuff. Even the young dudes. You want to replace some of us older dudes? Fine. Get you a following first. Don't get you 2 or 3 people. Get you a following first. I ain't talking about a YouTube following. I'm talking about people who are going to reach in their pockets and bail you out of jail, because that's what leadership is. Leadership is other groups coming against black men when they see black men form. So if you're not surrounded by black males who are going to reach in their pockets and bail you out so you can get to that next speech in Michigan, then this is going to be a moot point. And I land my plane by saying this. Thank you for giving me some time on the mic. I land my plane by saying this. Everything that all of you have talked about, from Sigma to the two other brothers to JSHine, black males have to financially support it. It don't matter if I start something tomorrow. It really don't. It's going to be a bunch of OMAC and O-Dog dudes getting on the internet, making fun of it on some Stephen Fetchit shit so they can make girls laugh and weak-ass males laugh. I'm a warrior. JSHine been on my show. King Sigma been on my show. I'm from the block just like most of these cats. But the only thing is I'm around white folks dominating now. And if you can't be manager over human beings, manager over white folks, manager over Indians, it's hard for you to come into a space telling dudes who are doing that shit how you should do it. So gentlemen, it's about financially backing whatever you believe in, because falling in love, not us on the panel, falling in love with talking, that's for them other niggas. That's for them non-warriors. That's for them niggas that's attacking females right now online for the 1500th time. That's not for mental warriors. We gotta move better than that. Thank you for allowing me a breath to speak.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that's real shit.
Thank you, Mr.
See, that's what
Research.
and that's what I mean when I say that. For me, I guess you guys feel like you're more in the administrative phase of your life, where you have a plan that not only works for you, but you can multiply that. Me, I'm at the point where I'm mastering what works for me, and I just know that my contribution is I'm not going to produce a child that I can't take care of, that I haven't financially planned for, and I haven't vetted the mother and her family. I feel like that alone, if more black men just did that, that would take a tremendous load off the black men that would be administrators of something that's much more constructive and positive. I feel like too many black men are failing at that step. I just don't understand how you can bring a child into a world that's the most globalized in the most complex society in the last 1,000 years, possibly or more. I don't understand that. To me, that's a hate crime against other
here's
black
why.
people.
Here's why, King Sigma, because OMAC and O-Dog are teasing whoever wants to go to a darn brothel. OMAC and O-Dog is teasing anybody with a snow bunny or escort. White folks don't do that. White folks take their nut, bust it at the brothel, come back to the money, and select some chick to raise them.
Yeah, we don't shit what they eat neither.
Yeah, and see, that's where you treat the sex.
Wait, hold on. We got too many dudes trying to tease other dudes for what they do sexually. That's part of the problem right there.
Yeah, the dick pollution is real. Yeah, it's real.
That's the currency in the black community. How many chicks you can get? That's the currency. That is the current. That's the measure of a man. That's what we've gotten away from. And see,
that's a Trent mentality too, by the way.
Exactly. So, and this is why why I appreciate all the different perspectives, whether or not I agree with them all. But what I see is action in some weight, shape, and form. So my thing, I hope I'm alive when things start getting together. See, here's my thing. I have a 28-year-old son who told me, Dad, if you waiting on me to get married and have a kid, you're gonna be a granddad. It ain't gonna happen with me. You know what that makes me feel like? That my son tells me that he doesn't see women who are worthy of being wives or bearing his child. He's 28 years old.
Yeah,
that
culture,
is,
man.
That's nihilism, man. That's nihilism.
And that's what I was gonna say earlier to Sigma. Like when we was talking earlier, I got thrown off, but I wanted to point that out. Like right now, what else you want brothers to do? 50% of black men don't have children. They're not the baby makers, right? And then you have a lot of young men, and this is not just a black thing, by the way. They're not even talking to women. You know what I'm saying? Like that. In this new time. And then when you go into the 50% of black men who do have children, they break into three different groups. You have the men who have children by multiple women, which is about 30% of us. And that's still not all bad. I'll get back to that 30% in a minute. And the other group is the men like myself, either have one child, or they have multiple children by one woman, right?
Yeah.
Now, going back to that 30%, all that still ain't bad, because if I choose to have a child right now with another woman, I will fall into that 30%. So that 30% doesn't even mean that you did something wrong. It's just you're living life. You might have had a wife or a long-term girlfriend, had a child. Now you in a new marriage or a new real relationship and got a new baby. You know what I mean? And you will fall into that 30%, meaning that you're a man that created children with multiple women. The thing is, we gotta stop using this 20% of these males, right, as the measuring stick for the rest of us.
Right.
And that's what I hear a lot of men doing. Like, what I mean?
I still got to ask the question though. So when you talk about that 30%, so you broke it down. So we got 10 black men. We know that 5 will be childless. We know that about 3 will be married, and 2 to 3 will be in the category that you mentioned, the deadbeats. So we still got to do.
No, I wouldn't say they're deadbeats. I would just say they're the ones creating.
No, you called them deadbeats earlier though.
I didn't.
Okay, so let's take that back. Okay,
man, because if you can have 2 kids with 2 different women and take care of them,
but you have to have a child to be a deadbeat.
Right. I'm just counting baby makers right now.
Let's look at the baby makers. So we know that. So half of the men are responsible for 100% of the children. So I'm asking you, JSHine. We know that 3 out of 10 black men are married and they're taking care of their responsibilities. So we know that about 2 or 3 are not. But those 5 represent 100% of all the black children born in the United States. So who does this responsibility fall on? The married black men, the men that are not married, or the men that have no children? You can't put that responsibility on the men that have decided not to.
I'm not.
So it comes down to 2 groups. So we're taking the 50% off. We got 5 out of 10 black men left. Who takes on that responsibility for those 100% of children from those 5 out of 10 black men?
Exactly. So let's put this in real terms. Let's put this in real terms. Let's use real life examples. That 20% we're talking about that's making all these babies, right? And let's take a Dwight Howard or Nick Cannon, right? Because the truth of the matter is, Sigma, this is really a woman's issue. Womanhood is in the toilet. You understand me? So attacking the children of the 20% and making sure those men and training those men not to do what their fathers did will start eliminating that 20% of men. You understand what I'm saying? 50% of black men don't have children. If you telling me the other 3 out of 5 are taking care of their responsibilities, or not, at least not creating all the babies, they got like me, they got one child, and I got one child and custody, right? And then you got men. I'll use a perfect example of somebody who's not with their children but created 3 children with one woman. Angry Man. Everybody knows who Angry Man is, right? He got 3 sons, but they all by the same chick. You see what I'm saying? You got examples like that. I wouldn't put him.
Situation, but wasn't Angry Man? He's a divorcee, though, right?
No, he was never married.
See, my understanding, I've heard Angry Man say he was married before.
Nah, he had his mother was a single mother with 2 kids, and then he gave her 3 more.
Yeah, first time
Now,
I heard.
So you're 100% sure that Angry Man was not married to that woman? Because I swear he said he was married to her.
No, he wasn't married to her.
Okay, he was here before me, so I'll take your word.
Yeah, he wasn't married to her. He ain't married to the chick he with now. So my point is this, though. My point is this. I think we got to keep in mind that it's not the majority of black men that are doing this, right? So by going to dealing with single mothers who became baby mama number 4 or 5, right, and dealing with their sons, we're not rewarding their father. We're stopping them from being their father.
You're stopping a percentage. See, the thing is, you are.
That's the only percentage that matters, because the other 30,
but so far, but hold on.
You said 30% is what they're taking care of their kids, right? So why would I deal with their kids?
No, but hold on. What I'm saying is that you have a situation where you're cutting one weed, but there's still 10 being reproduced. You have to stop the weed from growing. You have to get to the root.
Future is going to have baby mama 9 to 10. I can't do nothing about that, but I can stop one of his.
Yes, other societies have. You got to have what I'm saying. I'm gonna say it again.
Stop incentivizing them.
You have to have a punishment mechanism, and we got to stop ignoring that. I'm sorry.
What's incentivizing them? What's incentivizing them is not that. What's incentivizing them is not me. What's incentivizing them is
no. They're incentivized because they have an emotional connection at some point that they need to make with another human being, and they get a financial support system when they do have the children. So the punishment, I think, is not incentivizing them by giving them the safety net of being able to live a safe or whatever, to have a roof over their head and food in their mouths, no matter how many children they have. Now, I'm not talking
about stepdaddy shit.
No. I'm talking about the government. Yeah, the government being daddy. I'm talking about my tax dollar. But not all of them are going to be the bone creature on public assistance. You know, because now, as we see, I'm sure everybody in this space sees that a lot of these professional women who don't have a man who froze their eggs or whose eggs are still lively are going to sperm banks, or they just having kids with dudes saying that, oh, I don't need you. I'm going to do it by my damn self because I got a job. So it's see what the brother is saying, and I understand through my son's eyes. Why reward them with the child? So we're not talking about the men, but getting to the root of the problem. The root of the problem is out of wedlock children. That's what's destroying our community and is destroying our economy, because as these kids grow up, they don't have the discipline and structure of a family, seeing how a dollar is supposed to work, how a dollar is supposed to take care of you, and how a dollar is supposed to progress you in your life.
Or being responsible.
Yes, or being responsible. They
in general, yeah.
So we have right now, in my lifetime, we've had a groundswell of these people. So the brother says, what do we do? How do we rip the roots out of that? And this is my question too. How do we rip the roots out of that? Because no matter what, JSHine, if you get $10 billion more, you're only going to reach a certain amount of boys.
Right. Brother, that's why I need more help.
But listen, and that begs my next question to you, JSHine, and other brothers on the panel. This begs my question. Is it better to grab the young boy, or is it better to give him a roadmap? In his situation, being a single mom, is it better to give him a roadmap with the support to see the examples?
That's
or
what we're
doing. Better to just grab him?
No.
Or do we do both?
We can't just grab him. You can't just grab him. You know why? Because
no, I'm talking about
you know why you can't just grab him. You know why you can't just grab him?
Bring him under the wing of a program.
You can't be grabbed. Look, if you're going to grab one, then I would say that you're talking about adoption, right?
No, I'm talking about bringing them under the wing of a program. You know, like
bring them. Yeah, that's what we do. I can't grab them because if I grab the children and bring them in. If I take full responsibility for, like Jeremiah, the kid I'm sponsoring right now, and I take like, you know what? First of all, legally I can't do that. The mother ain't gonna allow it. She's probably getting money off the nigga.
Well, that brother King Randall in Georgia.
Yeah, but here's the thing: a lot of these women are making money off their children. They're getting a child support check, or they're getting something else. So they're not gonna let go of their boys like that. But if I can get that boy around some masculinity, if I can change his mind, let me tell you something. When I was a kid, there was a program that people paid for. You know, people paid for. It was called the Fresh Air Fund. You remember that?
Yeah, I remember
From New York.
Yeah.
All right. The Fresh Air Fund took it. I'm glad New Yorkers are here. The Fresh Air Fund. This shit just hit me. The Fresh Air Fund used to take us upstate New York and take us to camps. And being in those camps took me out of fucking New York City. We talking about graffiti, crack vial, New York.
Listen.
Right? And now we in the country learning how to fish.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We learning how to do little puzzles. We doing Oscar courses and shit.
Ride horses.
And guess what?
Fresh Air Fund summer camp.
Summer camp, exactly. And some other people paid for that. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to tell you. It works, man. Getting out of the city and seeing another world, that changed my mind overnight.
Yeah,
it changed my environment. I couldn't wait to go to the next year, and you had to be a good kid to go to Fresh Air Fund. You know what I mean? So that's the incentive. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The young men we put in programs. Let me tell you some of the things we pay for. All right, when they want to go to ROTC programs, sport camps, shit like that, we pay for that. And they can't get those payments. They can't get those incentives unless they do what the fuck we tell them to do.
Yeah.
All right. Unless they do what they're supposed to be doing. I don't care about your mother. I don't care about the niggas she had in the house last night. We going. This is real shit. We talking about rubbing me in the road.
See, somebody in the chat put it early. I think it was New York City Song Man when he mentioned Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and I hold that real dear. Because of all the things being said, I remember SKC had brought up the mouse experiment by John Calhoun. It was been redone to other people through the years, but
Mousetopia.
Mousetopia. You know, we are looking past the very bottom, the support structure of that pyramid. You can't get the self-actualization until you start dealing with proper food, clothing, shelter, belongingness, love, responsibility, and that's what these programs do for young men.
Psychological and physical.
And when I talked to a lot of these men and over the years, and I sponsored 3 young men in my 3 years. 2 that was successful and 1 that's going to be successful. I feel good about Jeremiah. He's a real good young man, 11 years old, and this shit becomes routine after a while because you deal with some young men who just don't get it. You know what I mean? They can't get it. They're not emotionally ready. But hopefully, I said something that will change their life in the meantime. So you get some that don't work. But I'll tell you right now.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Real quick. Hey, what's the turnover rate of your program?
The turnover program is about 30%, which a lot of people say is not high.
So out of 100 people, if you brought 100 people in, about 30% of them is going.
We'll make it. Yeah.
We'll make it. Okay.
Yeah, because there's other factors. And there's another thing I didn't bring up. One of the biggest issues is the mothers. Like we had there's one kid named Tony. And, because one of the mothers wanted to fuck one of us, and, we wasn't trying to do that. She wouldn't bring him to the park down there by the wharf. That's where we used to meet at. We used to meet at the baseball park down by the wharf in D.C. And she wouldn't bring him. So me and Johnny had to go get him, and we had to play past her bullshit because it's work. It's professional. It's not personal. I just want her child. I don't care about her. So I'm not there to argue with her. I'm not there to set her straight. I'm there. I know. Okay. Yeah, I got you, sis. Okay, cool. You got his bag? Okay. Word. Okay, cool. All right, get him in the car. Let's get the fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? It's work.
Exactly.
It's work.
And
this is the type of bullshit.
Right.
This is the type of bullshit we had to deal with. So there be times where certain the women they want to fuck niggas. You know how them bitches be when they get around coaches and shit. They want to fuck the coach.
Yeah.
It's that kind of shit that we got to deal with. Man. So then they don't want to bring the kid around because you're not giving them no fucking rhythm. You know what I mean? These are the things you have to deal with. But all I care about is getting that young man. See, fellas, I want y'all to understand something. I am a patriarch. I'm a fucking true blue. My grandmother and my aunts raised me to be a patriarch. They made me a patriarch. My grandmother told me a long time ago, you don't put hands on a woman, but you don't let a woman whip your ass neither. You know what I'm saying? These are the type of women I was raised by. I wasn't raised by feminists. You know what I'm saying? So, I was taught, to be a patriarch. But then I had to go learn what patriarchy was. So I got examples of that. Like I said, as a kid working at the store, I got examples of that through Challenge Corps. I got examples of that in the military. And I started traveling, and I started seeing what other men did. Then I started doing history, and I started seeing how other groups are fucked up. And instead of taking, oh well, we're not too bad, you know, giving us a low bar, right? We're not too bad. My position is not only that we could do like they did, we could do better. That's my position. That's how I feel about us.
I think this conversation proves that Black men do have diverse thoughts. And I think once Black men can just accept that we have different minor goals, and we got to figure out what the big issues are that we do agree on. And that's when you come together and you delegate and you have a conversation. But if we could start accepting that there's brothers that are going to say, hey, there's 10 Black men in this room. 3 of them say, you know what? So the goal is to build a house, right? You got someone in the room that says, we're going to build some houses. 3 of the guys say, I got a different way I want to build this house. We're leaving this room. You got 7 men in that room. Now, the guys that left that room, they're going to go build a house by their own blueprint. Fine. The guys that are left, those 7, they should be focused on, okay, we have 3 times the labor power of those other 3. So when we look up a year from now, we should have produced 3 times as many houses as them with our blueprint. The issue I see in a lot of these spaces, you got the 7 men in that room. Instead of focusing on their blueprint, they're worried about the 3 men that left the room.
Yeah,
what they're doing.
Yeah,
that's the shit that I'm not on board with. Like, if 3 men in the room say, we got a different plan, let's all loop back in a year and see who's built the most houses. But just the 7 in the room, your expectation is that you produce 3 times the amount of houses. I think that Black men spend way too much time arguing and debating with each other about the 3 men that are not in the room, instead of focusing on the ones that are in the room, producing and getting results. And then we can all come back at the end of the year and say, hey, here's what we did. Here's what we did.
It's the same thing I said about the Brian Banks movie. Same thing I said about the Brian Banks movie. Majority of the Black men, especially in these internet spaces, did not financially support the Brian Banks movie, which only made $1.2 million. Why did it make $1.2 million when Black men are talking about they want to be respected? How can you be respected, Black men, when you don't even respect your own issues of a Black man trying to live his life and being accused of a rape he didn't commit? Now, when you got white people supporting this movie more than Black men, when you got white women supporting this Black movie more than Black men, financially, we ain't talking about just having an interview, financially. Now it's a problem as Black men, because when you have these opportunities to get behind something, it got to be financially. So I gotta bounce, but I'm gonna say this very last thing. It don't matter, fellas, if I start something tomorrow and put 3 5Gs behind everything y'all said. The problem is there will come a day where you'll be tired of donating to Mr. Research, even though I might have some examples. And the new people, the newly born people, in my view, that's always the problem, because I covered how Nigeria killed other Nigerians because a white man in England told them to do so. That happens because newly born Blacks and new Blacks who arrive to the country, the only power they have is to talk against something. And to King Sigma's point, when you talking about the new people King Sigma is saying that's being bred, it's going to be those powerless old Macs and old dogs who talk against the Black Panthers, who talk against the people who created stuff, who talked against say it loud, I'm Black and I'm proud, because they doing it to be goofy and they doing it to get a little temporary moment of shine. Those are the real enemies. They worse than the Ku Klux Klan. The goofy nigga in the movie Juice, played by Tupac, was a motherfucker that was a person that needed protection. But when it came down to it, he went against his own people who had been protecting them for years on some old Mac OG bullshit. We got to stop those dudes to King Sigma's point. Those newly born a-holes are the real enemies. If you don't like Al Sharpton, go make a better Al Sharpton. Until then, stop talking against what you don't like. Appreciate it.
Absolutely, man. You got to come by more often, brother. Research. You got to come by more often.
Coming through, boss.
Thanks for having me on.
Take it easy. Take it easy.
You guys,
hey, can I say something real quick? I want to say something real quick too, and then I'll bounce, because I seen something in here one of the dudes talking about kissing white ass, and I don't think that it has anything to do with that, because here's another issue that I find is that at this, like, doing things that white people do has been considered toxic in the black community, even to the point of doing those things that white people do that help them to succeed. And so, like, I've been, like, me doing trading and stuff, I've tried to put people on trading and stuff, and they'll say, man, that's some white people shit. We have got to stop doing that. Like, I understand punishing evil and punishing all that stuff, but to diss the white race as a whole, that has to stop, because a lot of the things that they are doing to succeed, we throw the baby out with the bathwater and say, you know, hey, why don't you buy a couple of these properties? Nah, man, that's some white, you know, I got to keep it real. Like, that's
Hold up,
that's
man.
white
Hold up.
people.
This cat's out here still talking like that? Like reading
yeah,
is
you get some, but you know, here's the thing.
It's a thing, man. It's still a thing.
Sorry to cut you off. You finished, young
No,
brother?
you good, brother. You good. You good, man.
You know, you get it, because the same thing with you know, I was involved. I'm heavily involved in cryptocurrency. When I got out of, you know, when I was in college, I took a job with MetLife, learned financial planning, and I'm not gonna say I'm no Bill Gates or Jeff Bezos. I'm not saying that, but with my money, I've done great. I've been telling people all along. I've been trying to tell people for the last 3 years about the cryptocurrency thing. Facebook, social media, posting the whole nine. Nobody listens. I get maybe 3 people who really like open their mind to understand some things. But now you hear it. Oh, Bitcoin is this. Ethereum is that.
Right.
Oh, yo, bro, wasn't you talking about that? How can I make some money? I'm like, bro, I'm done talking with it. I'm done talking. I can't talk no more. Here, go to Coinbase, do your own thing. Buy Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Chainlink. I don't know what else to tell you. If you ain't doing that, please, I don't want to have the discussion no more. But with people who want to do something, I'll give them all the time in the world. See, I don't know about real estate and investing and becoming all that, but I'm learning now. I have a year to retire. I don't plan on having a mortgage. Like, probably something gonna pay for something, because I know the value of money. You work for your money, and your money works for you. I have a 6-year-old, and I have 2 adult children. I will make sure that their life will never be anything like mine. And that's what men are coming to. I'm talking about me. I'm talking about me, a dude from the projects Far Rockaway. Strung out. The only escape I had was the U.S. Army to get off the streets. I'm talking about, I sold my gun. It was so bad. You see what I'm saying? So my kids will never do this. And I see other men, and you know, like, not to the degree of what I'm going through, but mentally, I see brothers in this space in the same thing, trying to do something to get better. And that's where we at. That's why I question, why aren't we working on an SOP? Why aren't we working on marching orders? Why don't we have a standard? Because real quick, think about it. I can say this for every man on this panel, everybody in the chat. We don't fuck with them dudes who ain't about shit. You don't let them in your circumference. Am I right?
Right.
Not at all. Not at all.
Am I right? Am I right?
Nope.
So why can't we apply those same things to what we need to do with ourselves and our families? Because we see the problem.
And that's why I had a chip on my shoulder. I want to just make sure I'm clear on something. You know, as I talk the way I talk in this space, there's been brothers who troll me in chat rooms, and I called one out tonight, a little bit Nate in particular. He was very disrespectful to me. Very disrespectful, and then misrepresented me. And when he comes in chat rooms, he says things like, get away from niggas like JSHine. Now, you just sat here and said you don't know much about investing in real estate, but you're just getting into it. I'm going to show y'all I'm going to do this one time. All right, can you share my screen, X, real quick? I'm going to do this one time. I'm going to show y'all something. Remember, I was talking about Stafford County. Stafford County is basically Republican. It's like the, you know, above Stafford County, then it starts to get blue. That's when you get in Northern Virginia. But Stafford County is technically part of Northern Virginia. But it's a Republican stronghold. It's mostly white. But you see how the black people, which I'm a part of, are performing there. Right? So before the summer, I had 3 properties. I bought a townhouse at the beginning of this year. I bought a condo over by Quiet Harbor back in the beginning of 2020. And I bought my house in 2016. So in 5 years, using my VA loan, no money down, but putting some money into it, put about 12 G's into the house. Let me show y'all something. When I sold my house October 8th, this is what happened. This is the type of stuff that I can show my young men that we mentor. You get wire transfers. This is one of my checking accounts. Now, I don't know what crypto performs that well in 5 years. I don't know what retirement fund performs that well in 5 years. But this is what you can do in real estate if you're smart. So I'm just showing this to you one time, how I performed in this county. It's not about emotions. It's not about quote unquote American dream. That's an emotional trope. What it's about is business. I tell niggas all the time, business is life and life is business. You got to handle yours. There's not a lot of niggas could show you a wire transfer for $82,000. And then immediately you see money going out to different places. I have other wire transfers I can show you. I can show you the one I got in September. You know what I mean? I can show you the one I got for the land I sold last year out in Arizona. Well, not last year, excuse me, the year before that. I had land I owned with my stepfather, my mother. They needed the money. They're in retirement, so I agreed to sell it. But I bought some more land out in Sun Valley, out in Navajo County. I'm paying attention to the markets. Real estate is one of the oldest ways to make money. It's funny to me how a lot of people follow Trump and they don't follow real estate.
It's a fundamental way to make money in America is through real estate.
Exactly. It's real estate.
Nah,
But it takes patience.
I know plenty. I know tons of black people that got into real estate and investing because Trump was talking that shit. They went and read The Art of the Deal, got some skills together, all because of, they wanted to look into what Trump was doing, and a lot of black people did good under Trump.
Listen, the last point I want to make on this is this. This is what the point I was trying to make. I just showed you that, and I talked about other things that I'm into. I also mentioned, the situation with court. That same brother and some people like that would tell you, stay away from JSHine because I don't agree with their political position. And that's the kind of shit that I'm banging against at this point. If we disagree politically, there's no fucking excuse for disrespect. All right? There's no excuse for it. I don't go to niggas' channels. I don't go to these conservative channels and bang on them niggas. I don't be in their chat room trolling them. I don't talk to them crazy when they're saying certain things. I would disagree with them in the chat room or I disagree with them on the panel. But I don't disrespect them. There's a lot of disrespectful niggas who claim conservatism and they troll other men. And that's my fucking issue with these niggas. And I'm not letting that shit go until it stops. This is not a space you created. I've been in this space since 2015. I was here before it was the manosphere. People like myself, X was here before it was the manosphere. Nagone was here before it was the manosphere. Mike V, MOT, people like fucking Charles Merchant, who I disagree with. But he's an OG. This is not a space you created. So if you respect other black men, and what you're showing is a lack of respect for black men when you come into a space and think you could just take it over and talk shit to people in that space because you wouldn't do it in a white one. And that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to establish patriarchy. What is patriarchy? Patriarchy is simply a code of conduct amongst a certain group of men. All right. And when I pointed out the situation with that Jew situation when that man hated the other Jewish man, but he paid him his money anyway, he was submitting to his own patriarchy. It's not a personal thing. That's what I'm trying to explain to niggas. Patriarchy and any success as black men or any success in any group. White wealth is a fucking group phenomenon. There's no rugged individualism in white society. That's bullshit.
No, there isn't.
They work with each other, top to bottom. When Trump needed his power, he went to the white streets. Mm-hmm. He organized the white streets. They got them turned up. No matter, you can say right or wrong, you can say his politics is crazy, but that's the business of politics. You you get your rich donors over here, you got your political class over here, and you go get your streets wind up and you turn them out. See, I don't give a fuck if black people.
And Trump's daddy gave him a cool $1 million to start out with, by the way.
Yeah, it helps. But I don't care if the majority of black people today don't get it. But I do care about the future. You understand me? I care about the ones coming after us. Because we're not going to all be here forever. You can make all your money on crypto. You can make all your money in real estate like I do. You can make all your money, into businesses and all that kind of shit. But you will die one day.
Yeah.
You will expire. And your grandchildren are going to have to be here.
Yeah, indeed.
Your grandchildren are going to have to be here. Who are they going to be here with? What kind of power structure they're going to be in? Is the power dynamics between the dominant society and us going to be the same? This whole notion that you want to try to, wish away racism and all that. That niggas, please.
No,
That's not reality. That's not reality. That's not how groups rock. Other groups rock as a group. That Asian bill, that Asian stop the Asian hate bill, that came with money attached to it. And that was a group of people. When Kai Gurley got shot in that stairwell and that Asian cop did it, they fucking marched from Koreans to Chinese.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't understand where we get into this point where women rock with each other. Women look out for each other to their own detriment. By the way, they're a bunch of idiots. But the bottom line is they still do it. Jews rock with themselves. They practice group economics. This neighborhood, you can't spend enough money to buy in California. You couldn't buy. I don't give a fuck if the house is 20 million. You offer 30. You're not selling it to you. This is going to be a prestigious Jewish neighborhood. They're going to make sure that happens.
Yeah,
that's just how it is. I'm from the Northeast. I don't know how we having this argument. I'm from New York. We from New York. We know how other groups get down.
Yeah.
They have their own neighborhoods throughout Brooklyn, throughout Queens. So it's not something I'm just throwing on black men. It's the reality of the world.
That's right.
We have to figure something out. I'm not look. I know it's not going to be 100%. I know it. A lot of us are fucked up.
And you know what?
But guess who started all that though? Faith-based groups started this thousands of years ago, gentlemen. You hear what I'm saying to you? The patriarch comes from the church. You hear what I'm saying to you?
Yeah.
And they put their money together to take care of themselves because they didn't want to deal with the politics and deal with the government. So they knew they had to take care of themselves. And that's why
I'm sorry, Sigma dropped off because I wanted to ask him one more question.
And if we look at history, we see all throughout the Black Reconstruction, what we did after slavery is that we did our own. We made our own institutions, we made
as
our
a
own
group,
economies and everything. Now, also up until the civil rights era, when leaders were getting assassinated, all the money, all the support, everything came from the Black family. And I don't want to go into a rabbit hole, but we know COINTEL program focused on the Black family. They knew that the power structure of every Black empowerment movement came from the family unit. It lent the labor, it lent the economics, and it lent the intellectualizing of the young children growing up.
And what they do? And they attack the family.
Thank you. So now,
think about this. They also attacked the churches that the families attended.
Exactly right. They
bombed the churches, right?
They gave them money. They went to them, stepped to them. Listen, bro, you're gonna start preaching this way and take this money, or else you're gonna be laying in the coffin.
And them civil rights leaders started selling out. Andrew Young, all the niggas started selling out.
Exactly. And we know what came from that. One of the fruits from that tree is the current state, along with government aid and other programs and some real liberal politics. It put the Black family in the state it is now. But this is all in one generation. So what I say and what I offer to us is that, again, we need to get our marching orders and we need to stop complaining about who's in command and just see who's worthy of leading. When I was in, just to tell a story, when I was in Panama, you remember Noriega, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we pulled back then when Noriega. Anyway, we had this platoon sergeant that we thought was incompetent. He was doing things that really was endangering us. So when we all got back, we brought it to attention to the uppers. The IG came down and the platoon was discussing everything else. He was removed within 3 days. Why? Because we had a mission and this brother ain't competent and he's destructive of the mission. So they have to be removed. I'm not saying, like we got to go putting bullet in people. What I'm saying is that the entire unit of the state of the Black family and the Black man also in particular needs a certain remedy. And we have all these people with all these expertise. When the hell are we going to sit down on that big ass map and start pushing tanks and airplanes across the board?
Look, man, it's really simple to me, man. Like to me, the work is hard. I'm not going to ever say it's not going to be hard. It's not easy to do what I'm asking or suggesting Black men should do. It's not easy.
It's supposed to be hard. Otherwise, what is the reward?
Yeah, exactly. At some point, somebody got to do it. Sometimes I use, the founders of the country, right? The white people who came over initially. It wasn't easy. That was a treacherous voyage, coming over here. It wasn't easy capturing and murdering and killing, and that was work. That was putting your life on the line. You going up against Indians, you might get an arrow to the face. You know what I'm saying? It's not, look, dominating the world is not easy work.
No, it's not.
When you get into right and wrong, that's a different conversation. I'm not getting into right and wrong right now. I'm just talking about dominating, and competing with other groups of men. And I believe in us. I believe we can compete with other groups of men. And I don't look at the bottom of us as our metric. If motherfuckers want to sit around and twerk all day, fuck them. Let them do it. I know right now, Appalachia and parts of the white society, there's white people ain't doing shit. They don't represent their group. White people wouldn't allow it. But we keep bringing up these fucking people. I think we represent Black America. Even though we disagree or we have different opinions on this panel alone, the men in the chat room, we might disagree, but we are the fucking standard. Progressive Black men. We are the standard. Productive Black men. That's what I meant to say. Productive Black men should be the standard. So whether you are conservative or liberal, it don't matter. As long as you produce it. There are a lot of intact liberal families in the country that are producing, that are doing business. Those fucking people on the West Coast, they buy their fucking meat from conservatives and they from conservative farms in the middle of the country. You understand what I'm saying? We got to get off this shit where we find ways not to work with each other. So when a nigga tell you to stay away from a JSHine, that's problematic.
Indeed.
That's problematic. And I called him out, and he's welcome to come see me anytime he want. But I did it right here in front of all the brothers. I didn't do it on my channel behind your back. I did it right here in front of the brothers, and you can come here anytime you want. I hope you showed up tonight, to be honest, so we can hash this out. Because that shit is bullshit to me. To push that mentality. I'm a troll niggas I disagree with. I'm a disrespect niggas I disagree with. I'm a misrepresent Black men I disagree with. And I'm going to disrespect niggas that been in this space longer than me. I'm going to disrespect niggas who are successful.
But you know what I saw? The first black productive family instance that I saw, I was 7 years old. The first time I flew on Eastern Airlines from New York to Greensboro. Looked in my grandmother's backyard, and I saw on the terrace of her backyard, she had nothing but food growing there. You hear what I'm saying? Two peach trees on the corners of the garden. You hear what I'm saying? Her beans and shit. I was walking through the garden. I was traveling through the garden. You know what my grandmother told me? She said, Eric, be careful, baby. You're stepping on my beans. You hear what I'm saying to you? Real fundamental shit. You understand?
Yeah.
Survival shit. Just to feed yourself.
Yeah, man. But look, good build, X. Thanks for letting us
Absolutely.
come up, man.
We done got to
there's a lot of
5 hour point, so I'm about to start throwing Negroes.
I didn't even know we was going that long, man. I'm glad we had this conversation. The reason why I'm gonna just close on this. The reason why I had this conversation because I want to spark the conversation. I'm a big brother. All right, whether you accept me as your brother or not, I'm your brother. I'm a Black man. I come from the soil. I come from the guts of the country. My grandparents and on both sides come from the South. I am an American Negro. I know my lineage. I'm from the lineage of Daniels, the Sloans, the Freemans. That's my background. I'm an American Negro to the core. I'm from the people the country was built on. I'm not ever vacating that. You understand me? What I'm going to do is perfect my bloodline and better my bloodline the best I can and do what I can. And I'm going to help who I can because that's what we do as patriarchs. See, other men have done it, and you can't run away from that fact. Other groups of men, whether they were on the ground level or not, they contributed to bettering and fixing their problems when people fell apart. Now, right now, you're going to see white America do it again. They falling apart family-wise and dealing with drugs and all that kind of stuff. And one thing you don't see a lot on right-wing radio or in white red pill spaces or white manosphere, you don't see them dragging their druggies and their people on. You see what I'm saying? You don't see that.
They drag the corporations, not their
They
people.
drag everything but that. Joe Scarborough used to be a congressman and now has a popular morning show. This last week or the week before last, he was talking about one of his best friends who's an opioid addict. This is the kind of compassion they give their own people. I'm not saying you got to go down and do anything, but to sit online all day and just bashing and bashing and bashing your own people is why I call y'all niggas coons. That's coon behavior. If you're moving us forward, if you're doing better in life, then let's talk about what you're doing better in life. Be that example, and then try to inspire somebody else or be the example to somebody else to do better. But you know what I mean? And just go out here and just deal with the problems. Trust me, I'm on the ground level with this. I got family members who are ratchet as fuck, and I show them no quarter. All right. I don't fucking negotiate. I got 4 sisters. I got 3 I'm cool with, and 3 I talk to all the time. The 4th one I don't. Wonder why do you think I don't? Because she's out of pocket. You understand me? So I punish my sister by not giving her my presence, not giving her my love, not giving her my support, like I do my other sisters, because she refuses to fall in line. That's being a patriarch in my family.
I escaped mine. I escaped mine 6,000 miles across the pond. Now, don't get it twisted now. I'm still in contact with my kids and kin. My parents, I'm always going to be in contact with them. But there's certain riffraff what happened with them in my family, and I knew I needed to escape it because what? My parents told me, you need to escape this. You need to go do what works for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have money. That's why I believe in
shave
pulling them.
some of them off sometimes.
That's why I believe.
I feel it, man. I feel it.
And that's why I believe in
I mean,
pulling young men. That's why I believe in pulling young black males specifically. You know what I mean? Out of in certain environments, opening their minds and showing them that it's possible. Not talking at them, not giving them some bullshit dream, not no rap video. No, nigga, come out. We're gonna take you to the range. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna take you to my man's house. You know what I mean? We're gonna take you to certain things. We're gonna go to the museum. We're gonna talk. We're gonna expand your mind, and then we're gonna give you homework. We're gonna give you assignments. And if you want to keep in this program, and you know what I've learned is like a lot of young dudes just want an older person to talk to. Some of the girls do too. You know what I mean? But you know, I don't think that's too much to ask to create programs and then participate in the development of our young people. Other groups do it. You know what I mean? You have
I
what's the
think
other
it's a
group?
totally separate issue though. Like helping kids and shaming, because I don't really I can't speak for the whole like all the conservative people going back and forth. I don't know who's who and all that stuff. So I'm outside of that game. But I am
ain't got
all
nothing to do with
for
you good. Yeah.
Yeah, right. But I'm all for like talking shit about Pookie and Ray Ray and all that stuff because that shit needs to be shamed. And that's a lot of what I see.
But here's the thing though. Here's the thing, brother. Here's the thing though. This is what I would challenge you though. You're not talking to them. See, I actually deal with real Pookies and Ray Rays. You know what I mean? Real ones. And you know what I mean? In their face. You know what I'm saying? In their face. Like, yo, dog, that's bullshit.
Right.
And, you know
and I have too.
So if you're not doing that,
yeah,
if you're not doing that, then it's like, you just sitting online really just bashing people, your own people. And nobody else does that but us. No other group does it. That's what I'm saying. We can't talk about black dysfunction, right, as to the functionality of other groups. And then we don't copy.
I don't think that's true, man. I'm sorry. I gotta push back on that. I don't think that's true because they do have terms like poor white trash and all that stuff. I mean, you don't really hear. I guess this is our version of poor black trash.
But I'll tell you what. I challenge. Do me a favor. I'll give you my email. I'll give you my email. I want you to do something for me. I want you to send me 10 live streams where black men, where white men sit online going in on their people. Referring to white trash is not what I'm talking about. I'm not saying you can't reference anything. I can't say you can't give something a label. I'm talking about all day just shitting on, you know what I'm saying? We go in. Yeah, we go the fuck in on it, you know what I'm saying, on niggas who ain't present.
I think here's it. And
they don't give a fuck. These niggas have tattoos on their face. You think they give a fuck what you talking about? Online, you don't care.
Yeah. Here's the difference. I don't think that they do it because that's not the big part of, like, we encourage the fuck shit. I don't think that they do over there. You know what I'm saying? They just let the fuck shit be fuck shit and don't really care for it. And I guess we could go to doing that. But when you talk about black culture, you turn on the TV, that's a whole nother situation about changing our image and all that stuff.
Brother, a lot of these brothers are sitting out here. A lot of these brothers sitting out here, they got white people in their audience. They sometimes have white people in their panels. You want me to tell you how deep this goes? I'm telling you what I've witnessed. All right, that's not what other groups do. All right, I've worked with white people for my whole career. I'm 44 years old. I've been working with professional white people since I've been 20 years old. 21 years old. as a soldier, with a high security clearance in very secure facilities, working with those kind of people. And I'm telling you right now, they beat women, they drunks, they come to work high, all kind of shit with them. They do not do what they do to their people exactly they cover for. I had a major. In case those who don't know ranks, this is a real quick story. I had a major come to my control room, MDW, drunk as fuck, talking about, oh, JJ, drunk, smell like, I'm looking at him like he's crazy. He was a fucking flaming alcoholic.
In the Air Force, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? They put him in a program.
I got you.
He cleaned up just a little bit, even though he lost his wife, and they still promoted him to lieutenant colonel. And then they retired him. They take care of it. I mean, there was a guy that was on the fucking news for throwing his woman out the goddamn car. He threw a bitch out the fucking drop top. Another major. They put him on ice for a little bit. You didn't see him. They reassigned him to another office and then promoted him. I've seen this shit with my own eyes. I got a fucking million stories of this shit.
Well, I've seen it, and I've seen them.
I'm not even saying we do that. I'm just saying leave them niggas alone. Niggas want to sit in the fucking hood and do what they do.
I've seen them. You know, I live in 5 towns now. I'm in Nassau, right? I was living in Baldwin when I was married.
Yeah.
And you know, shout out to what you were saying earlier. Yo, all the people in Baldwin, Black, Caribbean, anything else, they went and bought them houses. Man, that neighborhood, Baldwin, is a great neighborhood. Blue ribbon schools, all them working class Black people, middle class Black people, turning it around. But anyway, I mean, they bought it from all the retiring and dying off, you know, people, and they made a neighborhood their own. But anyway, I'm in 5 towns, and like I growing up in Rockaway. Listen, man, white people be the first to get rid of that trash. You know, we got a saying, they call it Rockaway Irish, which mean like you the bottom of the barrel. Are you familiar with Broad Channel?
Yeah.
You know, you familiar with Broad Channel going over the bridge, that A train from JFK Airport.
Yeah.
You know, back then, that was an oil, you know, Channel Oil. It still exists, but it used to be a big oil transfer company that transferred all the oil to the Rockaways, which is geographically connected to Long Island. So that's how you got pipelines going all the way out to Long Island. They transfer the oil. Them Irish people off the boat, they would put them there in Broad Channel, landlocked. That's before they had a road and a bridge. Landlocked, basically had them in slavery working for the oil companies.
Yep.
So they do cast off their own.
They do.
Now, it was only until recently.
Man, some of these white people are black pill in the motherfucker, man. Look,
we talk about these wars and shit. Online. You don't hear them online.
You don't hear them online doing it though, but they just do what they got to do. You look at these wars. They wasted a lot of white young men in these wars, man. They do what they do, man. They get this paper. They are very, very fucking ruthless. They're ruthless.
If you want to be an F up, you're cannon fodder. And that's how they treat it.
Like, and all I'm saying is we need to be ruthless too. We need to be ruthless too, but ruthless about what? You see what I'm saying? And that's the discussion. This is a discussion we have right now. What is the way forward for us politically? And because I care about power, and I know power and wealth is a group phenomenon. I can't get power by myself. Right. I can't. I can sit out here and show you 10 more transactions like I just made. It don't matter. I don't still have no real power. We dealing with power. The power dynamics that we have in the world and in America are similar. It's groups of people working together. I don't care where you go on this planet, family. That's the way it is.
It is.
That's reality.
Indeed.
Well, you know, again, you know, it took a generation to get us where we at, and you know, everybody, you know, is being talked about. People are, you know, putting things in motion, and you know, hey, listen, I remain hopeful that the person who gets on a square and get empowered is going to reach to the left and the right of them, and you know, hold somebody else up. And,
anyway, I will say this. Let me say this. And I'm trying to go.
Because we about to wrap up. We about to wrap up.
Right.
So.
We're doing. You know what? I'm gonna do this again, and I want you to come back, Free Zone. And my
that's a bet. That's a bet.
JSHinerandoms at gmail.com. You know, look, I'm not afraid of having any debates about this or conversations about this, man, at all. You know what I mean? But I'm going to require respect. You know what I mean? I have accomplished too much in my life. I've come too far. I come from the fucking roaches, the rats, the plastic on the windows. I am not a fucking joke. You understand me? Now we disagree. We disagree. All right, but we're gonna have respect in this space, family. I'm talking to everybody listening. We're going to have respect in this space, or there's going to be a problem. You understand me? You know, don't tell me that I'm wrong for snapping at another individual who disrespected me publicly. I mean, he got to hold his own nuts. Right? Don't no fanboy shit on this. You understand me? If I agree on politics, I agree on politics. But as far as his manhood and his behavior, he got to hold his own nuts. Right? And that's the way it goes. We're gonna have some straightening out here. My man from Fort Walkaway, he told y'all earlier about the train and all that. You know what I mean? We come from a rough situation. You're gonna have to get in where you fit in. But this face here is not really like that. It's a bunch of dudes who have avatars. There should be no disrespect. There should be none.
I'm going to make this one statement. It will be my last, and it'll be short. All those in unity are right. All those in disunity are wrong. Take it for what it's worth.
All right.
Yeah. So look, anyway,
Anybody
business
else?
is life.
Any part?
Business is
Any
life.
parting shots?
Oh, yeah. I was going to just
Yeah,
say business.
I'm gonna leave with this real quick, and I'm gonna check. I don't know anything about you, JSHine, so I don't know all this background stuff, and so I'm just gonna leave with this. We have to get back to even pro-black, non-pro-black, whatever. If anybody's going to advance, we got to get back to the American values of. I am a pro individual freedom, relying on self, do for self. I do believe in reaching back and pulling people back that want to come forward. Like I'm not going to plead with anybody to get on the program. Some people are just fucking lost, and it just is what it is.
It is what it is, right?
You know, this nation is built on hard work. It is built on self-reliance, and it also is built on competition. And I think the issue with the issue with the whole racism thing is that it when we tag racism to everything and everything is racist, what's the point of competing? Because this is about competition. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's across races, even if it's across class, you're competing. And so to me, racism is like a fly at a barbecue that just keeps flapping around, and it's blown itself to a proportion to where it's actually inhibiting people's ability to compete. And a lot of what that shit is myth, because it turns into that monster takes a life of its own, and then it turns into, okay, well, I'm black. Like it creates a sense of hopelessness. Like, you know, what's the fucking point? And that's why I believe, like, because I have a similar turnover rate with what I do as well. And that's the issue that I run into, especially with I have white people that come and ask me, you know, hey, what's this game? Can I teach, you know, all that stuff. And then I'll try to reach out to even some black people like in my family that I know are techno savvy and can use this. And it's like the first priority when you talk about the mob, when you talk about even women, is that they focused on getting the fucking bag first. And then once they got the bag, they came together. And until we do that and teach, you know, move on an economic front, the political shit don't matter, because you got to have that economic clout to even play that game. And so, and that's what every other culture has done. And the issue is that we keep trying to push this political thing without that economic bag. So it's like there's no incentive. It's like why should we listen to you? And that's just the reality of it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying I like that, but it is what it is, man.
That's true.
So
you
know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I appreciate y'all having me on, man. T.P.O.T. X, man.
And you know what? Hey, Frizo, before you go,
if you want to check out Brother JSHine, he has a series on this channel. As a matter of fact, it's called the JSHine series. The JSHine series is here, so you can
hey, Free, before you go, I just want to say, use you as an example. There are a lot of dudes who troll me in chat rooms. They don't like what I have to say, but I'm gonna show this young man respect because he actually came up on the panel. A lot of you niggas don't. You know what I mean? So you speaking your piece and you speaking your mind, which a lot of people won't do. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't do it. You know, and I want to give you your props for that, because a lot of people feel, I guess they feel that they come up here, they're gonna make a fool of themselves. So look, thanks for coming up here, speaking your mind. I appreciate it, man, and we'll keep building. That's what this is about. It's not about winning you over in one conversation. You do as I say. Nah, you your own man. We're just gonna have to work with each other and try to figure out where we can find common ground.
Indeed.
That's a fact, man. Hey, I'm gonna get out of here, man. Y'all take it easy.
Peace, brother.
Peace, brother.
Peace.
Peace, Frizo.
Anybody else? Parting shots?
Let me go and get out of here. I'm going to be real quick. Definitely a lively discussion. Again, you know, being a person considering themselves new to the space and hearing, I just like the free flowing of ideas. I'm from a time in the area where, black men get boisterous, all this other stuff, is that blah, 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 whatever. But, let's move these ideas forward. Let's move these actions forward. I look forward to that. I'm actually elated that so many different conversations are being had. And I see actions, because in this space, I've been involved in some actions that are doing things. So I like it. I love it. You know what I mean? I want more of it. I used to say, make it hurt, drill sergeant, make it hurt, whatever. But get it in, get it going. That's what's up.
Hey, get on with it.
Hey, thanks for coming up, brother. Appreciate you.
Oh,
man.
absolutely. Got to
No
come
doubt.
through more often, brother.
Yeah, man, that was
Big Mac. Got to come through more often. Brother Simplify, parting shots.
Hey, man, like I said, my statement, my statement is short and simple, but I think it's meaningful. All those in unity are right. All those in disunity are wrong.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Appreciate you
Hey,
coming
Eric.
through, brother.
Yeah.
Eric, man, you stay warm up there. Yeah.
Hey, man, you know what? I'm trying to, man, because I'm going to tell you right now, man, we in the middle of winter right now, man. It ain't
cold.
It ain't cold yet. It's cold. It's cold.
I know it's cold up there, boy. I already know. Goddamn, because it's cold as fuck down here.
Yeah. Where you at in Germany, man?
Tunnestein. I'm in the Tunnestein Mountains, man.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
I mean, are you in the south, the central area, or where?
I would say central west central.
Okay.
Yeah,
because
more to the west. Yeah, I'm closer to the French border.
Yeah, because I'm in the southern Finland, so we Helsinki is the capital, but it's coastal, man. I mean, we're right next to the Baltic Sea, man.
Yeah, I know that shit cold in the motherfucker, man. But thanks for coming through, Eric, man. I appreciate you, bro.
Hey, man, thanks for letting me up, man. I had to come in here when I heard that, man. I think I wrote an email to Brother X, and I'm looking. Then I came back to the chat and said, "Hey, man, I wrote an email, man, requesting to come up on the panel, if you will." So I'm glad I got up here, man, and thanks for letting me be a part of this colloquial, man, because what we're talking about, it needs to be said, but more importantly, it needs to be done.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And I'll close on this point, man. Thanks, Eric, for coming through. I'm gonna just say real quick. Look, we're not going to agree on everything. That's not the purpose of the space. It never was. What it was an opportunity for us to get together and at least find some common ground on things that affect Black men.
Right.
And one of my thing is going forward, I am for Black male patriarchy, and you can't have that as a regular individual. I'm sorry, that's not how it works in the world.
No.
So what I want to stress to Black men is this: it's not a liberal agenda. It's not actually. I have a conservative. My position is conservative in that regard. Patriarchy and having a strong patriarchy is a conservative position. You know what I mean? How we get there, how we fix our problem, I want to mimic what other groups have done. Other groups of men handle their problems. That's what men do. That's part of us. It's not an emotional thing. I want men to get off that emotional shit. It's not about what Keisha gets out of it, what Pookie Rere gets out of it. It's about what our future gets out of it. You understand me? It's about producing a better future. And if you have the means and ability to do it, if you're an example that kids can follow, you should, put something together and get you 3 or 4. Put them up under your wing. Guide their lives. Shout out to George Macon for doing what he does. Getting those kids away from, you say single motherhood is killing us. Okay, get those kids away from that feminine energy. Just have them around male energy. I don't give a fuck if it's 4 hours. It's better than none. You know what I mean? And change their minds. Because I gave some examples tonight with the Fresh Air Fund, Challenge Corps. I'm giving y'all niggas my life. I'm telling you, man, my grandfather, my grandmother.
You remember Powell? Do you remember Powell in New York City? Police Athletic League? Remember that?
Yeah, Powell, all that. I remember Powell. Yeah, I played in that shit. That's where I got my nickname Cartwright from. I see I'm right-handed, right? And I broke my right hand, fractured my wrist, and I had to learn how to shoot left-handed. So shoot left-handed, I used to wind up like Cartwright.
Yeah.
And so niggas started calling me Cartwright and shit when I come to the court. But even though my hand healed and I started shooting regular, they still was calling me Cartwright. But anyway, but I was in the Power League. You know what I mean? We had little T-shirts and shit, man. Look, man,
exactly.
I come from this black shit, man. I come from, you know, the situation we were put in, and we were born in it. It's not my fault. You know what I mean? And it's not your fault. And it's not these kids' fault neither. That's my point.
Indeed.
So
Indeed.
those who can get it, help them. Those who can't be helped, let them go. It's not serious. It's business. It's no different than a job. You got some people at the job who perform, right? X, and some people you gotta let go. You know what I mean? It's just the way it is, man. We're gonna have to get on a professional track. So with that being said, business is life. Life is business. Xavier, I appreciate you letting me do this. We're gonna do more of this going forward. We're gonna keep pushing this conversation forward. You know what I mean? And we're gonna get some respect around these parts.
Yeah, because even religious groups, even religious groups, check this out.
Let's just say this because we're closing out. Because if we don't respect each other, who else will? You know what I mean? So, you know, we're gonna have to check some bullshit, and I'm down for that. I'm damn sure up for the shits, but I'd rather have a conversation like I had tonight.
Right. And I was about to say, even religious groups excommunicate their wayward parishioners.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I appreciate it, brother JSHine. Hit me up, man.
We'll talk.
Yeah, man. Hit me up, man. We'll talk on the phone or whatever. Appreciate it, brother. My brother.
Appreciate your platform, man. Thanks for letting me come up, X. You know what I mean? I really do. You didn't have to do this. I appreciate you, man. So
peace, my brother.
Thank you, man. So peace, family. I'm out.
Peace.
Peace. Yeah. We're going to go ahead and wrap it up, folks. Long stream tonight. Boke. Very long stream tonight, y'all. But good shit tonight. I didn't even talk that much. I was just listening to the brothers for most of it. You know, brother JSHine, y'all know when brother JSHine come on, I kind of let him have it and do what he does and kind of let him take the wheel of the stream. And you know, turned out all right, man. You know, the brothers came through, you know, and I'm going to say this before we get out of here, man. You know, we're always going to have different opinions than one another. That's just a fact. All right. I mean, we're never all going to be all on the same page or all see eye to eye. But I think that when it comes to brothers having different ideas, man, we can have a level of fucking respect. You know, I'm with brother JSHine on that one. Like, you know, we don't have to be disrespectfully disagreeable. And I think many times up here on this media shit, we feel like if we disrespect a person enough, we can disregard their ideas. You know, and I'm heavy on that shit, man. Like, you can disagree with me, motherfucker, but don't try to fucking disrespect me. All right, because when you're only gonna get one chance to do that. You disrespect me one time, I'm done with you. I don't want shit to do with you. I'll stay the fuck away from you, and I will hope that you will stay the fuck away from me. All right. That's what I think it comes down to, man. There has to be a level of respect amongst men, man. All right. Even when it comes to people you don't like. All right. Even if you don't like a person, man, you know, you don't have to blatantly go out of your way to fucking disrespect them. And I think that that's a thing here where everybody wants to try to disrespect someone. If you disrespect them enough, you've won the argument. That's stupid and it's immature. All right. So we need to stop doing that shit. And like I said, if you're a disrespectful motherfucker, you probably ain't going to find your way up here, especially if you done fucked around and disrespected me. All right. All right. So, appreciate everybody coming through tonight. Before we go, I'm going to go ahead and hit y'all in the head with T.P.O.T's programming notes, Negroes. Yeah, programming notes. I don't got a lot of them, so don't everybody rush in at one time. Turn this on. Yeah, because we got one show booked already, all right, for next week. I'm probably going to do like 3 shows, but next week we're going to be hosting our next installment of What About, right? And like I said, What About? We are talking about some of the secrets of Black society. And next week, the question is, what about insuring the lives? We're going to be talking about life insurance, the lack of life insurance, the importance of life insurance for you and for the people you love that you're going to leave behind when your black ass die. I know we don't like to think about that, but that is an ultimate reality for every person on this earth. One day your ass is going to die. So what are you going to leave behind? That's why next week we'll be asking, what about insuring the lives? All right. All right. And the reason we're going to be talking about that, because like I said before, you, your family, everybody, y'all sitting around like this. A year goes by, 5 years goes by, 10 years goes by, 20 years go by, and now your family is doing this. That's a reality. Especially for you people who are my age. And even those of you in your 40s. So we're going to talk about this next week. And we're probably going to hurt some feelings. But I don't give a shit. Because sometimes our feelings need to be hurt so we can do the right shit. All right? All right. So, once again, I want to thank everybody, man, for coming out tonight. Special shout out, man. And also, I appreciate the good folks who hit me up with all the cash apps and the super chats. That's always appreciated. Y'all already know what that is. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate the dropping of the coin. But most importantly, man, I appreciate your participation. Your participation is way more important than money. Y'all know that. I don't take you lightly, man. I never have, and I never will. You got my word on that. And shout out to all the brothers who came up in here tonight. Special shout out, man, to Brother Supreme SKC, Mr. Research, Brother Semper Fi, Brother Trey, Brother King Sigma, and Brother Free Zone, and of course, the guest of honor, the one and only Brother JSHine, for being here tonight. Like I said, man, we're gonna throw down Wednesday night. Make sure you're here, man. You know, 9:30 p.m. Eastern time, right here on the T.P.O.T YouTube page. You Negroes know. So, with that, I will leave you good folks with 3 words you know, like I always do. You get that work. You get that work.
Open your mind.
Dark exodus. Dark exodus. Dark exodus.
Way off coast.
The protester. The protester. The protester. Dark exodus. Dark exodus. Dark exodus.
Open your mind.
JSHine. You know.
You get that work.
Yeah, X.
You can't fake that.
Dark Exodus. Dark Exodus. Dark Exodus.
You understand? Yeah, X.
JSHine.
You get that work.
You know.
You understand? Open your mind.
Way off code.
Dark Exodus.
Yeah, X.
You know.
You understand?
You can't fake that.
Yeah, X. Open your mind.
Dark Exodus. Dark Exodus. Dark Exodus. Dark Exodus.
Way off code. You get that work.
Only from T.P.O.T. Media. Open your minds.